Okay. Okay, I'm here. Fuck. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, it's fine. You all have a great day. We are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. It'll be exciting. Got good mix of guys, no gals. Yeah, it is what it is. But here we go.
Grinding. They wouldn't be sleeping at all.
Hey all.
Yeah, you got it.
That's the real man strategy.
Right. That's why I mean, like the true grind is the Hitler blitzkrieg, right? Just like meth it up and go 3 days straight. That's what real men do.
I was thinking more like the cocaine bender, but that works too, I guess. You know, like you'd be over here like 5 a.m., like day 3, starting a business in somebody's house. All right, here what we do. How's the investors? I got them on the phone right now in Japan. Let's do this.
Every time I've ever done cocaine, I've never done anything like meaningful or productive. I'm gonna be honest. There must be something wrong with me. Because like every time I've ever done cocaine, it's like been me and the boys being like, and now we're gonna write an entire rendition of Billie Jean a cappella.
See, that's productive. You know, that's productive. You just
it's productive. It's just not productive in the same way. Like I'm not starting a business.
I see. Usually we start with the hoochie mamas in the bathrooms, and then we like, okay, now that we got our fill of that, now it's time to move on to making money so we can afford more cocaine and more hoochie mamas.
Every time I've ever done cocaine, it's like 2 hours later, and I'm like, I want more cocaine, and like that's a dangerous feeling. And I'm like, I don't know that I want to do this. This feels too good. I got too many drug problems in my family. I'm a back off this one.
Let me get you.
Did anybody watch Superman?
Dude, because it's scary.
Superman was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah. Well, so I haven't seen it yet. I plan to see it eventually. I will say that I'm not a James Gunn fan.
I think that it's a movie that's going to age better, right? Because it has the ensemble, right? And all these characters have like the Supergirl movie, still in like 2 minutes of it, but that has a movie coming out. The Lanterns movie is coming out next year. You're gonna have like some other ones I think are coming out. The Peacemaker show comes out next year, and I think all those characters are in there. And I think that once those come out, the movie is gonna be a lot more like the world built, and it's gonna be like just better. It feels like an Avengers movie almost. So it's like the ensemble's there, but you didn't have the ensemble background. Kind of thing.
How did you like Man of Steel or Superman Returns or original Superman?
I mean, they're all right. Superman's always been. I mean, honestly, this is one of the better Supermans because he's like not OP as fuck, and a lot of the other ones are such like it's Superman. You know, like whatever. This one from the start, you're like, all right, he's not doing well, like kind of thing. It's kind of it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Like there were some little like woke allegories, but it wasn't enough for me to be like the dictator that's the country that's like allied with the U.S. It's a fake another looks like Netanyahu with like what's his name's hair from Back to the Future, like Doctor. I can't think of his name now off the top of my head.
Doc Brown.
Yeah, Doc Brown. He's got the Doc Brown hair.
Are you A27L? Is that who you are?
Yeah, that's LSP.
Yeah. Oh, because like Admiral Gibbs and I were trying to figure out who this like low IQ DGG fucking retard was in chat. We thought it was somebody new. I didn't realize it was just the same retard we'd been dealing with.
Yeah, good talking.
Like we were both like, who the fuck is this idiot? Like, God, it's got to be somebody new because they're just so dumb. But like,
those were not my exact words, but it was close enough. It was paraphrasing.
Yeah, I know. Eat a dick.
I didn't think it was you. I thought you were smarter than that.
I found out what true pain is, by the way. I thought I knew true pain. I've broken a bunch of bones. I've fell in fires. I've been stabbed. You know, all the good. I tore an abdomen muscle this week on my side when I was trying to get back into shape. And yeah, so coughing. I like to smoke. Coughing hurts. Okay, whatever. And then I found out what true pain was. I sneezed and I literally felt the blackness coming closing around my eyes, and I couldn't see. It's like I'm about to pass out from the pain. And I learned a whole new way to cough and sneeze just to not trigger the abs. It's real terrible.
Yeah.
I fell off of a porch one time and couldn't breathe for like a couple minutes straight, trying to breathe. And I don't know that was the most pain, but that was the scariest pain. It was like,
you kind of feel like I'm dying at that point. Yeah.
It's like,
is this it?
Oh, oh, is this it? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, fuck.
I'm like a guppy outside of a fishbowl.
Yeah, that's bad. That's not good.
Oh, I can't laugh. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. Great, Corey.
Hey,
You're in charge.
I wanted to get people's feedback, especially Gibbs' feedback on Superman. He said it was good. It's good enough for me.
I think
I'm
it'll
not-
get better. I think it's gonna be better in next year. By the end of next year, I think people will like the movie even more
Well,
than
out
it
of
was.
curiosity, do you
first
like James Gunn's previous films?
He's like hit or miss with me. I didn't really like. I know everybody loves Guardians 3. I thought Guardians 3 was.
I thought it was
miss.
awful.
Yeah, it was not good. And then Guardians 2 is okay. First Guardians of the Galaxy I liked, right? But I don't know, some of his other stuff. I like Peacemaker a lot. I think that was pretty good. But like
Peacemaker was pretty good. I'll admit that was pretty decent.
And the second Suicide Squad's good. But a lot of other James Gunn stuff I'm not a huge fan of. He's real hit. He's like Gareth Edwards. Like Gareth Edwards did Rogue One, fantastic, right? Gareth Edwards doing Godzilla. We got Godzilla for 8 minutes, garbage. Like
I mean, I agree. I agree with you, Gibbs. Let's hold on to this moment, because it won't last for the rest of the stream. But yeah,
we don't disagree on
Guardians.
too many comic book takes.
Guardians 3 was not like amazing. I don't know why everyone
People
loves
think
that
it's
one so
amazing
much.
though. Yeah,
I have
like
no idea.
The rocket story is like the best part of that, and like they did too much other shit. Like
It was too much of the shit, and like the story's a bit nonsensical, and like I don't know, it was very forced. I'd have like, if I had watched the movie like recently, I'd have a more thorough examination of it. But I remember like walking out of there, I'm like,
I've only watched
impressed
it like once or twice.
at
And I was
all.
like, nah, I'm not watching this again.
But yeah, the first Guardians was great. Second one, it's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, but the third one I just was not a big fan of. But I liked, I liked Man of Steel. People like hate that movie, but I liked that. I thought it was.
I didn't love it, but I enjoyed it. And
it wasn't. It wasn't like one of my all times. But like I thought it was a solid movie, and I didn't think it deserved the hate. I think I saw it like much later than other people did, and I don't think it deserved the hate that it got. Yeah,
I tell you what. What's
I'm
his name?
Sure that I'll like Man of Steel better than the current Superman, but I'm trying to reserve judgment. But I will admit I don't really like James Gunn.
Two things. Nathan Fillion is amazing, by the way. He like hands down. I can't wait for Lanterns. I'm so pumped. And then the other thing I want to say is, he's not the best Lex Luthor of the ones in the last like 20 years. The best one is clearly the guy from CW that was in 2.5 Men. That was the best Luthor we had in like recent memory. But he's not bad. Like he's a believable Lex Luthor versus like what's his name that played in Batman versus Superman. Yeah, he was terrible.
So bad.
Like this guy, I can believe this guy is Lex Luthor. He wouldn't have been my first choice, but he's at least a good enough actor that he gave some role. Like he gave the role a good job. But we'll see. I don't know. I really Nathan Fillion, creme de la creme as Guy Gardner, by the way.
I mean, yeah, I did hear all the performances were great. All the criticism that I heard was mostly due to like whatever the typical plot.
Yeah, and and then the black guy, I can't think of his name that plays Mr. Terrific, also very very good. And Hot Girl, she has one really good one liner in there, and I was like, yeah, I liked it a lot. They do really push this stark contrast. That's like underpinning of the thing. I think it's gonna be a big thing going forward. Is the difference between like the Justice Gang's mentality on like killing and like Superman's, and I think that's gonna come up once they introduce Batman a lot too. I think it's gonna be a big thing that where like some of these heroes are like, yeah, let's kill him, and then other people are gonna be like, no. But because that seemed like it'd be like a theme that kept like running throughout the movie.
I'm never gonna see any film or TV show where like they're conflicted about whether or not to kill bad guys without just thinking of Bad Man from College Humor. Like where he's like,
definitely
I
some
don't
bad
kill
guys in this
people.
movie.
I don't kill people. It's like, what about that guy you just threw a ninja star through his skull? Look at that guy; he's all tuckered out.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a couple scenes where I'm like, okay, I know Superman doesn't kill people, but there's no way this guy just survived getting sucked into a black hole or whatever. Like, I mean, I guess maybe he didn't kill him, but like he definitely caused his death. It's
such a silly and dumb trope at this point. Like, I mean, I get like in the early days maybe not wanting to advertise, for moral reasons or for censorship reasons or, for a host of reasons, like trying to build a character that doesn't kill people, but like in today's day and age, it just does, the trope doesn't work anymore. It's just silly every time.
We need another Rambo movie where he's just mowing down people. Doesn't that movie have like the record for like, I don't know, most people shot and like?
I feel like it's gotta be up there if it doesn't.
Yeah.
What does that sound?
I don't know. Someone's playing a game.
I'm hearing like weird clicks and stuff too.
I think you'll enjoy it. Like I didn't like, and like I always go to these movies and people are like, oh, it's so woke. And then like a lot of times when people say that, I'll watch it. And I'm like, y'all really getting nitpicky about what's too woke. Like a lot of these mediums have always been kind of like Star Wars, right? Like people bitch about Star Wars going too left. I'm like, do you know who Lucas is? Like, I mean, like you watched any of Lucas's stuff? Like he made the Ewoks to be the Viet Cong. And like, so like when the people say there's too woke, I'll go in there like they woked it up. Like you have to do something pretty egregious or like bad. And I didn't. I mean, yeah, I saw some real world parallels, but they like dressed it up in the comic universe where like this happens all the time in the same universe that they have it in the comics. So like I didn't
pretending.
see
Come on now, pretending like old Lucas films are at the same level as like modern Disney is a bit silly.
What?
What's the main theme of Star Wars?
Okay, okay. What's
Six
the main
episodes.
theme? Well, considering that the Emperor is based on fucking Ronald Reagan, and Vader is based on I don't remember what was it? Was it there's another political figure in that thing, and then they kind of morphed him a little bit over the time. And the Ewoks represent the Viet Cong. That's a direct quote from Lucas. And like
years later, he says that it was inspired by the Vietnam War. The main theme of Star Wars is about
the evil empire. Yeah.
No, the main theme of Star Wars is about family and fatherhood and about what having a lack of a father can do to someone when they don't have a parental father figure around
black?
and how it turns.
I think we watch different Star Wars maybe. Like
No, it's like so like you look at it from beginning to end, right? Episode 1, you have Anakin without any father, right? The father doesn't exist in the sense that he's like fucking midichlorians or whatever, right?
Well, he does now.
And then,
okay.
Right. And then in that film, you have Darth Maul versus Qui-Gon Jinn. It's the duel of fates. They're dueling for the fate of Anakin Skywalker. Okay, it is, and then it is the fact that Obi-Wan Kenobi takes over is that he isn't a father figure. He's like a brother. He's like a friend. He looks down on Anakin. He sees it as a chore from his master, whereas Qui-Gon understood, like he was kind of a gray Jedi. He wasn't on the council, etc. Right? Then you move throughout his turning. He does it. He says. He bitches in episode 2 constantly about Obi-Wan and his connection and how he's held back. And there's all of these references to them being like brothers and, working as equals in a lot of ways instead of him having a wise man. But he says, oh, in parts he's wise, etc. Right? You fast forward through, 4, 5, and 6. I mean, because I don't want to make this take like all fucking day on a soapbox, right? But like you look at like what is occurring and it is about, again, it's Luke and it's the fact that he doesn't have a father figure, that his parents are killed and he has this call to action. It's the giant shock is that Darth Vader is his father and they're playing with this. And the redemption arc of Anakin Skywalker is that he chooses to finally be the father that he never was, that he chooses to make the sacrifice for his son and to be a loving father for once. And then he's redeemed in his final death. And then in the Ewok village, he's redeemed again as a Force ghost. He found peace because he finally did the right thing and balanced the Force. Like this is it's specifically George Lucas tells Dave Filoni when he's doing the cartoon to never forget that this is a story about family, that that is the main theme, that is the main importance of Star Wars.
I disagree with this statement vehemently, but I don't have time or the patience today to
Well,
fucking fight this fight.
But this idea that like there are left wing political elements to Star Wars without a doubt. But this idea that like Disney hasn't done anything more woke than Lucas when we're comparing them is a wild assertion.
No, it's crazy. But no, now I'm even more convinced. Scott has laid it out that Luke Skywalker's black.
Well, to
Anakin,
answer your question, his father is voiced by a black man.
Anakin,
They don't have it erased
Anakin
in,
starts
Star Wars.
as in an enslaved family. He leaves that. It breaks up the family dynamic, right? And he doesn't he's a father, and then he passes that generational trauma on to his son, right? And yeah,
The lack of a father figure is what keyed you in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I actually thought about it way before, but I mean, yeah, he's black. I can dig it. Well, we'll claim him. The black community will claim Luke Skywalker. We'll do that.
Hold on, you know what? The black community can have.
I'm just imagining
Luke
George
Luke
Lucas,
Skywalker.
fucking
That's
making
what
an
they can have.
entire scene that makes no point in the film whatsoever, that is just designed to be like, you will listen to
Just to be
women,
clear,
and then having a whole like 10 minutes of them being like, hey, did you forget that capitalism's evil and it tortures these poor little animals? We're gonna let them out, and it has nothing to do with the plot whatsoever at all. We just had to remind you capitalism's bad. Like calling that on the same line as George Lucas having to explain at one point that it was inspired by the Vietnam War, and that the Nazis and the uniforms were inspired by Nazis, at least in terms of dress at one point, is like on par, is fucking wild and silly.
No, people talk about the larger point here, and I'm not, to be clear, Gibbs, I didn't hear your whole argument, and I'm not like
I didn't even. I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to get into it.
Sure. Well, this to be clear, this is not aimed at you. To be very clear.
Laughing Gibbs.
Sure.
But people say, and it drives me up the fucking wall, right? Like, keep politics out of my video games or my movies, and or most of anything, right? They'll keep politics out of these things. No, these things have always been political, all the time, right? Like, what you mean by political are things that are divisive, right? That's the word you actually want to use. Everything is political. It's just a matter of whether it's like there's a grand consensus around it or there's not. Right, that's the only difference.
No, I don't think that's what they're
Agree
arguing.
with the political message.
I disagree.
Let me finish. So you'll you'll have focusing on games for a second, right? You'll hear people say keep politics out of my video games, and what are they responding to? A female character, right? Some female character of color who was like empowered. Or whatever, right? Like she's just like the main character.
That's not true.
It literally is. Now, I'm not putting this on all right wingers or anything like that. And I'm not even aiming this at right wingers. This is not actually an aim at them, right? This is that there's some things that are political, right? Some bodies that are political, some aren't, right? So like having a standard white male, brown hair main character looks something like Scott, but more handsome. And like having that individual, that's not political.
Thank you, Corey.
Right? But like for these other individuals, that could be political, and it doesn't just end with like identity, right? Like it's an expansive thing, where when like the message is not something that you like, well then now you're putting politics into it, right? When it's a message that you agree, meaning it's not divisive in your mind, well then it's not politics. This is just a general thing for people across the board.
I think that one.
So no,
thing,
I vehemently disagree.
Well, there's like wokeness and there's like politics, right? Like politics in the thing can be good and bad, right? Or bad, right? Like if it's
and
too
politics.
so like right. So I think they're two different things, right? And I'll use an example from Star Wars. Like Star Wars has always been political. Like the whole theme. There's the Senate. There's all this other shit, right? Like that's the one thing. I don't think anybody's mad about the politics. They have trade embargoes, et cetera, right? Wokeness would be like they're like okay, they just have a character in here and it's just in your face with an agenda, right? Like I don't know. know, Haldo is a good example. She's like over the top, in your face. She's like girl power, lesbian with a theory that's got like no. She's got there's no plot that makes sense. Like she does the reason her reason
that
why
person doesn't exist.
Hold on. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you the flip side of a good example of this. Right? Where she has no plot like reasoning for her logic. Her logic when she does do is terrible, and she's just like girl boss. Versus like someone like Moff Disra, is a homosexual, right? In the canon, but you only find out that he's gay whether it's a one-liner off when he's like, oh, well, hey, we're gonna go see my husband, by the way, who's a art dealer in this kind of thing, and he's an expert in this thing. We'll go talk to him about this one item, and so it's just like a part of his character versus like, oh, we're forcing this character into you, and we're gonna do it in your face. Those are totally different things. That's not political. That's like wokeness for the sake of being woke versus like good
both
writing.
of those things are political. You're just drawing a line between what you one word and another. That's like.
No, but political like to be anything
is a political point, right? You're just now
sure,
you're like moving the thing from political that I don't like to like from the word political to wokeness, but you're using it in the exact same way.
I didn't do that because I don't have a problem with one of the same thing when it's done properly. It's that one is done without any proper writing or like insertion, and it's just bad writing, and it's woke to be
then
woke.
Say
versus
that.
like, I did say that, and versus the other one is, hey, we're going to include this, and it's going to be part of it, and it is woke, but it's part of being like well written.
When you do that, right, that's like a difference about any distinction, right? So political. I mean, woke is like a political term in the first place, right? When black people started using that, right, it literally was a political statement. It literally was a political statement, right?
Okay.
And they've been trying. People have been trying to rob it of its original meaning. But even still, right, in the context that conservatives have created for it, it's still a political term, right? And now you make two discrete.
One's a specific kind of politics.
Okay, all right. Now that's different. Then now you're making a subset of politics, which is fine. I'll do that, right? I agree with you. It's a subset of politics.
That's not it. That's not what's happening. When people say keep politics. When people say keep politics out of games, look, yeah, you can nitpick and find. So when people say keep politics out of games, like, yeah, we can nitpick. There's always going to be some random lefty or some random rightoid that is like bitching about the most inane shit. And obviously there's going to be like a whole host of right-wing grifters that make their entire like YouTube or Twitch career about bitching about wokeness in video games, so they're overtuned to see like even the slightest hint of something, right? It's like nobody knows what like, you know, Ghosts of Yote is going to be like, but the fact that there's a woke chick that is, you know, the voice actress and modeled after it, and there's like, you know, hotter chicks in games are like, oh, look at wokeness coming, and it's like, we'll wait and see. They're probably going to be right, but at least fucking wait for the game to fucking come out. No, when people say keep politics out of games, they mean exactly what Admiral Gibbs is talking about. And it's not about whether or not it's left-wing politics or right-wing. Nobody bitches about politics in fucking Metal Gear Solid. Nobody bitches about politics in fucking oh my god, what's that Death Stranding. Nobody bitches about heavily political games. Okay, you can keep pointing and be like, no, I'm not proving you right. I'm proving you wrong. No, you're trying to take. No, stop. You're trying to take.
Annoyed, and you should get annoyed. Like, I'm not trying to fight you.
Stop.
I'm not trying to make this a big thing.
Stop.
Okay.
You're trying to divorce. First of all, you're sneaking in a meme of a statement, which is the personal is political, and you're weaving in and out of that. Which, let's just set fucking Carol Hirsch's feminist bullshit aside.
Everything is political.
And secondly,
I'm not sneaking
exactly.
anything in.
Personal is political.
Yeah. I'm being very explicit that everything is political.
Yes,
I said that everything is political, not the personal.
Exactly.
Everything.
Yeah, exactly. You're playing off of a phrase that is very similar to like Black Lives Matter, right? Where it's like obviously what you're saying, right? It's like obviously what you're saying is true, but you're sneaking in standpoint epistemology and systemic oppression as a means of, and anecdotal evidence as a means of fighting a proof of the very concept. It's not actually saying that everything is political. What you're saying is that standpoint epistemology and systemic oppression.
I'm actually saying everything is political. I can't be any more clear than that.
Maybe you are.
I have a long.
Maybe you are.
I have a long, more expansive.
Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Political. All right, fair enough.
Fair enough. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But when people are like, get politics out of my games, what they are talking about is self-inserts. They're talking about wokeness, but they are talking about the fact that there are plenty of, like, as an example, nobody even really cares about wokeness in games. Not really. Because Baldur's Gate 3 was woke as fuck, and every single right-wing fucking keep wokeness out of games was playing the fuck out of it and talking about how great it was. Because what they're really talking about is that there's a pattern. And the pattern is we see some fucking game developer or somebody on Twitter start ranting about whiteness and bitching shit. And then we get some leak of like DMs where they're all bitching about how Elon Musk is the next great devil. And then we see they, them pronouns are going to be in the character creation. And all of a sudden, we kind of know chances are this game's going to be fucking trash. And the reason the game's going to be fucking trash is because the entire development has been by a bunch of people that are more concerned about politics than they are about making a good game, and that they want to insert narratives and they want to preach to you while you're trying to play a fucking game, and they want to tell you about how you're bad and how you need to have their political opinions, as opposed to the story needing politics in order for the character motivations to make sense. That is what they are talking about when they're like, get politics out of my games.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, first of all, you just did the very short version of what you just said was like, go work, go broke, right? That's basically what you just said.
There's no need to straw man my argument into something like that.
I'm not trying to straw man your argument here, right?
I never said anything about how much money they weren't going to make on a product. I'm talking about people being upset about.
I know you didn't say that. I know you didn't say that, right? But right, you're like, well, this game is going to be bad because of it, right? And the next step from that is that like these bad games, because of their politics, because of their focus on focus
no, that's
on
not my argument at all.
Politics, right? No, I understand that you didn't say talk about money. I understand that, right? I'm saying that the next step from that would be broke, right? Because like if the game is not good, that's why it's correct. That's how it's usually framed within these circles, right? These anti-woke circles. No, but hold on. I'm not trying to put it on you. Hold on. I'm not trying to put this on you. Hold on. Let me just come on. I'm not trying to put this on you. I'm just but hold on. I take it back.
Just because the quartering is a retard doesn't mean that we all go get woke.
I don't want you to get distracted by that. Hold on. I don't want to get distracted by that. So I will withdraw that argument so we can move on. So like like you just like reiterated my argument. You're like, hey, no one's bitching about these games. So you list a bunch of games, like no one's bitching about this, right? Except for Baldur's Gate. So we'll have to come back to that in a second, right? But before you Metal Gear Solid, and then you said a few others, and you said no one's bitching about that. That's because like that wasn't divisive in the way that they care about. Right? You're right. Those are deeply political games. Metal Gear Solid is extremely political, right? Talking about like imperialism. Hold on, I'm gonna finish my point. Talking about imperialism, talking about the military-industrial complex, right? Those are deeply political, but not in the way that are algorithmically valuable. Yeah,
they're not
what we see.
They're not preachy. They're not preaching to the gamer about how the gamer is a piece of shit for their skin color. Correct.
Yeah.
There are actual political issues that are important to the story.
I'm going to finish my point, right? Because there it is again, right? Like you feel like this, like they're telling me being. Like you get from these games, and maybe you can name the game so we can actually like
Veilguard. Dragon Age Veilguard is a prime example.
I didn't play
of it being preachy and like telling like it destroyed everything you did and that moved it to the Deventer. It made all your choices meaningless. It was full of like all kinds of bad combat.
That's why
combat wasn't horrible, but and it's preaching to you about some shit that doesn't even make sense in the lore, which is Kunari being they them pronouns.
To be clear, I haven't played that game, right? I got it for free through like PlayStation Network because it was so bad they put it in.
I played it for like 15 hours and I was just like, bro, this is trash.
They put it in the free monthly games like the next the 2 months after it came out because it was yeah. So I hear you. But like I haven't played that. However, I am familiar with the development of that game. I actually do know about that development of that game. And the reason why that game is shit is because of the capitalist requirements that were placed on that.
But what you're saying is
It's
fundamentally not true,
because-
though, about the
it's
issue.
because-
Yeah, it's capitalism's fault.
No, listen.
No,
It's like, no, please. I gotta get these out because you guys are going to keep saying multiple things. I have to respond to all of them, right? So actually, yeah. But the publisher, right, like they were making the game. They had the idea for a Dragon Age game. They're going to make the game, right? And then they were making the game. Then the publisher comes and tells them, oh, it has to be a live service game. So they stop it, and they stop development, and they make it
went
to
back,
a live
yeah.
service game. And then all of a sudden, as we can all see, live service games have been bombing left and right? And then they're like, oh yeah, this is going to be a disaster. Hey, turn it back to a single player game, right? Also, we're not going to extend the amount of time you have to make the game, right? And then they bring in another
Was it in development
studio
for
team.
6 years?
Something like that, maybe even longer. They bring in another studio, right? And they have like literally internal conflicts with each other about the direction of the game. And then like there's distinct again, I haven't played the game, but like from reportedly there are distinct
This has nothing to do with
feelings.
the topic of like the politics and the wokeness.
You brought it up, so I'm addressing it. Then you're like, oh well, you bring the capitalist. I'm explaining why I'm blaming the
No,
capitalist.
you
So one
brought
second.
it up.
You brought
He's
a
explaining it.
Veilguard. Did I bring up the Veilguard? No, hold on.
You
one
asked
second.
me for an example, and then
Yes,
you
and then I'm responding to
you
the
explaining
example.
why that
diverted.
example exists.
Then you
One second.
diverted
One
from
second. One second. One
wokeness
second.
or
One
politics
second.
and
That's okay.
games,
All right, well,
being like,
I'm
oh,
going
actually,
to-
it's bad
I'm going
because
to finish my
capitalism.
point. I'm going to finish my point. I was going to make this a friendly conversation, but now I guess I got to kick it up a notch. But like,
Get
hey,
in.
like the the Veilguard. So anyway, they brought up they have two distinct feels to like different parts.
Did he
of the
cut out
game
for everybody, or
because
is it
they
just?
had
Oh, there we go.
because they have different teams doing it who have different ideas about like one part of it's more friendly and flirty. The other one is like more serious. That's because these two teams were clashing, right? So that you get a product that is shit, right? And then people say, well, oh, okay, well, this was a problem because it was woke, right? That was the problem. That was the issue. No, there was a torture development cycle. That's the issue, right? So to have a plot, a storyline, right? Characters, meaningful characters that make sense, right? That have that level of continuity within the constraints that they were working on, make it damn near impossible to put out a good product, right? That's what I'm saying.
So how did that force them to be preachy
capitalist.
and about
Fine, that's
pronouns?
not- but hold on,
I haven't watched.
You didn't
played
address
that
what
game.
I
One second,
said, though, Prime.
I haven't.
This is the problem with
Because I got a whole shit, a load of things to address here,
Well,
right?
but you already
Let
said
him
the
finish.
opposite.
I'm
You
about
already,
to address
yeah, but
you,
you already
right? So
said
you
the
talk about
opposite. You already said the
Hondo.
opposite of what I did.
So-
though. You said.
Well, I was
said
just
it's
trying to
not-
get you back
hold
onto the
on.
topic instead of diverting.
You said this just now. You said, "Oh, it's not about the thing that they're mad about," and that's why. So that's why I brought up Haldo, and then I brought up Disra.
I'm going
The
to
two
address
characters,
Haldo. Which is
hold on,
next
with the
thing.
same character arc. Haldo is a preachy, like
No, she isn't.
badly written character.
No,
she
she
doesn't
isn't.
have any plans. I mean, I could go depth like all day on
No,
why
she
she's that
isn't.
character. Versus, we can look at Ahsoka. We can look at she's got a lesbian arc. That's fine. Guess what? It's well written. We can go to Disra. Disra's got is literally gay. He's the major villain in the Thrawn duology, right? He's a major villain. He's gay, and guess what? No one bitches. You know why? Because he's well written. It's not that people are mad. Oh, they're fighting the culture where they're putting gay characters. What they're mad about is they're putting somebody that's preachy and not well written, and then they're like forcing them down your throat and saying, "Look at this. Look at this. You need to be like this. If you don't agree, you're a bigot." When it's like, nah, fam. If you would just put somebody well written, like then they wouldn't have been
love what
upset.
Gibbs said, right? Look, Holdo, right? This character.
Wait, Prime, can we just
so-
admit, because this sounds like we're dodging this, can we just admit that bigotry undergirds a lot of this? Yeah, you can make all those other criticisms. There are people who actually hate gay people and they don't like seeing them in video games.
100%. Of course, that's the case, right? But hold on, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt to my friends here. Right? I'm not saying that Gibbs and Scott are animated by hate here, right? So I'm not gonna put that on them. To be clear, I'm not going to put that on here, but I mean, what you said is clearly true, right? Clearly, a large part of the people who are fighting this do have a problem with gay people even existing in culture. But again, I'm not going to. I would have to pull that out of my ass, and you know that, right?
Yeah, my name is Gibbs, not Connor.
So, hold on, Scott. And yeah, 37%. Yeah,
Just say random
Scott,
numbers when people ask you.
So yeah. So Scott and Gibbs, right? So he talked about Holdo, right? And I'm not going to say this person was my Holder. I'm sorry, Admiral Admiral H. I don't know how to pronounce his
Hold
name.
on.
Hold on. Yeah, sorry. Hold
Yeah,
on.
there you go.
Sorry. And
She's
then
got a
that's what
smartest photo. I'll tell you
that's what I
that.
haven't forgotten about you, right? Stay there and be blessed, okay? All right. So like, so this character, who I don't think it was like the best character, right? And like there were like plot holes around like the entire plot in general, right? That you can.
Oh, so
point
then you're
to.
admitting
And
everything I
that's
said is right.
No, I'm not admitting anything. Hold on. Right? I'm not saying that she's like the best character, but how did Gibbs present this character, right? He says this character who did who had some non-straight markers to them. I forget if they did anything overtly gay. I don't remember.
She literally in the book is like has a wife.
Oh,
But, I mean,
in the book, but in the movies, I don't remember. Did she
in
kiss
the
a
movie,
woman?
she does something else. She does something else. That
She might have done
indicates she's gay.
something
I don't
else.
know.
She might
She
have.
mentions a girl. I don't remember.
It's been many years, so but
yeah, it was so terrible. Nobody can watch it.
Let's just say
more
that she does, right? But like the way that our friend Gibbs interprets it is that, well, this is being stuffed down my throat, and if I don't accept it, I'm a bad person. Where
Well, no, that's
in the
what I was
text
told
of the movie?
online.
No, that's what you did. You just said that. So where in the text of the movie does it say that Gibbs or white man or anyone else who doesn't like this is a bad person about that? There are no like anti-gay bigots in the in that movie for her to like even kill, right? To destroy. Right? The Empire didn't give a fuck about who she was fucking, right? That doesn't come up at all, right? But the way Gibbs interprets it is it's an attack, right? That's how he presented it himself. So that's exactly what I was saying before, Scott.
Agenda.
It's
You gotta use the
literally
term
what
agenda.
I'm talking about is that like it's divisive in their heads. It's a problem in their heads, and so that's
You
when they're on the
literally
attack.
admitted I was
Go
right
ahead.
and then flipped it on the head. You literally admitted I was right. You literally admitted there's
I
plot
literally
holes all
did not.
around it. And what
He's
did I
just
say?
not
I
engaging with our
Yeah,
argument.
he's not engaging. Like what I said was
Hold on.
specifically.
We have plot
I,
holes in all the movies.
hold on, Prime. What I said,
All
you
of them.
said, and hold on, you said in the beginning. I like, oh, it's because they can't accept one thing, and I gave a list of 3 characters right there in the same universe who all have similar lesbian or gay tendencies.
I don't know the other ones.
That's fine, man. That's
sorry.
here or there, but they are major characters, and nobody sits here and bashes them regularly, right? Because they're well written. And then you turned around and said, "Hey, with Holdo, I'll admit the whole movie has massive plot holes all the way around,
All
and
of
that
them
is
do.
a major. There's a major. Well, the Last Jedi more than most it has major
No, it
plot
didn't.
holes, and it absolutely does. And her strategy
No.
doesn't make sense. She's preachy, she's highfalutin, and she's over here forcing her like agenda down your throat. Men bad. She literally is like, "You
Again,
stupid men."
forcing
Poe.
it
She
down
literally,
my throat.
she literally says that to Poe. "You're a stupid man, flyboy," and that's why. And literally, right before
He
she has the bad
criticizes
plan.
an insubordinate subordinate. She
Well,
criticizes
high-ranking-
an
the second
insubordinate
highest-ranking official.
soldier
That's right.
under her command, right?
The second
who
highest-ranking soldier
specifically
at the time.
goes against her orders. Like that's what she's doing at that point,
Which were
right?
bad
And
orders.
Then,
Were
and
bad
then
orders.
you
Would you agree
interpret it
that-
as like I need to like gay people. Right? That's
No,
the
no,
interpretation
that's
that
not
comes
what
out
happened
of
at
you.
Were bad
right?
orders.
Yeah. And
They were
having
unequivocally bad
plot
orders.
holes, right? Isn't the
Massive
thing that
plot
people were really so here's another example, right?
It was a massive thing.
There's the
The
what's her
hyperspace
face?
ram, the
Her
start,
name
like
is
she does.
the hyperspace what's it? The Rose, right? The Asian woman, right?
She was also
I
very good.
believe her name was Rose. Maybe I'm wrong about her name. I thought it was Rose.
I believe you're right.
But
Yeah, Rose Tico.
okay, thank you. That individual literally run off of social media.
Yeah, and that was wrong. That was wrong. I agree.
That- yeah,
I
that
agree.
was
That
wrong.
was wrong.
Okay,
But
yeah, and
she
I'm-
was also a poorly written character. But she wasn't a woke. I wouldn't say she was like the woke stand-in. Like Holdo is like a woke like stand-in with badly written as a badly written.
and I'm not. And
Rose,
again,
yeah, the
to be
racist like
very
latched
clear,
on to.
I'm not gonna put that on you. I'm not saying that like you supported that or Scott supported. I'm not saying any of that. To be very clear, right? But what I am saying is that the same animating energy was behind that, not bigotry. I'm not saying bigotry, right? So I'm not putting that on you. I'm saying that like this idea of like it's political. Your identity now is political, and I don't like it. Right now, like with Rose, they were saying, well, part of the problem is that like, well, she's unattractive, right? And we don't like that, right? Just like when we're talking about in Horizon Zero Dawn, where they changed the character and she is like less attractive than she was previously. Like that's, I mean, it's true, right? But that becomes a problem because now it becomes, that's a divisive thing in my mind, and now it's political, and now get that politics out of my game. It happens all the time, right? Yeah. You can respond.
I would say, I'll say this, which is about Horizon Zero Dawn, right? It's not, oh, it's political because a character is less attractive, right? It's the question is, in many ways, you're never going to understand the right, because I don't actually think that you're being bad about it. I think you genuinely just don't understand. Like, you're never going to understand the right unless you can start asking the question of, okay, why is this here? And the question with like Horizon Zero Dawn is like, why did they make her chunky? What was there a story element? Was there's a reason, or was it just somebody felt that we needed to move the aesthetics away from what gamers would almost certainly want? And it makes as a financial decision, it's stupid. Now I don't know that so many people were super mad about that, but there's a million examples we
There's
could
a lot
go
of people
by.
who were very
And,
mad
like,
about Horizon Zero Dawn. They were quite mad.
There
There was a whole.
Just
There's like, we can search it on YouTube.
So
man. That's all they're doing.
stop yawn.
Sorry.
Stop yawn.
Sorry.
Right, like I think
Oh, that was a good one.
both from the left and the right, I think there is, especially like, we keep taking like grifters and a few people and bot accounts on like fucking Twitter and then being like, this is what the right or this is what the left thinks. And it's like, again, with Woos, it's like, oh, they're bullied off Twitter. You got to stop fucking reading Twitter comments if you're if you're a fucking Hollywood actress.
Right.
Number one, but number two,
I agree.
I don't know how much of that. I don't know to what degree, what percentage that's measurable. But so when I'm looking at examples of like things, it's like, remember that Captain Marvel scene where the guy goes, "Nice scuba suit, got a smile for me," and then they show that she beat up this person that made a comment about her smile and then stole his leather jacket and his bike. And it's like, this is supposed to be a hero. And it's like, what fucking purpose does it serve to have the hero beat up a guy because he made like the most mildest cat call in existence and then stole his property? That's villain shit. Captain Marvel is obviously a villain who likes to beat up people if they make little comments that they don't like. And it's like, but that is clearly ham-fisted in by people trying to be like, take that, biker cat caller guys. And it's like, it's not the same thing as a politics. It's like when you're watching that, you're like, oh, get the fuck out of here. I'm being preached to again.
No, okay, hold on. And maybe we can make a slight bit of consensus here. Slight bit of consensus. Is that, one, to be clear, I wasn't aiming this at conservatives. I said that multiple times previously. I'm sure you can remember, right? I said specifically, I'm aiming this at everybody. Everybody does this. This happens on the left as well, right? What is considered political, right? If it's, us, all the races getting together, it's fine, right? I don't see anything here. But if it's, I don't know, we should ban teachers unions or something, right? Well, now it's political, right? Now you're putting politics in my movies, right? Like, people do that on both sides. To be very clear, this is not an attack on conservatives. Let's try to make that very clear. Secondly, what's the other thing you just said?
You're just
you talked about
equivocating
Captain
again.
Marvel. You talked about
It's
Captain
not
Marvel.
the argument. The argument is that it's preachy and that it's forced.
I know, yeah,
and
that's
that
the thing
it doesn't connect
yeah,
the
Captain
story.
That's the other thing. Come now. So Captain Marvel, right? Like, so what that it is, you're saying it's preachy, okay? I'm saying that like people use the word political for that, right? And it's because it's being preachy about politics that they don't like. So what I'm saying is that so where I'm trying to meet you halfway is people, like, there is a way to deliver a message, right? There's a good way and a bad way, right? And Gibbs was trying to say that before, right? He was saying there are other characters in Star Wars that
Do you have any examples? I think your argument would hold water if you had just one from like the last 10 years of any movie out of Hollywood or anything, which was only preachy towards the left and was like right wing in some capacity, and that we wouldn't see it as political, but other people would.
There was a
I can see it being a thing, yeah.
Yeah, there was a movie about and I'm sorry, I don't know the name of the movie. I apologize. But it was about it was about teachers in schools. It was talking about how, like, public school or the city government is getting in the way of school innovation, right? And these private charter schools are actually the better choice. And if it won't get past these politicians, we could have these charter schools. And there was a black actress.
Well, is that. Send me that, because I'd like to see if it holds, right, that a political message that you disagree with has the same concepts as like bad story writing, ham-fisted in, it's just about their identity, and it actually detracts from the story itself.
But it's not going to be about
thousands
identity,
of examples
but
of
it's not going to be about identity for the left, one way or the other. It's not going to be about it. We don't fight in the way on identity in the way that you fight on identity, right? It doesn't mean the same to us in the way that it means to you. Right, we had different conceptions of these things, and
I think it's the exact opposite, right? Like, you guys are the ones pushing identity, right?
My friend, again, like, it doesn't even matter here, because I'm not aiming this at the right. I'm not aiming this at the right. I'm aiming as at general, right? When I said, when people talk about anything and they say don't put politics into this, they're saying don't put the politics I disagree with. In any case, the last thing I'll say, because I want to get this out so I can get to Lactoid, he's been waiting very patiently for us, right? Is
That's
that
fair.
There's a good way of presenting a political point and a bad way of doing that, right? And the way that people express that oftentimes is, hey, it's political, right? But they only do that, right? They only do that when it's something that they don't like. It's ham-fisted, maybe. They'll maybe use other words. Maybe they'll use the words badly written when it's something that they agree with, but like just like the execution is bad, right? But it's political.
What about Baldur's Gate 3?
When there's something I disagree with. I'll have to come back to that in a second. One, I don't know about the discussions about Baldur's Gate 3. But
everybody on the right loved it, despite it being having a fuck ton of leftist identities and
it's
things.
hard for me to talk
There's
about that
furry sex. There's gay vampires that you can fall in love with.
That's why I talked about the Admiral H, because I don't know the other ones. I'm sorry.
Right, but you know that there are games that are pushing all of that stuff, and nobody cares.
Lactoid's been waiting for so long. Let's get Lactoid.
When's Game of the Year?
And then we gotta. And then there's something else I wanted to talk to you guys about. I didn't want to talk about this. Something I wanted to talk to you about last week. But go ahead, Lactoid.
All right, I got some notes down here. So I do agree with you, Prime, when you say that there is a group of people that are really just hungry, I think, for media that like pushes a right-wing perspective, right? The Daily Wire is really trying to capitalize on this. They have an entire like TV and movie department that's like really focused on these, in some cases, like relatively over-the-top movies that have like a very firm conservative message, like Lady Ballers, for example, like What is a Woman, like these kind of documentaries, or
the school shooter one was dope as fuck, though.
Straight up. Well, I mean, so again, you're going to find ones that are pretty good, but this demonstrates like an appetite again for just like ultra, like just right. We want right-wing media, right? But I think this is a minority because as kind of culture is moving leftward, you're just going to see a lot of the conservatives just simply prefer the way like movies were as they perceive them. And you're going to have a lot of the like more progressive types want to see movies change. And I think that the movies changing and being seen in a bad light, when seen as inconsistent and cringy, I think is kind of what we're talking about. So I basically put like left-wing political movies into two different camps: inconsistent and cringy political, and consistent and non-cringy political. I think the inconsistent and cringy political movies, they're not true to their lore. They take advantage of a prior audience intentionally. They focus on shame. They select controversial issues very intentionally to move an audience, as opposed to it being critical to the plot as a plot device. And I think, surely, very many cases, it's just a poorly made movie as well, right? Just bad acting, bad lines. I mean, that can kind of turn people off from it as well. Some examples of this: gay Ellie from The Last of Us, that was cringe as fuck. Black Elves, I didn't like that, non-canonical. She-Hulk, ultra cringe, very much focused on, again, women empowerment propaganda. Taking away the boobs in League of Legends. I think this is an example of where even something that's like tangentially results in more realism still feels wrong because we know the reason why they did it, which was this sort of like social engineering campaign to fight against the kind of male attitudes of sex appeal that don't, the male gaze, and there's a lot of women, especially ones who don't fit.
Everything
that kind of
Anita
attractiveness.
Sarkeesian believes in. Got it.
Well, yeah. Sweet Baby Inc. Right, is an entire company that's dedicated to this. This demonstrates that obviously, like there is a
small
political.
It's
There's
not
a political
really what's dedicated
that
towards,
absolutely.
but whatever.
It's got a lot of influence that's involved in it. And
It really
No,
has
no, no.
really
How
alien
many
influence, but
employees?
like I'll have to
Hold on,
discuss that later. Sorry,
We'll
sorry.
discuss that later.
I
I got some more. I got some more examples.
Sorry, go
Gay
ahead.
Dumbledore, which was added after the fact.
That was
Obviously,
bullshit.
woke.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that was a clear example of kind of the woke shit cringy woke shit we're talking about. And then, of course, the ovary power during the Avengers movie, where all the women got together in that moment where they all charged together as women.
That was an ad. That was an ad, is what that was, right? They're like, hey, do you want to see this? Right? They like put all the action figures together, the female action figures. They're like, hey, we could give this to you if you want, right? Let's test the audience on that. But no,
absolutely.
But I mean, yeah, cringe, but like, what's it? But
Cringe shit happens.
Well, I'm going to contrast it with.
Sorry, go ahead.
Not only, but again, it's the bad kind of, but it's the inconsistent and cringy political.
Okay.
I think if you want to make things political, like in a left-wing way, I think there's examples of movies that have done it in a very consistent and non-cringy way, normally by introducing new lore or staying true to the lore of whatever they're copying or reproducing. The prior audience knows what to expect, and the controversial issue is simply used as a plot device. An example of this, gay Ron Swanson from The Last of Us. That was really well done. It wasn't cringe. Maybe it's because he's just a better actor. Maybe he sold it a lot better. But the focus on that was clearly love and not gay. Like the focus was just he was in love with this guy. That was the point of the episode. The point of the episode was not, look how gay he is. Look how great that is. Let's all celebrate him being gay. BioShock Infinite, and really the whole BioShock series, highly political, very well done. I think that they got away with it because they were so over the top that it was comedic in a lot of ways. I think that's one way you
Also,
get
the
away with
original
it.
BioShock came out way before our like current YouTube algorithm-driven content. That's like
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But BioShock Infinite didn't, and that's political
true.
in a whole different way than the first two games. And I think that was over the top in a way that made it clear they were mocking the sort of like racism of the past or whatever, but they were also sort of mocking the way game developers will, or really media developers will, make fun of that. They were basically, I think, playing to both audiences. There. It was very well done.
It seems like what you're telling me is that there are good, and I see your hand, Gibbs.
Ripley from the Alien movie and Samus Aran are also great examples.
But all you're telling me, friend, and maybe I missed something. If I did, I don't want to butcher your point. But it seems like all you're telling me is that there are good ways to present a political point, and there are bad ways to do so. Everyone agrees.
That's been our argument the whole time.
No, it's not just that. So hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let me clarify. It's not just that, right? I think one of the key things, like in the latter part, gay Ron Swanson, BioShock, even the Green Book, Ripley, Samus, like all these characters who are very like progressive, especially for their time. If we're going back to like Ripley from Alien or Samus, all these characters, they're introducing new lore, and it's core to the plot point in a way that doesn't make it seem like the people writing it want to like push a political agenda on you. They don't necessarily want to socially engineer you. This is just how they view the character, right? This is like their dream, the artist's rendition of how they view this person, as opposed to, I think, what the new one, especially gay Dumbledore. I mean, really, what it is they want to push this on you. That's what it feels like. It's actually irrelevant to the plot. It's irrelevant to the actual what the artist's vision is. What it's entirely about is
wait
a minute, we're gonna like put forward we're gonna put forward a social. We're gonna put forward a social message
We'll go to Ali,
with the goal of engineering society to be more tolerant or to appeal to this particular demographic of people. It's pandering. It's pandering. That's what it is.
Okay,
it's pandering.
Friend.
Then
Pandering is social engineering.
Gibbs and we'll go to Gibbs and Ali, right?
The same words sometimes.
But friend.
No, they're not actually.
Well, I think they both are being attempted.
Social, like, it's weird. Okay. As an artist, right? Let's say people here were creative. I don't know if anyone of you are actually creative, right? I try to do some creative things on the side, but we don't have to talk about that here. But like within my,
I used to make dubstep.
That doesn't.
I'm a painter and a piano
that makes
player.
sense.
That makes,
I don't
that makes a
know
lot of
anybody
fucking
else.
sense.
I played bass in a death metal band.
I think the more
And was a
the
singer,
question we
and
should
was
be
in
asking
show choir.
is progressive social engineering necessarily bad?
I want
Because there
best
is an issue
solo
with the
at
way
Disneyland.
men look at women or treat women in video games or media. So I
It's-
think it's probably worth asking if maybe that is something we should look at changing.
So we let's ask. So let me you'll go after Ali, so you can expand on that point. So look, friend, social engineering. One, everything. Again, everything's political. Everything has a message behind it, right? Media has a message behind it. Media has something that is trying to push you towards, right? If it's advertisement, hey, this bar is so great, you should have it in your life. Your life is less than because you don't have this particular bar of soap, so buy that, right? If it's
that's cringy. I don't watch commercials for fun.
So, but it doesn't matter. It's not important.
If it's trying to sell, whoa, this is a great example.
If it's trying to sell entertainment,
if I feel like it's trying to,
no,
if I feel, well, hold on. If I feel like,
my point is not important.
No, Prime, this is really critical. I think maybe you just hit the
You guys just hit
nail on the
bad
head as to what I was
writing.
trying to get at.
Like-
If I feel like it's trying to sell me something, I'm no longer interested.
Yeah, I can. Yes, there's subtle ways to do that, but and there's commercials that do it subtly, right, and are engaging and amazing. Like remember, like when the Old Spice commercials, like the I'm on a horse commercials came out like years ago, right? People love those commercials, right? Do you remember that?
that was a
Like,
one-shot take, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, that really. Oh, that was
I don't
amazing. Yeah.
remember
But it's
It's all practical except for the sand, the diamonds thing. Everything
It
else is practical in one shot.
It was a huge thing. This actor who was on a horse, and it was a huge sensation at the time. Many memes came out of this, right? But it was straight up advertising, literally in a commercial on TV. I think it was a Super Bowl commercial as well, right? But people loved it, even though it was trying to sell them something, right? There's a good way of doing things, and there's a bad way of doing things. But that's irrelevant. but like whatever. Like. I'm saying what I'm trying to say now is that all media has a message that it's trying to push, right? There is ones where you either agree with it or it's like you can either agree with it or disagree with it, or it's intrusive or unobtrusive, right? Those are the things that we're looking at right now. And when it is you disagree with it and it's obtrusive, especially if it's obtrusive, then people attach the word political towards it. They attach political, even though it was political previously, right? Like, what's this? Rosie the Riveter, right? Political. She was a political advertisement. Like you're saying that, oh, well, there's a message here about like acceptance. Yeah, there's a message here about acceptance. Yeah, you'll find that on a bunch of like Disney Channel shows, Nickelodeon shows, right? Going back years, right? Hey, we should be like nice to our neighbors and accepting of their differences. They might have a different religion than you, but that's cool, right? Yes, they are trying to push a message, but that's okay because media does that all the time, right? We have like we'll have a Top Gun that's pushing a message of like, hey, the American military is awesome. Look at them fly all these great planes, right? And our imperialism always makes sense. It's pushing a message, but people weren't talking. But people weren't saying it's political.
Are you cool with that though?
Mike, yes, I'm cool. I'm absolutely cool with any.
No. Let me clarify.
Sure.
Let me clarify. Let's say like tomorrow, like 90% of movies started coming out with themes as to how like taxes are bad and poor people should die.
No,
Like this just became the normal, normal trend.
If you're asking if we're cool with the message, the answer is no. But I think he's saying he's cool with movies being political.
All right, but would you?
delivers the message.
Okay, would you be like, okay, like yeah, I don't like these messages, but I'm fine with them.
Don't forget, it's got to be ham-fisted in too. Like it has to be
Yeah.
like two people at a restaurant on a date, and then be like, oh, and by the way, don't you know the taxes are fucking evil
Theft?
and we should kill
Well, the
poor
nature of
people?
the
And you'd be like, what the fuck does this
politics
have to
is
do
here,
with
right?
them
When
having
you
a
guys-
dinner date?
yeah,
The
but the
nature,
point.
the
but I
nature
can-
of the problem.
They don't have libertarian
I
movie
can
studios.
say that it's well done or it's not well done. I
They
can
do,
say I
the
agree
Ayn
with
Rand
it
movies,
or
and
not
they
agree with
suck.
it. But it's political either way. It's
The first one
political.
is
It is
okay.
My point is that it's political when I agree with it or I don't. So would I like it if other movies like all of a sudden were all libertarian, everyone lost their mind and thought libertarianism was a good idea? No, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't like that. However, would I be okay with the concept of them being political and having a message? Of course, right? It's part of their artist expression. If I don't like it, I don't have to like engage
Right,
with it.
what do you think about the
But we
fact
gotta
that
go
like
to-
there's this like kind of systemic preference towards these kind of again woke representations or whatever? Like for example, in order to even qualify for an Oscar, I mean you can't have like
Oscar
is it? Am I wrong on this?
No,
Well,
no, I
you can't
remember.
have a
I
period
remember
piece movie with too many whites.
We did on the.
Yeah,
You must have been here. It was.
You can't have like a movie about medieval Europe. You got to insert black people into it.
No,
This is weird.
no, that's not. That's
You
not
do.
how the.
That's how it works.
No, it's not. Lag to it. And look at the smile on his face because you know that's not how it works. Lag to it. We had a discussion, and I don't. This was many years back whenever it first happened, right? I'm pretty sure you must have been there because you've been here for a very long time. But like we on the Reverie, we had a discussion on this, right? And we looked at the
Lacto
actual.
can't remember.
Yeah, lacto can't. Corey.
Oh, wait, I know. I'm looking at the requirements right here.
Right,
Let's fact check.
there are plenty of requirements, right? Like, so they're like to meet the requirements. Like, they give you like a whole bunch of outs, right? Like, you could have like your hairdressers could be like people of color, right, or whatever, or like meet some sort of like authentic group. There's a whole thing. Hold on, no. I can't adjudicate this right now. I'm sorry, friend.
But we can't. I'm looking right here. A lead actor. It says right here, one of the lead actors has to be from an underrepresented racial or ethnic group. If I'm doing a period piece in Scandinavia about the Vikings,
I remember this, and I can't do this with you right now. Sorry, I can't.
I do.
At least 30%. Hold on. At least 30% of all actors need to be from two underrepresented groups.
It doesn't have to be just in front of the screen. It doesn't have to be just in front of the screen.
This says this literally.
You're misunderstanding the rules.
I'm going to read this. No, I'm not.
Oh my God,
Standard
friend.
A. On-screen representation themes and narratives.
Standards, aren't they? Are there not more than one standard, or they're just one? Is it one standard? Hey, the only way to get an Oscar is to have underrepresented groups in front of the camera. Is that the case?
Yes. Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, yes it is.
God, you're fucking
I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it. You read it. You read it. No.
Let's go to friend Gibbs. Then we'll go to Ali and LSP, please.
I think I can actually get you to switch positions on at least one example, Brian.
Okay.
And I think we're about to have it happen. Do you remember Rogue Squadron, the games and the books, and Lucas credits Rogue Squadron and the Thrawn trilogy for being the reason why he came back and made Episode 1. Wedge Antilles, the most badass pilot in the universe. He got 2 Death Star killed. Without the Force. All right, here's the original book. This is Rogue Squadron. All right, this is Rogue Squadron. This is the original book. This is actually not the original Rogue Squadron book I have, but this is the one that's holding together now. And
right.
Few
of those.
Yeah, it's good. I have the original back here, but it's taped together. I didn't want to pull it out. But, cool book. Everybody loves it. There's supposedly going to be a Rogue Squadron movie coming out that's taking place in the new canon late, like somewhere like post.
Disney keeps dropping the ball, but
yeah,
who knows?
whatever. Yeah, we'll see. Right. So here's the thing. They actually
the
decided,
Force is female,
Disney,
so
Disney decided they wanted to replace Rogue Squadron because one, I guess they didn't want to replace the Wedge actor.
Clam up
which
on
I
that
think is
one,
weird.
buddy.
They've done that a million times. Replace actors. It gets worse. No, y'all are going to believe me when I tell you and show you this. But they decided they're going to replace it. They needed something that's going to fill this stereo group, the group, the people that wanted to liked Rogue Squadron originally. Do you want to know what they replaced it with? What group that was? They replaced it with this group. Can you want to guess the name of the squadron? It's called Alphabet Squadron.
Rainbow Squadron?
Alphabet Squadron, bro. It's literally called Alphabet Squadron. And every person in here is a POC or a non-traditional, or she's got the crazy blue-pink hair and she's dating
little on the nose.
Every single, literally called Alphabet Squadron. And the book is not terribly written, but whenever you decide we're going to market to the same group of people for this book, that we're going to put in the replacement's going to be this book, that's shoving an agenda down their throat. And the Alphabet Squadron books only got two books have come out, and they've stopped making them. Versus the Rogue Squadron books are still top sellers to this day. Why is that? Because these are well written, and you're not forcing an agenda down. These are war stories. This is unmitigated bullshit.
Hold on, Gibbs. What did you tell me? All right, so I haven't read. I actually haven't read either of those books. I never read the Rogue Squadron. I always focus on the ones focused on the Jedi. That's my thing.
A little bit on the nose.
No. But it can be on the nose. Yes, you can have references that are on the nose, right? And you can disagree with those references. Some references are subtle, some ones are not. But once again, all you're saying is that.
But hold on, Rogue Squadron exists in new canon, but that's what I'm saying. Rogue Squadron currently exists in new canon. We know Wedge is alive. What are they? They're not using it. Well, but the difference is, why aren't you using the Rogue Squadron?
Because they hate the legacy of George
Lucas.
Lucas.
They hate the legacy.
They are in the new
canon. They want to replace it. They are in the new canon.
But yeah, instead they want, like you said,
they want to use. Yeah, but right, they are. But instead of
but there are other squadrons. They don't.
No.
They've
Yeah,
never
instead
just
of,
used.
they literally have Rogue Squadron.
They use.
This is literally in the novel. They're the replacement for Rogue Squadron. So like what you're talking about is not true. Like you're just wrong. Instead of using Rogue Squadron, they actually act, and they are. And this is the replacement for them. They try to replace them.
Okay, they might have replaced them, but whatever. Like, hold on, it doesn't matter. Hold on.
Oh, it matters quite a bit.
Oh my God, friend. Listen to me. When I say what doesn't matter, you don't understand. You don't understand what I say when it doesn't matter to the point that that I've been making, right?
Sure.
All this falls in line with what I've said. Hey, there's a message you agree with or you disagree with, right? There's a message that's obtrusive or inobtrusive, right? This is a message you disagree with and inobtrusive. You give me another example, right? That now you are labeling as political. That's what it is. That's the point that I've been making.
Then you're missing the issue. Let me explain the issue then, right? We have an established loved character like Wedge. We have and then we have Biggs Darklighter. These are loved characters. Everybody likes them. We have established a cool squadron. That Disney decides in their decision, in the novel, in the canon, they're going to try to replace Rogue Squadron. They've since retconned some of this, but they wanted to replace them with specifically a group called Alphabet Squadron, who makes up what you would think of somebody called Alphabet Squadron, right? Now, instead of giving people what they wanted, which was Rogue Squadron novels, which was highly requested, what they decided to do instead was write a new group and replace them and put them in their agenda. And it's bad, Brian. It's bad.
Hold on.
Like,
Gibbs.
And you're sitting here going,
it's bad, right?
You're saying it doesn't matter because it's because we don't agree with their politics. Nobody cares about their politics. It's just unmitigated bullshit.
You weren't listening to me.
For the sake of being woke,
Gibbs,
without
you
good
weren't
writing.
listening to me because that's not what I said. Doesn't matter, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're doing what I'm saying.
Gibbs, listen. What are you saying about this piece of media? Are you saying the media is bad?
Well, it's twofold. You're replacing legacy characters.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, you're using a lot of words. Hey, Gibbs, is it bad? Gibbs, is it bad? Do you not like it?
Bad.
It's bad.
Written,
okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that the message, right? So this is got a bad message, right? And Gibbs, do you think it's
the part that's bad? That's what you're confused about. I'm not saying the message
that's being forced down their throat. That's bad. That's the part.
It's not the message that's bad. Like the message is fine. This is where you keep like going back. Oh, it's political. I don't give a shit about the in-world politics of this. Right? It's Star Wars. They're gonna have lots of politics. That's not the problem.
Okay.
The problem is
so you're saying. Okay. So you're saying it's obtrusive. So you're saying it's obtrusive, right? It's bad. It's badly done.
Follow it out. Listen, it's not that the message is bad because it's always been left-leaning. The message. It's bad because it's it's poorly written. Two, it's done just for the sake of being shoving it in their face. It's not that.
What would shoving it in the face be? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Why do we have?
Does it mean it's obtrusive? Does it mean it's
obtrusive?
Does it mean it's obtrusive? Yes or no? Does that when you say hold on? Will you say the term?
Why are you yelling your goalpost shift over and over again?
Okay,
the original point had nothing to do with that. Now you've moved to obtrusive versus unobtrusive.
I'm responding to like 20 different things I'm dealing with here. So 1 second, Gibbs, when you say it's obtrusive, right?
I didn't say that.
Is that no? Sorry. Let me rephrase that. I apologize. People keep interrupting me. So, when you say it's shoving it in my face or down my throat, does that mean the same as obtrusive?
I would say probably not.
How are those two things different? How are those two statements different?
I mean, the way you're using obtrusive, right? Like, I'm not sitting here talking about that, right? I don't have.
How explain how those two things are different? How can those possibly be different?
When you're saying obtrusive, right? You're like, how are you defining obtrusive? Just showing.
I'm defining as shoving it in your face. That's exactly what I'm saying. Obtrusive rather than subtle. Because the opposite would be subtle.
But it doesn't matter if it's not subtle or not. It doesn't have to be subtle, right? Like if you made like King, like I don't know, a Lulu of fucking
King Arthur and the entire court is black, and then they don't mention it ever.
Yeah, or if you made like King Lulu,
that sounds
right.
That sounds subtle. That sounds like, hey, we're not going to make it a big thing that they're black. Like you said before, hey, we're not going to make it a big thing that they're gay, right?
Let me give you an example.
The examples you gave of what you like were that these characters who like they were fine because they had some identity, right, some marginalized identity, but they didn't harp on it, right? That would be a subtle way of introducing the characters, correct?
You can do in your face too, and it'd be fine if it's well
in your face. Yes. Oh, sorry, whatever.
But
Okay.
Well, the problem is the writing. It's not even the agenda. It's the writing.
It's not the agenda, yeah, but it is the writing for the sake of like putting it in there just for the sake of it without having a reason. Like you can have.
Let me see if I understood.
Let me give you like an example of an in your face character,
Please.
right?
Wait.
Oh my God!
Like,
You don't
I
have
don't need
to.
any more
You don't have
examples.
to. We don't
I've
need more
been
examples.
silent.
People
so
try to say
been
in your
listening.
face characters don't work, but if you have
We
a
don't need any
well-written
more
in your face
examples.
character,
We
it works.
understand.
Yeah, but the problem it sounds like is bad writing. So we can just say like, hey, the writing is bad sometimes, and I have a problem when they put out bad writing. But then the problem solves itself. Like you said, they put the alphabet book out and no one liked it, so they went back and they retconned.
If that's
I don't
the
know
case,
what
I don't know
retcon
if
means.
it's the
I'm not
case.
really a game.
That's not addressing the point.
They made
That's not addressing the point. That's just
Another
that's just
round.
you
Let's
trying
go
to
to-
water down the point.
Let's go to.
No,
Let's
wait.
let Ali. Ali's been waiting.
And
Please,
then
go ahead.
to Talactoid's point with Dumbledore, isn't I don't know who the
J.K.
fuck is
Rowling.
J.K. Rowling, yeah, she isn't she like a rad femme anti-trans
rad
person?
femme.
So like
Turf.
after the fact, after
She's
the
a
book
turf,
comes
yeah.
out, there's a whole fan base of people. They're like, oh, well, what about Hodor? Yeah, or what about whatever the fuck Dumbledore? Hey, I've never seen him with a woman. I've never seen him with what is he? And then people ask, and then she does some fan service, and hey, like he's probably gay,
she is kind of
right?
like left wing, but just
Wait,
not
well,
doing
I
the
mean,
trans
sure,
thing.
but like,
Yeah,
but like, I'm
that's
saying
a turf.
it
Yeah.
seems more like after the fact, after these stories have been written and expanded out, now that there's a fan base, these people, these marketing groups are like, hey, let's try to expand and gain a new fan base. And so for like Star Wars, they're like, hey, let's see if we can gain the LGBT, and it didn't work because probably Star Wars doesn't really, pertain. I don't know, but like they tried the fan base and it didn't work out. So like there isn't really an issue. You guys there's a problem with the writing. There's obviously agendas coming from everywhere, and it would be obnoxious if every single movie was just agenda based, right? But like your problems is that like
but even agenda.
Reason
but
some
you're
of us don't watch
but
movies
when
and
you're
TV.
saying
Yeah, that's fair.
agenda, but when you're saying agenda, all you're saying once again, it's another word for political. This is political. It's an
Yeah,
agenda.
I know.
But all of them push a message. All of them do, right?
Exactly.
Hold on. I
I'm
also
saying
want
if
to.
the writing was good, it seems like no one would care. And
It
that's
seems
why
like no one would care.
Yeah, that's why all your franchises, it's not so much that like there's the agenda, it's that they're trying to make money at this point. They're major conglomerates. All they care about is money, so they're trying to reach any fan base they can. In the process of doing so, there's a lot of fucking bad writing and trying to, when you try to pander to people, shit doesn't work. That's why you should have stuck to the greatest movie franchise ever, Fast and the Furious. No agenda other than family.
No agenda. No. But like the thing I want to address, right? And let's go to LSP and then back to you, Lacto. And then I do want to move on to the thing that I want to discuss before we have to do the Corey. Oh yeah.
I've been writing out a thing
Don't
about this topic.
Don't.
Is that
Please.
how many paragraphs?
I need to go before Corey.
I've been writing out a list about this. Okay, I gotta
I'm dead
get this
serious.
out.
I'm dead serious.
This is
Okay,
this
I'll
is
let-
the free topic.
I'll let you
I'll be
because I'm
quick.
gonna
when I do.
address you for a second. All right, I'm gonna let you. Oh my god. Like quickly, you have to quickly respond to me because LSP's been waiting kindly, right? Then we gotta go to Corey, right? And then
No.
I say I'm gonna let you quickly address me because I'm about to address you. Yes.
Me?
Okay.
Oh, I got you. All right, here we go. First of all, I looked into it. That Oscars thing. You were right. There are other standards. Okay. I saw you, Corey. I saw you, Corey. Yeah. But those other standards are bullshit too. I think the whole thing is gets my ultimate point. But I only unfortunately read standard A as opposed to other potential standards that also require you to hire.
Like two criteria. And
Two
there's a whole bunch of
criteria.
other
I know.
criteria.
I know. There's two criteria. And the second thing I wanted to ask you, by the way, still all bullshit. It's still like affirmative action.
Yeah, sure.
Fucking quotas, mandates, all that bullshit.
Well, wait,
now,
just
don't
on
rub
its
it
face,
in. I got you.
On its face, okay, if you just go back to 2024, okay, and Oppenheimer won Best Picture. Go to the cast of Oppenheimer. Cillian Murphy, Emily Blunt, Matt Damon, Robert Downey Jr.
I'll find somebody.
One of them was Catholic, so
you think
there
that's
you go.
representing 30%
I'll
of
find
underrepresented groups?
No, I'll find them. But
Okay.
I wanted to say, Prime, under the logic that you've been presenting, why do you have a problem with the fact that Dumbledore was gay after the fact?
Oh, okay. So
You seem to not like that earlier.
No, I went. That's exactly what I was going to address was the Dumbledore thing,
Oh, look at
right?
that. Yeah.
Because, but before I do that, I accept your apology. You know, everyone makes mistakes. No, it's fine. No, I'm not trying to rub it in your face or anything. No, I mean, you made a mistake. It's fine. It happens. It happens. And it was a long time ago. It was years ago. Yeah. So with Dumbledore, right? Dumbledore was an example of no, I have the wrong one in my mind. I'm gonna say gay washing, but gay washing isn't the term I want to use here. I think it's called like gay baiting or like rainbow baiting or something. There's a term that's used for this.
Gay baiting.
Where we've all seen this in multiple places, right? Where there was like an implication this character might be gay because maybe it might give us some sort of advantage for an audience, right? It's basically pandering, but specifically for gay individuals, right? So Dumbledore, right? Yes, and this is an example of something I don't like that other people do, right? When they try to read into text things that are clearly not there, right? You'll see this in terms of like the gay community does this often, right? But they're not the only ones. I'm just going to use them for example, right? Well, they'll read into text and they'll say, well, you know, like we can see all the queer messages here, right? Which were clearly not intended. Now that doesn't mean you can't find them. That doesn't mean you can't draw parallels, right? That makes sense, right? That doesn't mean like there's like queer messaging within the text, but there was a big push to answer about Dumbledore. Dumbledore doesn't, you know, he doesn't have a lady, right? He never talks about that. Like, what's his deal? And then
he's at minimum asexual. To
pander to them, right, to sell books. J.K. Rowling says like in a tweet, "Oh, Dumbledore was gay." Right?
Well, doesn't it also just like increase like maybe tolerance of gay people? Like it's that good social engineering that you guys were
it can be good.
Earlier.
All these things can be true, right? I can not like the execution, but I can say that I like the overall messaging, right? Like, yeah, it's great if you have like a major gay character, but the problem with that, at least for the original movies and books, is that it's not actually in the text, right? I think that maybe they tried to like imply it more in the other ones that came afterwards, but I didn't see any of those, so I can't speak to them. But like,
he was closeted. That's an experience that a lot of gay people have.
But the problem with the execution is that none of it is actually represented. So you're trying to get the credit for a message without even doing it, right? So unlike with Gibbs, when we were saying, and this is a different type from what Gibbs was trying to say, right? Where they're shoving it down your throats. In fact, it doesn't even exist to begin with, right? All you can say is outside the text, oh yeah, this character is gay, right? And I'm a quote unquote ally, right? Without actually doing any of the work, without showing Dumbledore's struggle, without showing him in the closet, without showing him like having any interest into men, all of that without actually doing the thing, you know? So that but
sure. Yeah. Is there a point that like even you would say like, okay, this is kind of like ridiculous? Like, what if instead of just Dumbledore being gay, everybody was gay? Like all of Harry Potter.
My friend, my point is not that these things can't be done badly. I can agree. As I've said,
what if it was gone into in the movies?
LSP's turn.
Like, why are we okay with that? Like, flip it.
Yeah.
Everyone's
LSP
straight.
Is making a good point.
Everyone's straight. No agenda.
No. Every single character is like ultra gay, and they go deeply into it throughout every movie.
Hold on. What if? Hold on. Back to it. What if they were all straight though? Musical. When does it get ridiculous when they're all straight?
That would be canonical to the books.
No. But friend, but on. The books themselves. So let's look at.
They don't specify the sexuality. That's a good point.
They absolutely show the sexuality of these individuals because they have like heterosexual relationships. So you don't have to actually say
gay people can't have heterosexual relationships.
Okay, sorry.
Elton John was married to a woman. Prime.
Back to it. Oh my God, I feel you're trolling and I appreciate it. But like,
am I wrong? Elton John was married to a woman. Harry Potter.
Please.
Maybe he wanted to get into somebody else's Potter.
Please, I beg of you, Lactoid. What if they were all straight? What if you had a series of books, right, where all the characters were straight? Would that be ridiculous? Right? That's an agenda in of itself. It is a political agenda. That's a political message right there. It's not a divisive one, and not at all. It's settled. Yes, you can have lots of groups of individuals who are straight, right? You can have books that put straight media out there, and it's not an issue. We don't discuss it because, of course, everyone would be straight. Why wouldn't they be straight, right? Like you can do that. Yeah, like. it's but whether it's done well or not well, you know, what would be really bad, right? Even Harry Potter, right? All of them were like talking about how great it is to be straight, right? Like, what if that was the message? Hey, like, not only is everyone straight, but they're all talking about how fantastic it is, right?
You're
not
answering my
to be
question.
heterosexual, right?
You're not
And
answering-
to make
you're not-
baby
you're not
Jesus
answering my
cry
question.
or the fuck, right? Yes,
You're not-
good or
you're- my-
bad. But my point is that when you disagree with it, that's when people are calling it political. Not that
No,
they're
that,
good messages or bad
you're missing my
messages.
question. You're
Right.
missing my question. My question was a sincere one. If it would, like, let's say the acting was very good, but everybody in the whole Harry Potter universe was gay, would that at all affect your appreciation of the story?
My appreciation of the story that everyone that they made a gay Harry Potter movie, so like they like so like this
No, like the official adaptation. Like, they took some creative liberty from the books and just made everybody gay. Or would you say this isn't really true to the lore? It's kind of cringy.
No, my friend, remember who you're talking to. Remember who you're talking to, right? You're talking to the person, because people try to get me on this all the time, right? Because we would arrive at this later on. This conversation went on long enough, right? Hey, what if they made Martin Luther King white, right? That's the thing that you've asked me before in the past, right? Would you be okay with that? Yeah, I would. Actually, I want you to. I want someone to make Martin Luther King white. I want a complete race swap.
I want them to do George of the Jungle with a black guy. I think the memes would be hilarious.
Exactly. I want that too. I want the crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, right? With the famous footage we've all seen plenty of times, right? Of black protesters, little black children being attacked by police dogs, controlled by white policemen, right? Swap those races. Do that, because there's artistic merit in that. I would love it, right? If they do it, because I think that could be done well. However, you could also do that badly. You could do that. My idea that I really want someone to do, you could do that badly. So, going back to your example about the gay Harry Potter, right? You could do that really well. There might be a reason for that, right? But that's separate from the point that I was making about whether I would call it political.
I understand. I'm not talking about, though, like some avant-garde adaptation. I'm just like, I feel like if the Rowling inspired, or like, even
what if they made Little Mermaid black? Would I have a problem with that?
I'm not a big fan of that. But if we're talking about the Rowling, the J.K. Rowling inspired and like consulted with movie series of Harry Potter, I feel like if they made all of them gay, that'd be weird. I don't know. If I was like, everybody's going to see the first Harry Potter.
It's weird that you're asking me whether I have a problem with it, because that shows that you like at least you're moving on to another conversation.
What about Lord of the Rings?
What if they make the Little Mermaid not able to swim? What do you think about that?
None of that matters, guys. Why do you keep asking me these things?
The girl that played the Little Mermaid didn't know how to swim.
I'll tell you why. So, Rings of Power, which I think is a terrible show for many reasons.
It's awful.
But Rings of Power did something that is anti-canonical to both all the prior movies that were incredible, and also all the books. They made black elves.
Well, okay, hold on.
Nerds like me.
Hold on, Shadows of Mordor does some not canonical stuff, and it's praised because it's amazing.
Lactoid, is it bad? Lactoid, is it bad?
To do anti-canonical things? Yes, I'm a nerd.
Okay,
I like
great.
Hold on, what if it's done well?
Lactoid.
What if it's done well, though?
Whether you like it or sorry, it's fine. Look,
I'm just describing why I don't like it.
Well, like,
and it's fine that you. No. Let's not go down this one. No, Rings of Power. It doesn't matter, right? The point is that people call these things political. They have a political agenda, right? Would you say there was a political agenda in that media, the Rings of Power?
Yes.
Okay, yes, it's political when it's bad and done when they don't agree with it, or when it is obtrusive. That's when it's a problem. That's when it's a problem. There are other things that are changed within the text of an adaptation. A lot of things are changed within a text adaptation, right? All the time, because like especially if you're taking a novel into in the movie, right? There's a ton of things, or a series. There's a ton of things that are going to have to change, right? But some of them, like, spark that political portion of your brain. Others don't, even though they could also be political. There'd be a political reason behind them, but they aren't divisive in your mind. So that's my point. You're just saying it's a bad thing. I agree. You can have a bad thing in the world, so you don't have to keep asking me, "Hey, Prime, would you agree with this?" I may or may not. But that's my point is that when people don't agree or they find obtrusive, that's when they attach political towards it. Okay, I got to move on. Sorry, LSP, then Corey.
Yeah,
I have
friend
the
Scott.
shortest point
And
right
then
now.
I'm going to Scott because I really want to move on. But go ahead, LSP.
Yeah, I'm gonna largely agree with the sentiment you're saying. I notice this everywhere. Saying something is political is just shorthand for shutting down all analysis. Because once you label it political, then
think
you're
you're using the
introducing
wrong
some sort
mic.
of a divisive content. You're introducing some sort of a divisive concept that's going to like alienate some people by saying this is attacking you or you or you or you. Right. So making it political, labeling something as political, already like a priori establishes it a threat in a lot of people's minds. And with conservatives in particular, like anything you label as woke, right? You cast it off shorthand as woke, and your level of analysis stops there. The political heuristic that people are going to immediately is it's got a gay person in it, and I don't like gay people. Now, I'm not saying that about anybody in this panel in particular, but we're not seriously going to deny that America's got a major problem with hatred of gay people or with a hatred of women. Or hatred of people of different races. These are things that people have very
Correct.
hostile
We do not
reactions
hate
to whenever
women
they
enough.
are. Okay, so and then the conservatives will only ever have like two reactions to this. They'll either deny that this is a reality or they'll meme about it. Case in point.
Your
Before
mic is- I
we
think you're using the
go
wrong
to
mic, by the way.
Corey, yeah, you are using the wrong mic, LSP. Like you usually sound much clearer. I think you're using your laptop mic or something.
Is that why it's not muting when I mute? I was so confused by that.
Yeah,
It's using my webcam mic. Could y'all hear me?
yeah, we
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear
Yeah,
you.
but, like,
We can hear you. It just
It's
sounded
bad.
robotic,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
on a cell
Sounds
phone.
Sound underwater.
Gibbs.
I'm
So
figuring
You
it out.
sound woke.
you sound woke. Yeah, you sound like a black mermaid. There you go. Right. So.
No, shit, that was racist.
So,
What do I do now?
Landon Stewart. Sorry, 1 second. Landon Stewart, $5 super chat. Right. This was a half hour ago. I apologize, Sean. Thank you for giving a membership. But Landon Stewart sent a super chat saying Gibbs is half lying because Wedge is the leader of Black Squadron, and the Alphabet Squad is a separate team formed
Oh
from
my
a specific
God,
for a specific mission.
Ooh.
And then
right.
they
Yeah,
later on go and
rap.
say, yeah, Wedge's literally in other comics, right? So he's not being written out.
It's literally a plot point that they're replacing. But like, okay, he's wrong. He's absolutely
I don't
wrong.
know.
That's
I
why
can't tell.
maybe read this book, the second book too, Papa. There's 2 books, and they're definitely replacing. In fact, it also played the Star Wars Squadrons game where they talk about Alphabet Squadron and Rogue Squadron get followed. Like this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But thank you for spending money on Prime just to show that you're a dumbass.
So, I haven't read, so I can't tell. But thank you, Gibbs. All right, our friend Corey has been waiting, and we'll go to Scott, and then hopefully we can move on to the thing that I wanted to mention,
Well,
which
I
won't
can
be
be, I
really
can be
explosive.
short because Lactoid knew what was coming. In terms of, I was going to call him out on him getting that criteria for nomination.
The Oscar, yeah.
But what I will pose is just as a hopefully simple question. So Lactoid, is your issue, I guess, from my hearing, like similar to, let's say, Scott's in terms of like it being essentially like whatever shoved down your throat, or pretty much too much in your face, or just like in principle? Okay, then.
Well, that's part of it, right? There's like it's like a multi-fact. Like there's a bunch of different factors that make me not like it. It feels like it's like a motivated, like it's trying to sell me something. Oftentimes it's poorly done, and then sometimes the message I just don't like. Like I'll be honest with you, like
Sure.
it
And sort of somewhat of a meme question, but how do you feel about Rocky 4? Do you think that's too like in your face, or too much?
I haven't seen it. I haven't
Which
seen
one
it.
is Rocky for?
It's the
That's where
best
you-
Rocky of all time when he fights the Russian.
The Russian. Oh yeah, we like that
He
one.
defeats Ivan Drago. Obviously,
Yeah.
he ended
The
the
best-
Cold War.
Yeah.
The best Rocky of all time.
All right.
That's a really good one.
So-
And that's in your face.
so this-
I think it doesn't get any more in your face than that.
it's pretty fucking
But
in
it's
your
well written.
face.
But it's well
So-
written.
So
It's not.
So here we go. So I this obviously isn't all encompassing because I wrote it while we were on the panel to try and better explain what's going on here. It doesn't matter whether or not it's subtle or not subtle. It doesn't matter whether or not it is or isn't a political theme. That is not what it's talking about here. What I will say is assuming in this scenario we're talking about political elements or identity elements that like are pro left wing, that there are essentially two categories of things. And when people say get politics out of my video games or out of my movies, they're talking about political praxis, not art. So to showcase what I'm talking about, here's some examples of political praxis, both in the way that they work and some modern examples. So characters are recast for identity reasons. This is like corporations trying to get a checklist, trying to make a message, trying to shove something in. A great example of this is Black Little Mermaid, right? Completely not necessary for the story, completely political. It was done in a weird way. It pissed off a lot of people. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Number two, political motivations or identity told in the story, not in the story, but told to the audience. So Tosh in Veilguard, right, where it doesn't make sense in the story. There's no previous lore in any way, shape, or form that Kunari have they, them pronouns. They have a robust culture and lore that describes gender dynamics very deeply in Dragon Age 1, 2, 3, and in the one about the church, not Origins. It doesn't matter, right?
Okay.
So you get that. Number three, political or identity elements don't have payoffs. So a great example of this is Far Cry 6. Throughout that entire game, there's like random dialogue about capitalism is bad and income inequality by Anton Castillo, and about him using cancer drugs and exploiting the labor of the island. And there's no payoff. You just go kill the bad guy. There's no like political like revolution that occurs. There's no like after this. There's no payoff. It's just there because they want you to hear these things. It's not there because it's deeply integral to the story.
Wait, you overthrow his government.
Yeah, but that's it. You just kill the bad guy. There's no like post-revolution. There's no like. There's like it. There's the payoff is that you overthrow
I
the
disagree
dictator.
with you on this thing.
Kill the bad guy.
Far Cry 6. They
That's
have
fine.
like, a lot of world building and like talk about what the revolution's plans is after. They just don't like talk. Like just don't have the new country or whatever.
All right.
Like,
well, you can make that argument later, and then I'll do all of art with one example, which is Astarion in Baldur's Gate 3. Shows doesn't tell. Astarion shows you his femininity. He shows he has movements like feline grace, like a vampire that like reminds you of Anne Rice novels. There's a feminine quality to him in the way that he speaks, in the way that he acts. Characters have motivations that are tied to either their identity or their political things. Again, his entire character is based upon his trauma of being a slave of Cazador. It's you heal through that trauma as part of the story, and it's an integral part of the interpersonal relationship with him and how he reacts in the world. You see his morality played out in the world because he believes in might makes right, because he's been forced to believe in might makes right. And that power is more meaningful, and that's why he feels differently about the tadpole. The political motivations are integral to the story. Again, because of his because of the concept of keeping the tadpole's power, the way that you deal with the prince, all of his identity is integral to that. And it's a part of his motivation. So again, there's a background to this, which is Cazador uses him as a slave, as a vampire spawn to go out. I'm almost done. I'm on the last one next. I wrote a bunch. I'm almost done. He goes out and his sexuality is integral to his slavery.
Oh my god, because I haven't played it.
Oh my, well, it's been fucking like almost 2
sorry.
years now.
I'm sorry.
So hold on, I'm sorry. I'm spoiling Astarion only. Okay, he is a slave that has to go out and use his vampiric powers to
Let me know
charm
when you're on the next point.
both,
Just like give me your thumbs up. I don't want to hear it.
Men has to charm men and women, right? His bisexuality is part of his slavery because he's been forced to use his vampiric powers to bring back, like prey and lure. It means something. And then lastly, there's a huge payoff. The huge payoff. This is a bigger spoiler, so take the headphones off. The huge payoff is that is that you kill Cazador, and you don't just kill Cazador, right? The way that you have engaged with his relationship and his sexuality and his morality and his ethics is how you determine whether or not you're going to sacrifice all the vampire spawn and turn him into a vampire ascended, whether or not he's going to have this kind of sad ending and go back into the shadows at the end of the game because he chooses not to inflict the pain and punishment upon others. There is,
Okay.
for all of these reasons and criteria, I would say that there is a difference between art that shows and doesn't tell, where everything is integral, where it makes sense, where it is expressing something. And when that is done correctly, it doesn't matter if it's right in your face or if it's subtle. And it doesn't matter if the politics agree with you or disagree with you. People like it because it's a well-crafted story. But when it's political praxis, it's corporations trying to shove shit down our throats for a fucking checklist, or it's a bunch of bad writers that are trying to self-insert and ham-fist their political bullshit. And instead of me having fun watching entertainment or enjoying it or pulling it in, I'm being fucking preached to. So that's the actual distinction here.
Scott. Okay, one. I'm going to say I didn't make a mistake, and I did subtly move this later on during the conversation, right? But I'm going to own up to this, right? When what I was saying was that it is you either agree/disagree with the message, and you find it unobtrusive or inobtrusive, right? Those are the axes that we're working off of. I should have said and or, and I slowly moved that previously, because it can be one or the other, right? And Gibbs was saying that before, right? He's saying, well, he doesn't care about the content, right? He cares about like the method that it was happening in. And I think I should acknowledge that, right? So I did like slowly move that. I want to own up to that. And you were talking about, hey, this is, you gave examples of it being done well and being done poorly, right? And you're saying, hey, if it's done poorly, then this is
no. Poorly is the wrong word. I would say intentionally.
Intentionally. Oh, okay. Intentionally. Okay.
It's not about art. It's not about story. It's about praxis.
We'll say, okay, here's the thing. I think all of it's intentional, but like, I think that's, I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Agreed.
Right?
I'm glad that you agree with the objectivist opinion that all art is objective and carries the values of the artist. We can rehash that entire debate where you disagreed with me, but okay.
I know what you're trying to say, right? Like I say, intentional isn't a specific enough word, because all of the art isn't intentional. Someone made a decision about the art, right? So there's that. But then also, you're saying political praxis, that like they're pushing us for a purpose. I will respond with like, that happens all the time. Again, but it happens in messages that a lot of people don't question.
I agree that political art is political art, and it's not art for art's sake, right? But there is a difference between political art that carries a message with it that is art, and something that transcends it. That's what people are upset about.
Like, let's talk about Top Gun for a second. Top Gun, where literally funded by the American military, provided American hardware, reviewed the script, reviewed by the Defense Department. You guys know this?
Well, that's like 20% of all Hollywood movies.
Yeah, lots of them. Yeah, I know a lot of them. Yeah, a lot of them.
It's like that's like literally the standard. If you're going to use anything that has to do with the military, you have to get it approved by the Pentagon.
I get you. I understand that.
Okay.
You're saying that's my point. But you're talking about like hey, going down a checklist, right? A checklist. Literally, the DoD does that. The DoD, and it has to approve of the message. The DoD approves of the script, right? It makes script updates. That is a political point being pushed
I'm not a chud,
out.
dude. Like I'm not a fan of Top Gun. I think it's dumb propaganda.
I'm not saying you are, friend. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying this.
I gave the criteria that I'm using. And you're not arguing against it. You're just bringing up Top Gun because it's right wing.
I'm not arguing against it. I'm saying that there's so much that we actually agree with, but you don't seem to be understanding that, right? That I've said it before. Like, hey, You're actually saying what I'm saying. Remember when I was pointing at myself and you got mad because I was pointing at myself,
No.
right? At the very start of the
I'm
conversation.
not saying what
I'm
you're
like,
saying.
You're saying what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying
No.
right now. So any which way, yes, you can have.
I'm glad you've come full circle and you now agree with me. Got it.
No, oh my God. Okay,
You want to move on so bad.
Yes, that's
Since I'm saying what you're saying, and I
okay.
haven't changed.
Okay,
I guess
and
you
haven't
changed over time.
Either, except
Also,
for the one
Stargate
thing.
SG-1 is based, for the record.
Universe is better. Well,
Universe 2, yeah.
okay, so and I only got into Atlantis. Anyway, moving on. Let's. Oh, fuck. It's Ali, right? So you need to understand something. Let's say something about me.
Never bring up video games or Elon Musk before.
I was going to bring up Elon.
Well, I just brought up Superman, and we got to here.
Yeah, so
It's all Corey's fault. It's all
There's
Corey's
lots of
fault.
times-
Superman was solid, though.
So I was going to say to you, Ali, right, is that it's not an Elon thing. It's that, like, sometimes, like, I'm getting drawn into these conversations. I don't want to be in them. I've been trying to end them. There's something else I want to talk about, but like
Dog, you're the one that has an open topic. This is all on you. You're the moderator, and you have a free open topic.
Hold on, I'm not blaming. This is not a blame.
This is 100% your fault. I'm not saying blame me. I'm saying this is all you're doing, so you don't get to be like, I don't want this.
No,
That's not what he's saying.
I'm
just saying I get drawn into these. I get passionate. What I'm saying is
always Lactoid's
Prime
fault.
gets passionate, right? And I was gonna make this a light and fun and flirty conversation. But then Scott made it like a big thing. Scott wanted to fight me. All right. Then I had to go. I had to respond, and I respond passionately at that point.
I am who I am.
Once you've
And
aroused
that's why
my
you brought me.
passions. Yes, that's right. That's right. That's actually true. It's actually true. Okay. All right. Here's the thing I want to discuss. Okay. How much time do we have? Fuck, we have like 20 minutes.
I'll just.
I don't know how long this is going to take, and maybe we'll just have to bring it up again later on. Because I've actually been trying to bring this up for like 3 weeks, but Scott wasn't here. He was sick, unfortunately. When I actually thought about
I was
it.
here last week.
Yeah, but then we got caught up in something else.
We do Texas Punch now? Is that what
trying
we're
to change
doing?
the subject too, and it wouldn't happen. But it's fine. We got caught up in Epstein. Next time, Lactoid and his Epstein.
We can talk about AutoPen. You want to talk about AutoPen?
No, thank you. All right, so look. So what I was going to talk about is people have brought up, right? This usually happens within the Israel-Palestine debate, but it comes up in other places. Basically, when we're talking about Muslims, when I'm saying our Muslim brothers and sisters are people, and that they can be dealt with. Right, like not dealt. Sorry, that sounds bad.
Dealt with.
Nice.
Whoa! Whoa!
Interested.
I see someone's been hanging out with counterpoints.
I thought this was woke media, but I'm actually starting to like it.
Somebody better sit down for this
I
one.
mean that, like,
Did the U.S. military sponsor you just now?
yeah, I'm going down the checklist.
Charlie Kirk, he's going to
Are you
start working
the-
for Turning Points soon.
Prime's about to start telling us what the solution to the Muslim problem is.
No. I mean, by dealing with them, I mean like diplomacy, right? You can negotiate with these individuals. That they're not some implacable foe, despite their religion, right? Whether you think it's a religion of peace or religion of terrorism or whatever the fuck, right? That they have their wants and desires, their priorities, right? Especially dealing in a nation state that even if they're a theocracy, like, we can actually negotiate with these individuals. And so, it comes, this comes up in the
negotiate about what in particular? Because maybe we can't. Like, what do you want to negotiate about?
Okay, so, hey, nukes. It's talking about nuclear weaponry and whether some actors should have nuclear weaponry or not, right? That's a big thing. So like, here's-
Certainly you're on team no on that question, right? Like, no, there shouldn't be a nuclear arms race across the Middle East.
I would have said that previously. I disagree
Run
with
up
that
game,
now.
you know.
Yeah,
Talk your
Prime
shit.
already disagreed with that
is
earlier.
what I say.
Prime wants Iran to get the bomb.
Yeah,
I want
I
Iran to
think
get the bomb.
we can negotiate it real well. You either
Yeah.
get
I don't
the
think
nuke
Iran
or you
wants
get
the bomb,
bombed
but
to
I
death.
want Iran to get the bomb.
yeah. I think Iran should have the bomb. At this point, I think to protect themselves from U.S. aggression and Israeli barbarity, then they need to have a way to defend themselves. It's the only way. Unfortunately, we can't rely on the
Defensive
UN.
nuclear bombs.
Yeah,
Determined,
actually, yeah,
baby.
defensive. Yeah, defensive, just like all the other ones are.
Okay,
the
Iran
Israelis
is a
have-
state
Is
sponsor
there a
of
question here?
terror.
Or are we
Yeah,
just
I'm
now
trying to
supporting
question you
Iran?
guys.
This
Wait,
question of
wait, wait,
I
protecting
mean, everyone's
guys-
who is
who-
wait
who
who
interrupted
isn't
me?
a state sponsor of terror? Like,
Exactly.
The neolib has
I'm so
discovered
sick.
the
I'm
lefties.
so sick of
Yeah.
terror being terrorism being used.
I can list
Terrorism
all
doesn't mean
the groups
shit.
Iran supports right now. What terror groups are we supporting? How is this comparable?
Israel,
Israel.
our
Rwanda.
military.
Rwanda.
Terrorist group. Israel's a state. It's a state government.
It's a terrorist
Yes,
state.
no,
It's
it's
worse.
Rwandan militias. We support
Iran
some
supports
Rwandan militias.
terrorist groups. The U.S. supports a terrorist state. It's much worse.
Yes, we
Nah.
a terrorist state. Yeah, a much more well-armed terrorist. Anyway, sorry.
Man,
Right. So
Ooh.
We also support
let
the
me-
I
let
can
me
call
go-
them B-2 bombers.
let me get to my the point that I was trying to make. Okay.
Imagine
it wasn't,
Hamas could call in B-2 bombers.
it wasn't to bring up
Yeah, I'm
Israel
imagining. It sounds real
and
terrible.
If
Palestine
Hamas
fight.
called the B-2 bombers,
For
October
Israel,
7th,
It
worse.
wasn't.
Not for us.
I got a lighthearted 20-minute topic. Let's talk about Israel in the Middle East.
Bob is
Yeah,
dead.
That's gonna literally only be 20 minutes. Don't worry about that.
Scott. Okay.
Ugh.
Look. Okay. Like this is what I want. Not to bring up to fight on Israel, which I'm correct about. It's a terrorist state. But specifically, when we discuss,
Some guys
these
might be
things-
the only black guy not invited to the cookout. Anyways, let's talk about Israel Palestine, guys.
Actually, I'm not. I'm often. You're right. I'm oftentimes not because I will do that. I will say. No, I also say, hey.
Okay, that now I feel bad about my joke. Like,
It's fine. No, because I'll also say, hey, we need to blame Obama. Hey, here's a list of things that's Obama's fault, right? And lots of people get quiet at the cookout. They don't like it when I talk about all the horrible
Trying to
things
make
Obama
sure the
did.
chicken wings
It's
aren't
fine when I
too-
talk
too
about
burnt.
Trump, right? And how terrible Trump is, right? And he is terrible. He's a piece of shit, right? But when I bring up how Obama is a fucking war criminal, all of a sudden people don't want to talk about it, right? Black people don't want to talk about it. So yeah, sometimes I don't get invited. It's okay. But I'm
You just
hanging
go to
out.
the wrong cookout.
Okay. So the thing I wanted to say is a response to me, right? When I'm talking with these, when I'm bringing up the point that our Muslim brothers sisters are can be negotiated with. So that many people have said. I think Scott said to me, and maybe Lacto, I'm not sure. But
evil.
Destiny also said this to me, right? Well, yeah, evil. But specifically, like the response to me is that, oh, well, what about ISIS? What about ISIS, right? You're saying that a theocratic government can is filled with rational actors that can be dealt with. Well, then what about ISIS? And and that's always been a bit of a problem. Like I've responded, but I don't think I've ever had a really good response. So I wanted to
Well, there's an easy answer to this. They're funded by they were also like ISIS's founding is there a lot they're fundamentalist religious, but they're also like a major portion, up to a third of them, and primarily their military backing were Ba'ath Party escapees from Iraq. So like they are rational actors. They have a secular base as well, and that's part of the reason why they were so effective is they had trained military operators.
ISIS
from
had a
Iraq.
secular base.
Well, yeah. Originally, it
Oh my
started.
God.
The soldiers were backed by the Ba'ath Party. They were basically like Chemical Ali's troops that got away, some majors and stuff in the military from Iraq. They fled to ISIS and they became
Yes, I mean there are Ba'athist Party members.
Yeah,
who
yeah.
were
So they are.
Yep.
So those were
I don't think
rational
that would-
actors. Yeah, like in that, then you could talk to some of them. In fact, there were negotiations with some of the Ba'athist members that were a part of ISIS between the Syrian government and them. I mean, now whether they worked out or not for them, not so much. But like arguably they are just as like rational as Iran.
So hold on, but okay. Let me actually finish my idea, please. Alexander Wynn, no problem. I actually appreciate that because I've never taken it from that perspective. That's a new perspective I haven't considered. So thank you for that, Gibbs. Alexander Wynn gave a super chat. He says, "Love your panels as always, Prime," and they gave me $50 for that. Thank you for the kindness, Alexander Wynn. That's really, really kind. Thank you so much for the
Those are
constant
American
support.
dollars? Real
American, the ones that matter, the only dollars that matter. Yes, those are those are dollars he gave. No, thank you. No, but I'll give it Canadian, please. Super chat, please. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Anyway, so, I would. So what I think I'm kicking around, and when I'm looking for a critique, right? I'm looking for your critique, your feedback here. Is like the difference between Iran and ISIS is the difference between a religion and a cult, right? In multiple levels. One, I think that like the version of Islam that like ISIS push is literally cultish. That like it's literally a derivation of Islam.
It was an apocalyptic Salafist ideology. Yes.
Yeah. It's a derivation, and not like the ones that millions of people practice all over the world.
They truly believe the end times were near. Yes.
Yeah. Right. So in a literal sense, but also in a sense, an investment in how it interacts with its people. Iran is a country that's been, I mean, the name Iran is new, but it's a people, right? And it's a government that's been around for a very long time, right? Iran is responsive, even obtusely, right, to the people under them because they're afraid of a uprising, right? They don't want to be knocked over. Now they're
they've had uprisings and they've violently quelled them. What do you mean?
Yeah, they're dictatorial. Sorry, hold on. They're dictatorial, but like they're not looking to encourage these things. They have a political base to respond to, right? They have like a theocratic base that they answer to, power base that they answer to. They have a military power base that they answer to. They have like a business power base they answer to. These are all priorities that they have to be responsive to. Like compare that to ISIS, which was a revolutionary movement. And in those movements, and not just ISIS, but other movements, right? You have a purpose, sometimes a fanatical purpose that you're pushing towards, right? They weren't responsive to the people they were taking over, right? They were taking their land and oppressing them, and then hoping to make a state of their own, right? And you see this cycle. You see the cycle during conquest throughout history, where this new group, they may be driven by an ideology, right? Maybe a theocracy or not, maybe just an ideology. And the first generation is fanatical, and you literally cannot deal with them, right? You can't. They're implacable in their dealings. But right, if they actually succeed in their movement, right, and they actually do form a government in a state, then they have to be to continue at some level be responsive to whatever power bases they are accountable to, which may not be voters, might be another power base, but they're responsive in a way. So when I say that Iran, to wrap it up, when I say that Iran can be dealt with, right? Sorry, can be negotiated with, right? It's because
they can be dealt with.
That, yeah, fair. But they have a power base they're responsive to, right? And they aren't just like crazy individuals madmen who are just looking to die at any moment, right? Compared to ISIS, which wasn't responsive to people, they were just following ideology, like we see within cults and religions. Religions are responsive to their adherents. Cults are responsive to whoever's at the top of that cult. So I'm looking for critique of that. Do you guys do you guys agree with that comparison, or do you disagree?
Well, I agree with elements of your comparison. I don't think it's useful to compare ISIS to the state of Iran, but they both do have elements of cultism, in that there is a head figure at the top who does issue religious decrees. Okay. Iran is very much led by a religious leader, and while he might not have the same apocalyptic ideology that ISIS had, right, they are destabilizing the Middle East. They do finance terror groups. They use terrorism as a weapon against their enemies, and they're a major destabilizing force across the Middle East. So for reasons just like that, like them having access to a nuclear weapon itself should be off the table.
Sure. Okay. So, but
And
I'm more.
also particularly stable. Just consider this: Iran had a revolution in '79 that led to the current government. They could easily collapse and have another revolution, and it could be the apocalyptic Muslims who do have an
Sure.
apocalyptic ideology.
The thing I want to discuss is not whether Iran should have a bomb, right? Is whether this analogy is different. Where these governments, right, the government of Iran compared to the leadership of ISIS.
I mean, elements of it work, but Iran still does do violent oppression of its own people. Like they do have people who uprise against it, and Iran shuts them down.
That doesn't invalidate what I was saying, right? So I was talking about them being responsive to a power base. A power base doesn't necessarily have to be their people, right? Like the people
I don't think it is
en
the people, no.
masse. Yeah. Well,
No, the people, the power base is the clergy.
I named the power base, so it's not just the clergy, right? They're also
It's the
responsible to the
it's who else?
military, also to their business community. They have other domestic the leadership has domestic power bases, multiple ones that they respond to. So yeah, I mean theocracy, but also like they are things they want, right?
So
Like they still
I get
have
what
an
you're
economy.
saying.
They still have people they have to answer to, regardless of
I
it
get-
being
yeah,
a theocracy. They have a country that they're trying to run. They're not just trying to implode their country.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. The problem with your analogy is that it's a double-edged sword, right?
Okay.
So a terrorist organization with no like nation home base is not beholden to its citizenry to maintain its power. Obviously, it's going to be beholden to some degree to its donors and where it's getting its weapon, and to its ideology and its ability, and beholden to whatever allows them to recruit, be that a hatred for the West, or be that a hatred for Israel, or be that impacting other terrorist organizations that plays to the power players in certain ways, like disrupting Iran, or I'm sorry, not Iran, Yemen, or infighting with like al-Nusra in Syria, and being able to get weapons from Turkey because of that. One way or the
They
other,
would.
right?
It's not
Like,
infighting. They
there's-
would fight al-Nusra. They're completely different. They're opposed to al-Nusra, like diametrically opposed.
Okay, I use the term infighting, like you know what I mean, right? I'm not
Okay,
talking
well, no,
about
I
like
didn't.
them being the same thing.
I thought you meant they were
You
like
did.
an ally of convenience or something.
I'm just yeah, no, what I'm saying is like obviously they're power players, and the way that they get money, etc. Like they're beholden to interests, even though it's not a nation state interest. They're beholden to other things that allow them to gain power, etc. And I agree with you that like a nation state is more complicated in that it has to appease its own people, at least to some degree. But the problem with that is that it also means that they're more rigid in the appeals of their people, right? So, it's a lot harder to deal with the US if you've been ham-fisting propaganda as, the US is this great devil and Israel is this little devil. If you just automatically switch up 180 and start playing ball, right? Like then your own people might start a revolution again for an entirely different reason, right? So I agree with you that because they have their own interests and they want to maintain their power, that there are avenues of diplomacy there. But again, it's also there's the other side of that coin, which is there are places that you cannot make inroads because it would piss off their own people, and would
That's
like
just a
so. I mean,
domestic
like
no-go. That's
I don't-
the United States, right? There are things that are.
yeah, I just don't think
yeah.
the analogy is helpful in discussing terrorist
Yeah,
organizations versus
what is the thing you want to
nation-states.
negotiate with, Prime? Like, what specifically do you want to negotiate about with Iran? Like,
Yeah,
yes, you
maybe
can
then.
negotiate with Iran, but what do you want to negotiate about?
Oh, I mean
Sanctions.
yeah, sanctions.
We'll go down
and,
too far down that path.
like-
I want to engage with what y'all just said though. Real
Okay.
quick. Like, if you don't mind, and I'll turn like. So I think ISIS at the prime, like at the peak, was what we could call like a proto state. They weren't necessarily like a full state, but they had the area they control.
Yeah.
They enacted some things. I think a better comparison, like that now that would fit would be the Taliban. Right, the Taliban is like fulfilling the roles of a state government now. Again, they've been a previous state actor.
Mhm.
They're now about to go to war with 3 other countries. It looks like possibly 4. They're over water. Like right, like they're well armed. They're trained. They've got the years of experience fighting. You could go down the list. Like there's all sorts of stuff talking about how they're providing services. Would you want to give the Taliban a nuke? I mean, and there's a real possibility they could, if Pakistan ever collapses, they already control land in Pakistan. They could easily maybe go make a run for some of them, right? Would you be comfortable with the Taliban having it? Personally, I would probably not be comfortable, and I would say they sponsor less terrorism worldwide than Iran does, right? Like, I mean, that's terrifying. Who knows what the Taliban's going to do? They don't even have like the same kind of cult leader like the Ayatollah. They have multiple leaders, right? Like they're like much more cellular in their structure because they've had to be. Even in their governmental structure, it's not as just one man at the top. Yeah, they have one guy, but it's it's much more dispersed throughout their organization. I think that's a much more terrifying thought. Yeah, decentralized. It's much more terrifying to me if, like, say, the Taliban got it, who is a state actor, even though they're less likely to like give it away as like Iran would. Iran might give a nuke to the Houthis for all we know, like, or something. Like, I can see doing
I
that.
doubt Iran would give a nuke to the Houthis.
Yeah,
I mean, if you hold on, if Iran thought they were legitimately not going to be a country anymore, you don't think they'd be like, fuck them and give one away?
No, I think they just use the nuke if they thought they were never going to be a country anymore.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'll also accept that answer.
Prime, are you saying we shouldn't have, like, we should negotiate for sanctions relief while Iran is developing a nuclear weapon or arming and funding terror groups?
I think that Iran. Okay, I don't think anyone should have a nuclear weapon, and we don't. This is not the thing I wanted to focus on. I just want to focus on the analogy because
somebody has to. Like, we're in this nuclear world, somebody's got to own them.
We should have the nukes.
Yeah. I don't. To be clear, I don't think anyone should have
Give
nukes.
the nukes to Elon.
But if we're going to have nukes, then other countries need to be able to defend themselves from Western aggression. The United States has shown itself to be a dishonest, lying actor, completely untrustworthy. The Israelis are barbaric, genocidal in their actions, and they are the destabilizing force in the Middle East more than anything else. They use their position, one, like having a nuke themselves and being backed by the world's foremost superpower, which also nuclear armed, to bully the region. So if that's the case,
so your position is we should give sanctions relief and let them develop a nuke.
I think that it's not. What am I saying?
I have no idea what you're saying. Should we give sanctions relief and let them develop a nuke?
Yes, yeah, we should give sanctions relief.
Okay.
And one conditions, and they should have a nuke to defend themselves. Like, domestically, this makes sense. From from our perspective, of course not. Why would we want another opponent to imperial
terror?
Well, yeah. I mean, we already have Israel being a state sponsor of terror. Like, why would we want to have two? I can see why America wouldn't.
Because
want
Iran
to.
is a lot less stable as a country, right?
Right.
And if they have a nuke can easily fall into the wrong hands or be used.
And we've been destabilizing them. Like, one of the big reasons that they're not stable as a country is that we have had crushing sanctions. Literally, that's caused thousands of deaths because of the lack of access to medical care. But again, guys, I that's a separate conversation. We're going to go into a separate conversation here. All I want to talk about was the analogy and whether it was apt, right? It's something I
don't think it's apt.
Okay,
that's my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I
just want to know what you need to do with that, but if you just want to know if it's an apt analogy,
Lactoid. Like,
I mean, you said state sanctions cause deaths, so I do agree with you that capitalism is needed in order for a nation state to be stable. Appreciate it.
Lactoid. I mean, if it makes my friend happy,
one dub at a time.
I want to put a smile on Scott's face, so I gotta give him his wins. Lactoid, right? Do you think there's a difference between Iran and ISIS at all?
Yeah, of course.
So
now, are you saying like TDLR cult is to ISIS as religion is to Iran? Basically, is the argument.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, on one hand, I don't know if it's the best analogy, but on the other hand, I think the line between a cult and a religion is usually dictated just by extremity, as opposed towards like any like principle difference sometimes. So normally cult is just sort of like the maybe like a derogatory way of referring to like a religion people don't like. Or if determining what's a cult and what's not is very difficult. And the U.S. government actually like has as a task with like trying to find out who's a cult and who's not. And it's the very kind of subjective analyses here. So, I mean, if you think that ISIS is more extreme than Iran, which I would agree it is, you could say that like ISIS reaches the degree of extremity to where you consider it to be more cultish, and Iran is not to that level. They're more, they're more draped in state legitimacy. They have like a constitutional order, even though it does prioritize religion and it gives like a lot of religious privileges. Maybe it's not the same thing as ISIS, which is just like more arbitrary and cult of personality based than Iran. You might have something there.
Yes.
I do think though, I do agree with Gibbs when he's talking about the Taliban though. I do think that one of the reasons why ISIS perhaps it looks more like a cult, or I guess it was so disorganized, was because they weren't really like an established state yet. And if they had the opportunity to develop into like a developed state, maybe they would look maybe similar to Iran. Because I'm sure when Iran was having their revolution, they didn't have all this shit figured out either.
Yeah, so I'll address the Taliban thing in a second. So yes, there is ambiguity between them. There's actually, and I don't remember the name of it, unfortunately, because I haven't thought about it in a while. But there is an individual who wrote a book on cults, right? And like actually trying to like figure out the difference, right? And he came up like a whole scale of system of doing that. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? And it's the closest I've ever seen anyone actually be able to like differentiate the two. But one of the tells is like, allegiance to a leader, and like a focus on their ideology. And like, okay, so one, like ISIS had that. ISIS had their leader, and it was very personality, like from what I could tell, there was a lot of personality driven ideology there. So there's that. But beyond that, like you're talking about the ambiguity between the two, but that works for my analogy. That works, right? There's ambiguity between like the state and then that proto state and then like that revolutionary trying to become a state. Yeah. And to dovetail with that, with the Taliban thing, right? Like, so Gibbs asked me, would you be comfortable with the Taliban? I would have been more comfortable. Like, again, my point is that like I don't want anyone to have a nuke. But in a world that people had nukes, I'd be more comfortable if the Taliban of old, pre-invasion, had the nuke rather than post-invasion. Because this is a different Taliban. They go by the same name. This is not the same organization. That previous Taliban, and they weren't good guys. They weren't good people. They were awful, but the U.S. allied with them, right? We were friends with the Taliban. Let's never forget that part. We backed them, put them in power, right? So we didn't give a fuck about that.
Wait, we backed them into power? When? How?
The Taliban?
Yes, we actually against the Russians.
The Taliban didn't exist during the Soviet-Afghan War.
Okay, well,
they're the precursor. Yes, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, and then we also backed
there were several precursors. It's the Mujahideen is an umbrella group for a lot of different militia groups.
Hold on, several of the people that we funded became the Taliban, and others became Al Qaeda. Yeah, some also were not involved in either. But absolutely, that is a well documented thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
You cannot find any evidence that we supported anybody who became Al Qaeda. This is a meme that's just repeated.
Osama bin Laden, bro.
No, he was not, Gibbs.
Sorry. Well, I'm sorry. Well, I was.
I know. Trust me. It is
I was talking about the Taliban. So to be clear, I was talking about the Taliban, and furthermore, we were allies of the Taliban previously. You have Bush on tape talking about our friends, the Taliban, because we're friends of the Taliban.
Literally.
So,
this is Chat.
whatever.
This is ChatGPT. He was Osama bin Laden did not directly receive funding. However, he did receive support from America against the Soviets during the Afghan-Soviet War, along with other people that became in the Mujahideen that became Taliban leaders. That's if ChatGPT can find it in 30 seconds.
So to not
ask ChatGPT for a source that Osama bin Laden was given support by the U.S. government.
Not be distracted by it.
He literally said he wasn't. They weren't directly given support.
They weren't. Al Qaeda wasn't, and Osama bin Laden wasn't.
Yeah,
Al Qaeda was
the Mujahideen that then became Al Qaeda received
no
support from
Mujahideen, and the Mujahideen is just an umbrella group for a resistance fire in Afghanistan. Al Qaeda was a separate group that was never funded or sponsored by the U.S. CIA. I know that where this talking point comes from. It's just not true.
No, I'm not talking. Well,
Osama bin Laden was a millionaire. Like he was very rich. He supported Al Qaeda's operations.
I don't know about Al Qaeda. I was talking about the Taliban specifically, to be very clear. And we were the U.S. was allies with the Taliban, so I don't know, whatever, right? So in any case, my point is that I would be more comfortable with the pre-invasion Taliban because they had time to have established that state. We literally did negotiate with them all the time. They were capable of having treaties, sticking to those treaties and the whatnot, right? This particular Taliban, after we've killed most of their leadership, right, and the only people left are the most radical of them, right? Even their rule, right? The rule of the previous Taliban was lighter, was less awful than the rule of the current Taliban.
Sociological.
They are more
go get a sandwich.
They're more revolutionary. They're more ideological than they ever were before, right? And I think they're far less responsive to the people at this point. That might change in the future, but not now. So that was my answer to you, Gibbs. Okay, Gibbs, if you want to say something, and then maybe we'll move on to our actual topic.
The idea that CIA didn't tangentially support both people that were pre-Taliban and pre-Al Qaeda is maybe the most retarded, inaccurate assessment I've ever heard of any foreign policy take. But sure, that's all I have to say about that.
Fair enough. Okay. So any which way,
Today that China has more free speech than America.
Well, okay, you might have got me there. North Korea probably does, at this rate,
I'd like to maybe discuss.
Tankies are hilarious.
If you have more, we're going to move on now, but if you guys have more thoughts on this analogy, right, and whether it's apt or not, I'd love to hear it from you at some point. Or maybe we could talk afterwards or something, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Because I've been trying to describe why I consider these two things differently, right? They're compared, but the LSP is saying that you shouldn't compare these two at the start, right? But yeah, people do that all the time, right? Like Destiny did that. Fuck Destiny. Destiny did that in our conversation about Israel-Palestine. Scott, I believe it was Scott who brought that up last time. I might be wrong, but I believe it was you. I
don't know where it's coming from. I don't want anything to do with this.
Would you consider Saudi Arabia a cult?
No, you just consider them a monarchy. Just call them a monarchy.
No. In terms of their like Wahhabism.
In terms of the analogy, yeah. Because their constitution, by the way, is just the Quran.
I think that we're talking about the state itself. The state itself would be a religion in my analogy. A religion that has is following I guess I don't know enough about Wahhabism and how
there's a lot of similarities you can draw to ISIS, honestly. I mean,
I know, I agree.
Obviously not as brutal.
No, I agree. That's why I'm struggling with this.
The Saudis morally good since they have a lot lot and their country produces.
But
money.
The U.S.
absolutely. They dropped $1 trillion Trump's head top when he came. Quickly, just boom. So
the first trillionaires. That would be so. By Lactoid's logic, they're actually the most moral country.
The most moral, yeah.
Right.
So
never would have got that money without US.
They given the plane though.
And the petrodollar.
Technically, by that logic, Qatar and Iran are moral actors.
Yeah.
Right?
So Saudi
and Ukraine is not because they're poor.
The most moral.
Yeah, exactly. They're begging for money, right?
Yeah. So the U.S. It's not directly comparable, understood, right? But people in the U.S. would be awfully mad if we directly armed Iran, right? With the conventional munitions, right? Because they would say, oh, this is going to be, and let's say we did that because we were forming a treaty with them, right? And we started sending them arms, right? People were going to say, hey, well, they're a state sponsor of terror, right? And they can't be dealt with. Well, Saudi Arabia, an actual state sponsor of terror, attacked us on the 9/11, right? Also,
no, they didn't.
Okay, you do that. Led by
I can't just let you say something wrong. Just because
by religious
Saudi.
Also
When you say
led
Saudi
by,
Arabia attacked us on
also
9/11,
led-
what you're saying, Prime,
also
it's a
led-
Saudi Arabian government has orchestrated a
also
plot
led-
against the United States. That is just not true.
Also led by a theocracy, right? But the U.S. does business with them all the time. We arm Saudi Arabia with conventional arms all the time, right? But we would say, well, no, we can't do that with Iran. They can't be done with. They are somehow fundamentally different. Iran, who hasn't started a war since, as far as I know, since its founding, like.
Bro, if they agree to trade oil in the U.S. dollar, we'll be fucking working with them the next goddamn day. All right,
Exactly.
Like, it's just,
Let's not pretend it's an ideal. It's an ideological
every
problem.
Muslim country is a shithole country, right? Like we know this.
I won't say that, but
I mean,
like we can say that
this
every.
is a weird argument to have.
We can say that every that it's not ideological because U.S. doesn't give a fuck about the ideology. We don't give a fuck about how they treat their people. We don't give a fuck that their state sponsors the terror, right? We don't care about any of that.
Quite a lot
we
about
care
all
about
of that.
their allegiance
I
to
do.
the
I care
petrodollar.
about it.
We care about their allegiance to the petrodollar, like our friend Scott was saying. All right, Grid, you want to say something, and then let's please move on.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing because we've literally armed every single country in that region. Iran, Iraq, we've sent them all arms. We trained the Iraqi Air Force. We trained the Iranian Air Force at one point in time. I mean, your argument, Prime, is falling on deaf ears because we are the bad guy in this story. United States keeps putting its
the intro to this.
along, and we are the bad guy.
Hold on. It worked out exactly like we planned, though. So I don't know. It depends.
Also, I'm just curious now, since the topic doesn't fucking matter. Does anybody believe that Pakistan actually got their fucking nukes like with their own scientists?
Well,
does anybody believe that? I'm just curious.
That's interesting. That's interesting because Pakistan's head scientist has gone around and been busted like twice for trying to like give his knowledge on how to make nukes to both like South Africa and was it Libya or something? I think maybe somewhere else he's been caught like trying to do that. So like if he didn't make them, he at least has the knowledge to make them now. I don't know if it's kind of a moot point there when you're like you have the head guy or one of the major. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he's been caught like at least twice trying to like build nukes for other countries. So I don't know. I'll see if I can find his name.
Okay, let's move on to the actual topic. So I don't know anything about Pakistan's nuclear program.
I mean, Scott, to your point though, I mean there was a 12-year-old here in Tennessee that built a nuclear reactor in his garage. So
right,
I mean, I'm not saying they couldn't do it. I'm saying
I saw a meth head in Appalachia build a fucking car that runs on Coca-Cola too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying it's. I mean,
I didn't say it could or couldn't. I was just curious if anybody believed that bullshit.
Well, yeah. So the guy's name is
Operation Buddha, bro, or whatever the fuck it was called, Golden Buddha or some shit. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, we have credible evidence. It's Abdul Qadir Khan that he's worked with both North Korea, and North Korea got nuked shortly after he started working with him. Iran, he was alleged to be working with them, and then Libya was the other one. So, like, I mean, he at least got one of the three countries another nuke, after working with him, after working in Pakistan. So maybe they did make them on their own.
All right. So Alexander Wynn sends a super chat, $10. Hamas is a state actor. Do they get one? They're not a state actor. They're trying to form a state. Unfortunately, Palestine doesn't have a state yet.
Well, you'd be fine, right? If it's for self-defense, if they got a nuke, right?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, actually. Like Iran is to defend themselves against Israeli aggression. Yeah, let's stop it.
How's this about to be cheap in Tehran?
I don't show enough Lebanon love on this. Lebanon should have nukes too. Just saying, I don't show enough Lebanon love on the panel. Shout out to the Lebanese.
We can give them the nuke when we put the Christians back in power.
Otherwise, like let's
Christians hold
concerned
presidency.
about
They're in
not
power.
having those other places give nukes. We all should be equally concerned about Israel having nukes, and we should demand that they give up their nukes. But we don't do that. We're fine with
Israel.
Israel's not a signatory on the non-proliferation treaty.
No,
they develop their nukes in secret. People do make those arguments, Prime.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, people do.
The reason but the U.S.
It makes no difference because they didn't sign the non-proliferation treaty.
Alexander Wynn.
Neither did Hamas.
Alexander Wynn. Can you donate $5 to $10 and just say start the fucking topic?
Okay, all right.
I know you got the cash.
All right, let's go.
$100.
He could probably do that with $2. Honestly.
No, probably with $10. I think is what. Okay.
American dollars, real dollars.
Just throwing that out there.
Okay. All right.
Be a boy for once.
Scott, I hear you. I hear your criticisms.
Wait, was October 7th wrong? No, I'm curious. Was October 7th wrong, Prime?
No, stop it. Stop it. LSP.
He said no.
LSP was trying to get you money.
Not until I ask.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, first of all, everyone, this is the Reverie Roundtable, which have Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. They can introduce themselves later. And if you been liking the content, if it's been fun or infuriating, right? How could he say that Iran should have a nuke? Oh my God! What else will he say? Who knows? It's insane. Well, follow the channel, right? Follow the channel. And then you can come back and you can experience that magic. Figure out the next crazy lefty thing I'm gonna say. Who knows, right? Wow, insane, right? We should also all have healthcare paid for by the government. Oh my God, shocking. So follow the channel in case you haven't done so yet. Support the channel.
I support.
Give bits, or give subs.
I support healthcare paid for by the profits of all woke video games.
Okay,
if you don't
great.
get that, then you weren't here long enough.
I just like the leap from like a terrorist group should have a nuke for self-defense to everybody should have a healthcare. Well, I mean, it's just an opinion.
Yeah. It is just an opinion. Well, I mean, they think like Scott might think it's equally bad, actually. Support the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, or if you're on YouTube, we do take super
Record, I think healthcare is worse.
Yeah, see, because you're stealing from a taxpayer, right there. If Iran just makes their own nukes, there's nothing to do with him. But now you're stealing from a taxpayer.
No theft there. Just
No theft.
mutually assured destruction.
There you go.
Maybe they'll use them, and then my military-industrial complex stocks will go up because
So
Yeah, right.
So in any case, support the channel. We'll read your super chats. Thank you for those who've already supported. We do need help on YouTube. Twitch, right? Help us with our. We don't barely have any help on Twitch. So if you're out there, consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel, getting bits, getting subs. Yeah, or using your Amazon Prime Prime Gaming. Okay. Let's go and get started. 20 minutes late. Texas is still in the midst of recovering from devastating lethal recent floods. As we are mending the shattered pieces of these communities, the question of who is to blame is prominent. Reports paint a picture of systemic failure from the local up to the federal levels, and these failures extend from years before the tragedy until days after it. One such example is the immediate response from FEMA. According to CNN, Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, put in place a requirement that all FEMA contracts above $100,000 would need her personal approval to be enacted. This reportedly severely hampered the government's ability to rapidly deploy emergency workers to where they'd be needed. Do you think the blame for the scale of this tragedy lies on the Trump administration? What about Texas state or local municipalities? Or are you satisfied with how this was handled and believe that these deaths were unavoidable, if tragic? There's a lot of interesting decisions made before and after this tragedy. There's particular focus on Kristi Noem and FEMA and their response. We'll have lots to say on that. But yeah, I just kind of want to expand and to see where people's minds are at. Like, it's been like a week or so, or 2 weeks out or something. Like, where are you at with like how you feel about how this is handled, was done properly, improperly, figure it out. So for our friend Lactor, he got a haircut and it literally always throws me off when he does it. I don't like it. I like it when you're shaggy. All right, that's Prime approved. I don't know. Like a new recruit in some sort of militia, really.
Beard's looking good, though. Beard's looking good. So
Yeah, I don't think the military would allow you to have a beard.
No, that's a militia. Well,
Militia,
Yeah,
even
SF.
better.
Yeah.
SF gets away
Well-
with it.
What's SF?
Special forces.
Special forces,
Oh,
like just
Okay.
all of like, oh god, I can't think of the
The
doc
operators?
that My bad.
You also get a religious exemption.
much.
You just claim to be Nordic.
I didn't know varsity got
Or you-
beard.
Or you can just
privileges.
be
That's pretty-
black and just be like, I can't shave, I get bumps, and then they're just like, oh.
Or Muslim, you know.
I mean, I'll try.
Flies.
I'll try that. I'll try that. Oh, the Muslim thing.
Sikhs, not Muslims. Usually,
Um,
Sikhs don't get an exempt. Sikhs do,
so-
not Muslims.
I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. The first thing I want to say is this is a tragedy, very sad. Everyone who lost a loved one, I know that there are. We have some people here who are from that great state, and if you happen to know anybody, my thoughts are with you. I am a little bit concerned. I'm not trying to downplay the tragedy here. I'm a little bit concerned that this tragedy is being focused on to perhaps in some portion to distract from something else that's happening. I think Trump did do this pretty openly, which is concerning. And then in terms of the actual, Kristi Noem denies all wrongdoing. So let's just assume she says, actually, it's not like that. All these are anonymous whistleblowers. How they're representing this is wrong. Let's assume that she's wrong. Let's just, because if she's right, then there's no topic. If she's wrong, and that there was this sort of the allegations of slowness or lack of funding in particular areas, I actually think that not to come across as cold, but there are trade-offs here when it comes to if you're going to shrink a federal organization that does something, you are going to get perhaps in this case some of the downsides associated with that. You could empower FEMA to tornado-proof every single house in the country on the public taxpayer dollar. You could do that, and then if they stop doing that, you'd have potentially a couple people killed in a tornado, and everybody would be freaking the fuck out and blaming the current politician. Hey, you stopped us from building walls and bunkers in our over our houses, and now we got a couple casualties from tornadoes. The other mentality you could have is that there are natural disasters that happen, and if the federal government pays for them constantly and covers for them, this is essentially a subsidy to specific states. There is a subsidy for living in Florida. There is a subsidy for living on the Gulf of America now, as opposed towards northern Midwest states where it's relatively safe. There's not a lot of natural disasters. You're probably not going to get hit by a hurricane. There maybe tornadoes are, but even then, compared to Tornado Alley, they're not really significant. There's all this property damage, all this destruction, all these casualties, all these medical services, everything that comes with living in certain areas. And every time the federal government subsidizes the response, they're taking money from people from one area and moving it to another area just because they happen to choose to live there, as opposed towards everybody else. I don't like this system. I agree with Trump. I don't really want to agree with him right now because I'm pissed at him. But I do agree that I would like to see FEMA kind of slowly start to offload all of its responsibilities onto the individual states. I think Floridians should be paying for their own disaster relief more than they already are. And I think the same thing goes with Texas. So I think Texas should have more responsibility for this than FEMA.
And we'll go to Scott, and completely separate from anything, I think everyone should be speedy in their delivery, right? It just happened.
No one in particular.
No one in particular. All right.
No one in particular.
Scott, please.
Hold on, I'm just. Anyways, so I would say a few things. So first and foremost, I agree with most of what Lactoid said. Fuck Trump trying to make this a bigger issue to distract from the fact that he won't do anything about the Epstein list. So where is this story coming from? So first, when the tragedy happened, you had a lot of left-wing grifters that tried to lie and say that this was caused by Trump's cuts. Then you had people like Destiny and a lot of other people, because they wanted to put out hit tweets, make up a bunch of conspiracy theories about how Kerr County is couldn't get the funding for its weather communications and sirens. And then if you actually look into it, you realize that they commissioned a study in 2016 And then it would have cost them $1 million. Texas said no. Then they went to the federal government and they said no. But in 2017, they got COVID relief money and they spent, it was a $1 million to do that. And they spent $5 of the $10 million that they received on updating communications of emergency responders. So now the media has to move on to the next thing to try and like move the story forward because, you know, there was a bunch of conspiracy theories from the left on that. And this new thing, I don't know the truth, right? Because CNN is reporting, DHS is obviously denying this reporting as true, saying that they're lying about some of the numbers and that they're lying and that they're cherry picking data. Of course, CNN doesn't actually, and several other outlets that are reporting off of this don't have any named sources. So, I mean, if you trust CNN today, you're a fucking retard. I mean, obviously. But, you know, nevertheless, I do think that this is probably true because their denial is more about how they cherry pick things than as opposed to like coming forward with their own stuff. And so in that regard, you know, again, I mirror most of what Lactoid said. I would say first and foremost, you know, you got to get rid of FEMA. You got to get rid of these useless organizations, especially after, you know, we've found just how poorly they manage money, how much waste is in these organizations. And you know, but the biggest problem is if you're going to make cuts to government programs, you cannot just cut the program. You have to deregulate the market so that the market can fill in those areas that you make those cuts, or this shit's going to happen. We need to have the Stafford Act repealed. We need to have get rid of the National Relief Framework. We need to get rid of federal acquisitions regulations and Federal Protection Act of 1997. Right? These things make it to where small charities can't engage in relief fund. They make it to where it's illegal to make profit off of relief efforts. They make price gouging illegal. They make it to where only NGOs that, let's be honest, are, you know, paid for by billionaires for profit and then get funding from taxes can be the ones that are actually involved in this. And so the market void is extreme. So yeah, I don't know the right answer on that. I do think it's also a little bit of fake news, but it could be true. It's hard to know to what degree the 22 other agencies that are involved are done, you know, are taking up the slack. I mean, the Trump administration is claiming CPB and the Coast Guard were doing the job of what FEMA may have traditionally done. And if that's the case, it makes perfect sense that they said, look, we're not going to approve anything immediately. You know, we have 5 days to approve it if the expenditures are 100K. I think it's probably way too low, and it's a bit too harsh, and it needs to come with those regulatory cuts.
Much. Right.
Right. Well, since you instructed me, I'll be brief, or I'll try to, Brian. But I agree with some of the sentiments that Lactoid outlined. Although what I will and also what I'll try to make explicitly clear in terms of answering the prompt of like, do I believe these deaths were unavoidable? I think at the end of the day, like you know, looking back, hindsight is all 2020, and like I don't think you can. I personally can never really conclude whether it was truly unavoidable. At least I don't think so. At least to say with any confidence. But based off of what was said in the article, if in fact it's true, but I understand the criticisms towards CNN and all that stuff, although I think some of it is a little bit overblown. But yes, I don't fully trust everything from CNN. But if it's true about what, you know, Kristi Noem has put in place and all the other sort of, let's say, cuts that have happened with FEMA, almost sort of that didn't help in the response, but I could be wrong about that. I am in favor, at least as far as I can tell, in terms of FEMA is imperfect, but I think it overall seems to be effective. But there definitely have been some shortcomings in the past. But I think from what I can tell, a lot of them have been addressed, and I'm not sure that there's actually has been a lot of waste and fraud in FEMA. But I could be mistaken about that. But all that to say, it's like there are certainly things that occurred that probably made this worse than it had to be. Whether it's actually truly unavoidable, I don't know. At the end of the day, tragedies happen, and you'll never be able to prevent all of them. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Let's go to LSP.
Yeah. So I mean, there's plenty of blame to go around. I think the question you should be asking when you're like looking at this kind of thing is, did anybody die who would not have died had everybody responded the way they should have responded? Had anybody responded the right way? right? And before you can get to a solid answer to that question, you got to look at, well, what did happen? You've got over like, what is it, like 120 plus deaths now, and it's climbing still. And then you've got a lot of finger pointing about who's to blame for that. So clearly somebody's not responding the way we should. So now we got to look at the facts. Well, why is that the case? Well, one thing we're noticing is that FEMA experienced a lot of staffing cuts. Something like 20% of its staff was cut, and its leadership was replaced by this guy who has absolutely no experience in disaster relief. In fact, he didn't realize there was a hurricane season. He's in charge of disaster response. He didn't know that a hurricane season was the thing. Kristi Noem requiring sign-off for certain contracts that delayed responses by 72 hours by search and rescue teams. You've got the state of Texas, which did not use FEMA grants to design a flood warning system. So I looked into this. They actually rejected it twice. This is money from the federal government for this kind of thing, like as a way of warning people that when a flood's coming. So that's one other thing. State of Texas rejected funding for that. They didn't use this thing called iPause, which is like this instant emergency broadcast thing. That you can send messages to people's phones and stuff like that. They didn't get this, and the reason for that is because the emergency response meteorologist, like this guy who works for the National Weather Service, who's responsible for coordinating response services, right, with officials in like counties. And it's like, hey, you've got this big ass flood coming. You need to get people from here to here. You need to contact these people. You need to get these supplies ready. None of that happened because that staff was cut as part of the Doge cuts, right? The person took a buyout, and now that office has not been filled. That's still a vacancy, and that's the person responsible for coordinating disaster response. And then we have the more systemic long-term problem, which is just that this is a consequence of climate change. Climate change is going to give you more severe and unpredictable weather patterns. And we've got a Republican Party that is hostile to the idea that climate change exists in the first place and undermines every bit of funding and finance and research into what we can do to mitigate climate change. And that's been their policy for the better part of 20 years now. So I mean, we're just a perfect soup of a lot of bad ingredients coming together to make a tragedy like this. And you get two kind of responses from conservatives usually. One is to say that actually you can't blame Trump. Really, it's the media's fault. CNN is just lying, right? CNN wouldn't tell the truth. They're just making this up about Kristi Noem delaying search and rescue teams for 72 hours. They're just making that up. Or two, it's actually the Democrats' fault, which I'm sure we're going to see some variation of both of these things for the hand-wringing for the Trump administration. There's a lot of questions. So remember my original question was like, did people die who could have otherwise not died? I think the answer to that is a pretty resounding yes. You've got a leader that was appointed with no leadership experience. You've got search and rescue teams being delayed because of bureaucracy by our administration's highest office holders. You've got a lack of infrastructure development in Kerr County purely as a result of politics. So it seems like there's a lot of reactions that people had to circumstances around them that led to this being worse than it could have been.
And Trump already blamed Biden. He already did blame Biden for this. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, maybe it's because I live in the area that's affected, but I've never seen more partisan hackery in my entire fucking life than I have on this subject right here. I have worked rescue and I've worked during Hurricane Harvey, which is actually a very similar situation. We'll get into the reason why a little bit later in this opening. But I've worked through Hurricane Harvey. I've lived through multiple hurricanes. I've done aid work in multiple countries like Haiti and Nigeria and the Congo and all sorts of stuff. And when I'm sitting here looking at this, and the idea that it's the Trump administration's fault or the state officials' fault, whenever we have wonderful quotes like this. Let's start with this, why it's not the state officials' fault, right? Andrew Malaris, the spokesperson for Governor Abbott, I'm sure I butchered his name, said in a statement, the state continues to disperse HMGP funding as grants are awarded, encourages local officials to apply. Yeah, so LSP mentioned correctly that there were 2 grants that were passed over, but they were passed over specifically by a local local official. In Texas, judges can hold multiple roles. There's a man named Judge Bob Kelly. He's the head of the emergency response group in Kerr County. He specifically chose not to apply for these grants both times, along with the other people. I have actually the minutes from one of the meetings here we can post later, but he decided to do it because they kept saying sirens and they didn't want sirens. Also, I saw some dumbass bullshit posted in the back chat that I have to address as to, oh my God, the local areas couldn't figure out why it was going to rain so much. It must have been due to staffing. Nope. This is the same reason why it dumped so much rain with Harvey. Typically, storms that form in this part of Texas move rather quickly over the region. Thanks to an active upper level weather pattern and upper atmospheric winds, this type of weather pattern tends to lead to quick downpours that often end in 30 minutes. This is the same case with Harvey. Usually it moves through the area. But however, thanks to other mitigating factors, in this case, the upper level pattern was stagnant with little movement in the atmosphere above. Storms at the surface also stalled, dumping enormous volumes of rain over the same area for hours. This slow movement is what caused the rainfall to be so large and be in that 100-year category range. This is the worst flood since 1921 with the San Antonio floods or the 1917 flood, depending on which you want from this region. We also have local officials in the area taking areas, parts of Camp Mystic, and removing buildings from the maps in the area of guaranteed flood zones. That's a local official's job. The local officials decided to allow building in those areas. That's their fault right there. Furthermore, we go on further through the list. Abbott has already put into a plan in place where they're going to come in and start building the sirens, saying if they don't want to build them or they don't want to fund them or they don't want sirens, they're too bad, so sad. We're going to do just like we did after the freeze, and the state's going to come in here and we're going to make sure this doesn't happen again. So there's takes care of that. So it's definitely not the state's fault. They had nothing to do with the rejection of the grants. That was 100% a local issue. Also, furthermore, let's go look at some awesome other things. Another claim. Oh, here's Jason Runyon, meteorologist with the National Weather Service, told the AP the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas. These are all the areas affected. Had extra staff on duty during the storms. Well, it usually only has 2 forecasters on duty during clear weather. They had up to 5 during the storms. Ryan said. I could go further. There's a ton of quotes. I'm sure we can get into them as people try to say bullshit. Like I have about 1 million quotes here from local officials because this is the talking point I keep hearing from the lefties. Oh, San Antonio is missing one warning coordination meteorologist, which is a permanent guy. Well, they had multiple warning meteorologists there that were there and ready to go. They had extra people on staff. They had more than responding. Also, they put out the warning 3 hours ahead of time of the estimated time, so it actually a full 12 hours before the thing went down. However, whenever you send alerts out, it's 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. Nobody's checking them. There's no sirens. This is the problem. It all comes down to local neglect. It's nothing to do with the state, nothing to do with the federal government, and anybody that's doing this is being a partisan hack and using dead kids and a tragedy to push their talking points. It's really pathetic and gross. I really am sad for all these people on the left that are doing this because this is not the same. It's actually, it's almost identical to the way Karen Bass failed at a local level for LA, where she specifically is to blame for them not having water reservoirs. I've been very adamant that we should blame Karen Bass for all the problems in LA. We shouldn't even worry about Newsom and all that. However, other conservatives on the right have gone after all Newsom and all that. That's wrong. Yeah. That's wrong.
Yeah,
and it's the same. Hold on, I'm almost done. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not never the long one on here. And furthermore, it's the same thing here. If we're going to go after somebody, we need to go after Judge Rob Kelly and not all this bullshit about the Trump administration and the Lord. And I know Brian wants to move you on because I'm dropping facts and the left can't handle facts.
I'm sorry.
Ooh, it's a left issue. Time. It's not 10:45.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with Lactoid up until the cutting federal funding. I'm not a big fan of Doge cutting the funds. I think it's bad. I think more than a couple people died. When you say, oh, well, a couple people died, you're going to have to deal with it. And there was a couple hundred, right? There's a little bit of difference. So I guess I agree with Lactoid too. And then the second half of LSP is what I go with. But really, what I think should happen is you should just chain Ted Cruz to his office, because it seems that every time he leaves that state to go on a family vacation, there's just a fucking massacre that happens in Texas. Okay, the Ted Cruz curse is real. All right, either impeach him and get him out, or chain him to your state, and therefore nothing.
God loves Ted Cruz.
Yeah. But yeah, that being said, Epstein didn't kill himself. Free Palestine. Thank you, Gibbs. Go ahead, Grid.
Let's go get Grid, please.
My turn, right? Okay, cool. All right, so I agree with a hodgepodge of what's been said already. I didn't know the judge thing that Gibbs brought up. I'll have to look into that. But what I do know, because I live in the South, and I've lived here my whole life, and I've experienced floods and that sort of thing. So, first of all, nobody cares about the federal government coming to start for the first 72 hours. It's all local guys. It's all, and matter of fact, more than likely, the churches from another state will beat FEMA to the job site. So don't worry about that. FEMA's like, you guys getting all wound up about this federal aid that supposedly was needed. But to be honest with you, FEMA is not the magic bullet, folks. It just isn't. So what is important to think about is that all of the misinformation, disinformation, and red herrings being thrown out, not just by like CNN and some others, but just weird stuff. Like, why do I care that Kristi Noem has a budget approval that literally could have been bypassed by simply, if it was that important, the people on the ground could have made out those invoices or contracts for $90,000 and submitted to. That would have been one solution, or any other various means of getting the money through. But I don't think that was really that big a deal until the first issue that the left tried to throw around was, which was, what was it again? Help me out here. It was right. The NOAA weather data being turned off or reduced or whatever actually caused it. All of this stuff. Look, we get floods. It's the South. We don't live in a fucking desert. We live in basically a rainy climate. It rained 3 times at my house today. I have good drainage, so it didn't bother me. But if we really want to see how bad it can get, folks, we can talk about North Carolina if you want to. We can talk about North Carolina and East Tennessee and the massive fucked up effort that was committed there and is still being committed. There are still people living in basically tents in North Carolina, and this is 2 years after the fact almost. So I don't really care about Texas. Texas is going to be fine. They got oil money down there. They're going to be fine. Don't worry about that. They'll be good.
Yeah.
They don't need our federal money. They probably don't want it.
Let's get into it. We have a limited amount of time. But yeah, who wants to jump in first?
I want to include one thing. I'll do one thing before we go on. Okay. I just want to say the Coast Guard came in, by the way, and I have a cool link. The guy saved 163 lives. Corpus Christi Coast Guard, and Grid's absolutely correct. Cajun Navy served more people during Harvey than FEMA did. And here's another crazy thing: HEB is providing a ton of millions of dollars worth of aid to the area and stepping in, not asking for any money back. So go HEB. Who needs FEMA? We don't want that federal bullshit anyway.
Right. So what about the people affected? Actually, like, my bad. Go ahead.
That's my region. What do you mean? I know what the people.
It's my region too. So please don't speak for me.
I am speaking for you.
The question I want to ask that watch for this response, because conservatives do this all the time, right? They're just going to deny or dismiss like any of the negative repercussions of any of the things they want, like the cuts. So are you, for the conservatives here, are you guys saying that the lack of a warning coordination meteorologist, that vacancy, that position being unstaffed, who's supposed to be coordinating with local emergency management, you're saying having that empty had no effect whatsoever on how many people died or disaster response?
Yes, zero effect. Consider they had
based on what?
People. Well, I mean, I posted articles already. I mean, based off this fact that they already had 5 people fulfilling that role. You're talking about one permanent guy. Yes, they did.
In San Antonio office, they need one guy in the San Antonio office that's going to be.
Yeah, they had that.
Who wasn't there?
They had a temporary person filling it in. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
How hard is it?
What am I wrong about? What did I just say?
You said they didn't have a permanent guy. Okay, cool.
No one could tell.
San Antonio office.
Hold on. And they had 5 extra people.
Wait, hang on. Gibbs, are you saying they had somebody? They had an emergency response coordinating meteorologist.
They did. I already posted that. I posted
they had acting emergency response man.
Yeah, they had a temporary person on file in there working. They had 5 people.
So somebody with less experience.
Oh wow!
Somebody who's not.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Secondly, this is how unserious you are. You talked about the little warning system.
We're going to virtue signal.
You didn't even use.
He's not going to address anything I said. He's going to virtue signal. Just pay attention for it.
Well, I don't have the virtue signal. I'm just going to point out the flaws in what you said, which are inaccurate
You
statements.
haven't yet.
You didn't
Still
even
waiting.
use the right warning system, which is code red. That's the one that's in Kerr County, not the other one. Thank you. Cool. Come again. You used the wrong system that had no effect. Also, by the way, flooding is still happening.
The
today.
EPAW is the
And guess
federal
what?
warning
Guess what?
system.
And, yeah, and
Genius.
nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives
And
a
people
shit.
use it.
Nobody
I
uses
know.
that.
When you can't
I've never
deal with
seen a
what I
federal
say,
alert.
you dismiss
You
it.
just
Say
not-
nobody
I mean,
gives a shit.
Nobody
I'm just going to
uses it.
filibuster.
I mean,
That's what you
It's
do.
a fact. It's not a
No,
filibuster.
people do
You didn't
use it. People
Let-
do use
let-
it. That's
let
why they
Gibbs-
have it,
let Gibbs
Gibbs.
go. Let Gibbs go,
You didn't.
please.
You didn't use the. He didn't
Well,
use
he's
the right.
spewing a lot of bullshit at
No,
like
it's
80
not-
miles an
it's
hour.
code-
We went from
code
0 to
red.
retarded in like 4
It's,
seconds.
well, retarded is everything you've said because you stated fake.
See,
facts
he's not going
and
to
fake
respond,
news.
Prime.
Hold on a second.
I
We
mean, if you
gotta
let
let
me
him go. We gotta let him
respond,
go.
I mean, let me
He
respond.
can't.
First of all, code red is the
I
system.
called
they
you
use
retarded
locally.
that he responds, and then he
Yeah,
goes, "See,
code
he's
red-
not going to respond."
Yeah, code red is the local system. Nobody uses the federal system. They had multiple people on file. He said they're inexperienced. We don't know what they're inexperienced. They brought in people from out of town. Sounds like that would be more experienced people that they're bringing in for an emergency area. The warnings went out 3 hours before the flood for a grand total of 12 hours before it got to its worst part. And the other thing is this happened at 4 or 5 a.m. And I don't know if you've seen where a 35-foot wall of water comes. And that's what's been reported in some areas. 28 in some, 35 in others, depending on the report you read. 35-foot or 28-foot wall of water at 4 a.m. when there's no warnings. That's going to fuck you up. Guess what? No sirens. That comes down to Bob Kelly, or whatever his name is, Rob Kelly's decision at the local level. That has nothing to do with any of the other. And you're just sitting here
You're a
glazing
Republican?
over facts. Yeah, he's a Republican. You're sitting
there
here,
you
and
go.
I have Democrats and Republicans that are both sitting here pointing at Rob Kelly.
Look, he's got an
a
R
local
next to his
guy.
name. It's Trump's
Okay, this is
fault.
like
Yeah,
endless.
it's
Can I
literally
respond to this, Prime?
It's literally a local level guy.
It's just going to be more filibustering.
Hold on, it's not a filibuster. You didn't even know this guy's name, and you were.
Can I
sitting here
please
going,
respond to this,
Trump. Well, okay. Well, do you know what Rob Kelly's policy?
He's just
I have
whining.
I have
Okay,
the minutes
EPAWS.
from
I'm going to talk about the
I-
EPAWS system. Can I
so
talk about the
minutes-
EPAWS
hold on,
system?
I have
That's
the minutes from the thing.
You're just
Do you have the
dropping
min-
like
no, no, do you have the
a
minutes?
giant
So, do you
mishmash.
have
This
the
is like a
minutes?
gish gallop, man.
No,
There's like
no,
800
you
points
have
you
to-
drop in
I-
here.
So I'm gonna
He
send it
doesn't
back
have the
to.
minutes, so he's.
I know.
just-
Everything he's saying is fucking wrong.
going to
Like,
send-
allow me to
okay,
respond.
Let me refer to
I'm
the
gonna throw it back to
Here's the
LSP.
actual minutes right here.
Thank
the actual
you.
minutes from it. Yeah,
I'm
I'll
gonna
post it
hold
in-
on. Yeah. Okay. So now,
I'm
actually,
sorry.
No, I mean,
I'm gonna send
yeah.
LSP, but I'm gonna have an extra question. I'm gonna ask the two of you because you two might have more knowledge about this than I do.
I don't believe he
what
does,
I've
but
heard
okay.
is that the warning, the
Oh, he's just
early
lying.
warning that went out, right, was within a Facebook group. Like specifically,
No, that was one of the warnings. That was
that
the
was one of
sheriff's
the
department
warnings.
warning. That was just
Okay.
one.
Yes.
that was one.
NWS put out one at
And the
3 hours
warning that's
before it
missing
happened.
from this, Prime, the warning that Gibbs doesn't seem to think, he's just dismissed it and says nobody uses it. No, that's not true. People do use it, right?
Nobody
That's why it's a warning system. It's the warning system FEMA explicitly uses called EPAWS, which is responsible for saying, hey, there is a flood coming. You guys need to get out to higher ground. It sends mobile alerts to residents, including people who would have been at like Camp Mystic. Like that the EPAWS wasn't used signifies a major systemic failure on FEMA's part.
Your phone? You check your phone at 5 a.m.? No, most people don't. Cool. This is total bullshit what he's saying. Like, it's just crazy. You're sitting here.
See, no response, just dismissal. It's like, oh, nobody checks their phone at 5 a.m. That's all he has to say.
Posted the literal minutes from
You
the
have
local
nothing
thing.
of substance to say.
You don't even have a source. I posted the actual local minutes from the organization.
Do you
where
want a
can go
source
in
that
and read
EPAWS
it.
was not
You-
utilized?
You can go here and read
Really?
through this shit. You can read through this shit where they actually deny having the sirens multiple times at a local level. That's the bottom line. You can sit here and say,
You're talking about something I'm not even talking about. The EPAWS system, the Federal Emergency Response System that FEMA uses was not utilized.
Hold on, don't worry about it. I got
Gibbs,
another
yes or no? The Federal Emergency Response System was not used. Yes or no?
It was used. It was used. It wasn't used.
No,
Doesn't
it
matter.
was not.
It
EPAWS was not used.
Code Red is the one that's used locally. That's the one that matters. That
Okay,
wasn't
and
used
EPAWS
properly.
is the one that's used federally. We're obviously FEMA's not going to use it.
Got a question about the systems. Got a question about the
What's
system.
kind of federal
Got a
alert?
question about the systems, right? So I'm not familiar with this code red system, right? I'm not a Texan.
Well, you wouldn't because only Kerr County uses it.
Okay,
and it's a fail. That's
okay,
why you wouldn't be familiar with it.
is this? Can
So
you
if he
describe-
hasn't mentioned Code Red, he's not knows what he's talking about.
Friend. So how does this system work?
Hang on.
Is it another messaging system to people's phones?
I mean, EPAWS, Prime, if I
Yep.
can. EPAWS, because he's making a big deal about EPAWS. I had to look this up, so this is just what I found with the quick Google. EPAWS, Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, was used in the Texas floods in May, June 2025. However, its effectiveness varies widely depending on local participation, technical readiness, and geographic infrastructure. You, sir, are running a red herring, and you need to fuck off.
I have another backup on
Yeah,
this.
no,
Also,
fuck off.
hold on,
No, they're
hold on. Here's
not.
another one.
They're
Here's
not.
another-
EPOS is the system they have to use. Shut the fuck up, Gets. You have nothing else to say. EPOS is the system. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Hold on. I
LG,
just back up
you
what Grit
keep
said.
talking,
Some
but all you're
families-
doing is saying that we're
The FEMA
wrong, and
archive showed that
this is
Kerr
just
County.
lucky.
we're literally pulling up
Here's a
data,
quote.
and
Here's a
you're
quote.
running
Here's a
your
quote. You haven't pulled up shit. The FEMA
Okay, another
archive showed
quote
that
right
Kerr County did not send any wireless alert through EPOS on July 4th when the flooding
Because
began.
they sent it through
This is from
code
NBC
red.
on Dallas Fort Worth News. You guys can go
It's
read it.
because they said it through
And
code
Code Red only works if people have signed up for alerts.
Oh,
Some
and-
family says they receive
hold on.
Code Red
This
alerts
is-
from Kerr County, but Code Red
This
only
is-
reaches cell phones for people who signed up for alerts. That's
Here-
why
here-
we have
check this
another
out.
system, the
Hold on,
EPOS
check
system.
this out. This is directly
That
from
FEMA
this is from
uses.
the National Weather
Watch how
Service.
nobody addresses what I just said, by the way.
This is directly
Watch how
from-
nobody
this is from
addresses
the-
what I
This is
said.
directly from the National Weather Service right here. It's in a political
Wait, you're
article.
saying that Kerr County doesn't use EPOS whatsoever?
This is what they said. Late night and
Well,
early
I
morning
don't know.
mornings
Harris
can be an
County-
I'm reading the quote right here. EPOS is a system that many local counties, including Kerr County, are authorized to use to issue warnings to cell phones in a designated area. It's the same system used to send Ember alerts. Kerr County has a wider-reaching EPOS system to warn of flooding in the past. Last year, July 23rd, archives showed the county sent an EPOS alert saying the Guadalupe River was expecting to rise an additional 4 feet and telling people to avoid the river. Kerr County has the federal response system. They didn't use
to
it.
use Code Red. You're just arguing for stupid shit that's like not even accurate. Also,
You're not even responding to what I'm not denying they chose to use Code Red. Did you hear what I said about Code Red? It only works for people who signed up on it.
Hey, let me just go further here. This is from
Gibbs,
Politico, but this is
dipshit.
all directly
Hang
from
on,
the
retard.
National Weather Service.
Retard.
This is directly from the National Weather Service.
He's not even responding to anything I'm saying, though. He doesn't even know it.
We have
Late-
to let him
okay.
say words, please.
Late night.
That's
and
the
early
problem. They're
morning-
words without
late night-
meanings. He's not responding to anything I said.
Late night and early mornings, including EPOS, can be a greater challenge to distribute when much of the public is asleep. Friday's floods occurred in the early hours of the morning, with the most urgent warnings being issued after 1 a.m. This is a direct quote. The crux of this disaster is a failure of the last mile of communication facet. The forecast went out. They communicated the forecast. They disassembled the watches and the warnings. And the dilemma we have is there is nobody listening at 4 o'clock in the morning for these watches and warnings. Most people who died in Friday's floods were located in Kerr County.
You know what would have
which,
helped?
Hold on, which does not have a warning system according to Kelly. Kelly, same guy, Roger, the Kerr County judge at Friday's news conference. Other cities in Central Texas, like San Marcos, deploy outdoor weather sirens to warn extreme weather events like floods and tornadoes, as local reports to point out. Now, every other region with way lower death counts, every other county affected, every single one has sirens in their thing. So guess what? It's not that they didn't send shit out. They did send shit out, whether it was through Code Red, through the National Weather Service, or whatever this other bullshit is you're talking about. The warnings are sent out. Here's the problem. No sirens at 4 a.m. No one's checking the Amber Alert system at 4 a.m. Everybody just does this because it's annoying when they get a 4 a.m. Amber Alert. Everybody in the city, everybody in the state that I've ever met does that. So guess what? It's because they didn't have sirens. It's because Rob Kelly, the local judge, and the natives there decided we were not going to take the federal grant money to put them in. And that's the bottom line. So it's pretty much a partisan hackery hack job for what you're doing right here. It's dishonest, bad faith, and it's disgusting behavior. Do better.
Jesus. Okay, thank you. That takes fucking forever to get there. You know what would help people respond at 4 a.m.? Having an emergency coordination meteorologist. That's vacant staff, right? Or using the EPOS system that actually does wake people up, just like you said, just like an Amber Alert. People don't like getting Amber Alerts at 4 a.m. I don't like getting Amber Alerts at 4 a.m. But you know what? I fucking get them. So that would help people wake their asses up. Send the message that wakes their asses up and tell them to get out of there. I don't know what nonsense you're trying to argue about with the Code Red. I've already acknowledged they use Code Red. That's fine. They use Code Red. The issue is that Code Red only goes to people who signed up for the alerts. EPOS goes out to everybody. It sends out cell phone alerts. And Kerr County has used EPOS in the past. They have the capacity to use EPOS in the past. They did not use the FEMA emergency system this time. Okay, so the county's to blame.
You bring it up. I didn't have this guy. When I've already provided sources providing.
That.
Hold on, I've already provided sources in the group chat where they're stating they had 5 extra meteorologists on staff. Yeah, he's just lying. He's lying, saying they didn't have a permanent person, and then he says they're inexperienced when he has no proof of that. We know that they brought
Nobody
in.
responded to a thing I said. Everything I said is factually true.
I'm literally repeating exactly what you said.
Everything I've just said is factually true. They had an EPAW system. They didn't use it. And the emergency meteorologist,
You know,
the emergency meteorologist position is vacant. EPAWS wasn't used. Emergency meteorologist position is vacant.
Disproving the sources I provided.
And
I
EPAWS
provided
wasn't
multiple
used.
sources. I provided multiple sources proving they actually had meteorologists on staff. They had extra ones, and you're sitting here saying that's not true. Can you provide a single source disproving the sources I provided? Because I know you can't. Because you can't.
provide any sources.
It's just
Show
fake
me-
news.
Okay, all right. Well, so I think it's fair. We're going to lack to it. I think it's fair. Like if they've been providing sources, provide any sources you have, LSP in response to that. But specifically,
Yeah, sure.
I just gonna make this very quick. And
Well, I
then
already
go to-
posted it.
Lactoid. Okay, well then you guys can go back and forth on that, but I'm gonna move to Lactoid. But I just want to ask a quick question to Gibbs, to nail down this claim. And I don't want to focus just on this one portion. There's other things I want to talk about in terms of the response. But just for now, Gibbs, are you saying that the acting was the federal response manager, whatever the title is, right? Are you saying specifically, not simply had extra people on staff, because that's believable to me that maybe they had extra people on staff, but someone was actually fulfilling
blood's
this
coming.
role, right? Because
Yeah,
you can have other people doing other things, but if no one's fulfilling this role,
Yeah, so the person that's not on staff is the San Antonio meteorologist, the crisis management person. That's the specific role they've had, whatever. But they've had temp people filling it in up until this point already. There's been temporary local people that have filled in, and then when this occurred, they brought in national people that took over in addition to and as well as worked alongside them.
Is
So
that
it's
before
never
or after the flooding
it's
started?
both during like before they brought up to 12 hours before they had people on an all hands situation. I think I just posted a quote. These people worked along with the temporary people that were fulfilling that role, and so it was never a lack of a person in that job. It's just they didn't have the permanent acting guy in there. It's like when you fire someone and you have someone fill in. It's not that nobody was there.
Okay, all right. That's all I want to ask. All right, let's go to our friend
Wait, Prime. Let's read what I just posted in chat. This is just from Grok. It's just AI, so I'll take that with whatever it is. But you're free to list some source that says otherwise. Did the Trump administration have the temporary missing warning coordination meteorologist during the flood? There is no definitive evidence in the provided sources that Trump administration appointed a temporary warning coordination meteorologist to fill the vacancy at the National Weather Service's Austin and San Antonio. They might have other meteorologists, but they don't have the one who's responsible for coordinating during emergencies.
Okay, so
how did you intentionally inform Grok that way by asking if Trump appointed one, as opposed to dealing with Admiral Gibbs's claim that locals were filling in that role? Like you specifically tailored the question to get the answer you wanted.
Occupying the role of.
I mean, you can read the sources I posted. They say that. So, it's like you argue with Grok versus you're reading direct quotes from San Antonio and Austin and San Marcos meteorologists that were saying it was staff. I don't know, what you really trying to play gotcha here.
I haven't seen any of your sources say it was staffed anywhere.
Read. I posted the quotes from the articles in there.
Which quote says it was staffed?
You can literally go in there and read. I got Jason Ryan. I got Jason Ryan. We got Alan Garrard. Here you go. Here's Alan Garrard, former director of analysis and understanding branch of the National Severe Storms Laboratory, NOAA. Wrote a subset. There's just what I'm able to see about this. The NWS did a good job. Simply, there's little evidence that any of the recent cuts to NOAA, NWS negatively have impacted services for this event, regardless of what is being said on social media. Houston-based meteorologist Matt Lanza wrote in Substack. There's absolutely nothing.
Same question where you're done. Were any of these the emergency coordination meteorologists?
These are literally covering.
None of them were the warning coordination meteorologists.
Covering verbatim.
Yes, it literally does. His job is to coordinate during emergencies. Literally, it does.
You watch Destiny, and you
I have not shown that the warning coordination meteorologist is important during emergencies.
One sentence argument.
Maybe when another 150 people die, maybe you dumb fucks will figure it out then. But it seems pretty obvious to me that if you get rid of the guy whose job is to coordinate during emergencies, you're going to have a lot of dead fucking kids. Maybe you like that.
I mean, you're literally just using one sentence and ignoring the facts.
Prime has to put his foot down now. We have a little bit of time. We have to move on. I love you guys screaming at each other. It's very entertaining. And let's do more of that in the future. But We gotta go to
Just
my
real quick,
friend.
I
We
controlled
gotta-
F his source. It doesn't have anything about the warning coordination meteorologist.
And we'll have to deal with that in a second. Hold on.
There's
So,
another one from Tompe in San Antonio. He said, although Austin San Antonio is missing a warning
it's-
coordinator who serves a crucial link, he thinks forecast officers had adequate staffing and resources to cover.
doesn't matter.
Okay.
You're just
That's
lying, bro. You're
okay,
just
hold on.
lying.
Let's adjudicate that in a second. Hold on. First of all, Alexander Wynn, he says test because at first he couldn't give super chats anymore. It was getting blocked, and he gave $5 for that test. I appreciate that. Please test some more. But thank you for the kindness,
3 times
Alexander Wynn. Yeah, 3 times more just to make sure. You got to make sure that's working. Now, our friend Lactoid, right? Our militia Lactoid, we like to call him these days. If you want to jump in.
Special Forces Lactoid.
Yeah. So, I mean, a couple things here. I'm reading into a lot of the claims. The iPause system was it was used that night,
Yes, it was.
and
That's the problem with
or-
LSP.
or-
He
or-
just-
hold on, wait,
wait,
one
let-
second.
Missing dude.
Yeah, he's just lying.
This is relevant.
Wait,
Black-
can you provide me a source that says I
Wait. Let me.
Lactoid.
Yes, I did. It's
Yeah,
in the
I
back chat.
probably used the wrong. Okay, I may have used the wrong word. Just give me a second to get my thoughts together here. So when I'm reading through some, I guess, additional information because there's a lot of points here that I actually just didn't think about, I guess, going into this topic. The first thing is regarding this this meteorologist, the warning coordinating meteorologist. According to the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration,
Noah, just so you know.
okay, they don't think that was an issue because normally at that
Right.
time of night, the typical staffing is 2 in that area.
They had 5.
And they had 5, so they had 3 more people than normal in that area. And it's their opinion that it didn't affect it because they had issued a flash flood warning at 1:14 a.m. Central Time on July 4th, 3 hours prior to
That's like I said.
I guess the flooding happening, which according to them is adequate and customary for the kind of warning that you would get prior to a flash flood.
Is the idea that no one saw this warning?
regarding-
Was it like an Amber Alert?
Yes, and that's exactly what I said already. Where it's not.
Wait,
a surprise.
no, wait. So
Last
like,
night
so like
failure.
when you get an Amber Alert, everyone's phone in like our fucking room goes crazy.
Yeah, but
right?
you just turn it off.
Is the idea that no one important in that town saw a fucking message because it was 1:53 in the morning or whatever
No,
it
it's
is? Is that like
4
what
a.m.? 4 a.m. is when
Take it
the Amber
seriously.
Alert.
Lactoid just
Oh,
said
okay.
a message was sent out at
There
1
was-
Yeah,
1:14.
yeah. So
1:14.
a flash flood warning. Okay, I understand. So a flash flood warning was sent. Now, what I meant to say, Kerr had access to iPause. They had access to the iPause service. That wasn't like taken away from Kerr County or whatever. But how iPause works is localities control it. So Kerr County gets the information from the National Atmospheric, the NOAA, right? And then they make the determination about whether or not to issue using iPause. They
So
could
it's the
have.
county's fault.
I'm reading right here. They could have, and it's unclear as to right now why they didn't. Nothing at the Fed level would have prevented them from issuing that warning.
But
at all.
you said there was a warning. I'm a little confused. There was a warning that was sent out, but then
So no. So there was a
Protest.
there was a flash flood warning coming from NOAA,
Okay.
and there was
Oh,
other
okay.
warnings from like the sheriff audience, from the sheriff's.
Yeah,
Facebook page,
it
for
upgraded at
example.
335 as well.
Right. So there
Yeah.
were warnings, but the criticism was, is there a warning specifically using this iPause system?
Okay.
And looking at the iPause system, if that's the criticism, this had nothing to do with the feds because they had the ability to use this system. In fact, they like Grid said, they had used it in multiple floods before in the past. The question is, why didn't they do it this time?
Well, because they use Code Red, which is a
and
whole mess. I would love to get into
it's-
what's going on with that.
It's very unclear as to why the local authorities didn't use iPause.
Oh, no, it's not unclear. This is why this is
Well,
the problem.
They did
Like there
use
is.
it. But, hold
there-
on. Lactoid, can I? May I?
Go ahead, but there is an issue that you're.
I do like to point out they don't even know if they use it. It's like they use it. No, they didn't use it. No, they used it. It's just a
So
flip to watch.
what I'm reading is that they didn't
iPause
use it.
was used at 1:14. They literally say that. The reason, Lactoid, that this is important is because if you actually read into the iPause system, I posted it, by the way, The agencies don't trust it because it's limited by cellular data and local accessibility, which means that not all cell services
There's no cell services
use
there.
it. There's no cell service in Texas in half the places anyway. So they prefer.
especially the
There
health
are other
issues.
systems that they prefer to use that Texas local government prefers to use. IPAWS is irrelevant in this conversation. The fact that the meteorologist guy who wouldn't have been on shift anyway, what is irrelevant? None of this is relevant. It's just bullshit. The problem was not that the alerts weren't sent out. The problem is not that funding was cut in that specific area. The problem is it was a flood, and things happen when floods happen. That's what I mean.
Well,
that's
it's
God's fault.
Well, no,
That's
part
it,
of
just
no,
like
but like really though, you actually hit the nail on the head there with the signal. The Hill Country is notoriously bad for like not having signal, and the other thing is how fast this was. It went from like I did the math on like the low when I think Fox News' little thing they put out was 28 feet of water. You've divided by hour, that's like 8.5 feet of water, but really it's actually not that average. It's going to be a lot heavier water rise in the beginning areas. So this came quick, it came fast in the middle of the night. The other thing is like it's code red is the major culprit. If you look at the surrounding counties, they didn't have this problem, right? But if you look. Not only did the local government turn down the sirens twice, they turned down a third thing for additional funding to fix Code Red and improve it, adding new warning systems. They wanted to add new text services. They wanted to have emergency signal things, all sorts of stuff. And then they tried to even push it without sirens, and they still turned it down because the locals didn't want to pay specifically Rob Kelly. So when we want to talk about who's to blame, it's really Judge Rob. It's the local officials, the Rob Kelly, and the Republicans and the voters.
Would the Democrats have instated all of these systems that would have potentially prevented some of these deaths? Do you think?
No,
the Democrats wouldn't. Okay,
not the Texas.
Okay,
I
can't predict
that.
I
let some people jump in. I guess I just want to frame this as a question then to you, LSP. If the organization that you're criticizing as having this missing staff member was actually overstaffed at the time and issued the warning at like 3 hours prior, they actually issued it like well beforehand, and it was the local Kerr County that didn't utilize the IPAWS system for currently unknown reasons. I mean, how does any of that track back to DHS? How does any of that track back to Christino?
Well, they didn't. So this position is vacant. Yes, you can have multiple meteorologists on staff right now. You need
but that
a
office issued the warning, though. Right, no, that office issued the missing.
That office has it doesn't have a coordinator.
Well, hold on.
They can issue the warning. They need somebody to make the phone calls.
Wait, hold on real quick. I understand what you're saying. Stop. You're misunderstanding. So
okay, what am I misunderstanding?
So what this office does is it sends out like a generalized warning, right?
And yes, Kerr County can take that and issue it as an Amber Alert. Yes,
Kerr County can choose to do that, right? So Kerr County never did that. They never actually sent this out. But this office that you're criticizing for not having a coordinator, they did do that. They did basically exactly what they would do with a coordinator.
Well, no, not exactly.
Prior.
Well, no.
What are you saying? Here,
hang on. Let me answer. Let me answer what you just asked. Damn.
What did I ask?
Well, let me answer your claim at least that a coordinator wouldn't work the same way because I don't even agree with that factually.
That's what I was going to clarify here.
With a coordinator, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah. So if they were overstaffed by 3 additional staff members, what would a coordinator have done that the staff didn't do?
I would imagine make a phone call and say, "Hey, issue this IPAWS out to their residents so they know to get to higher ground. Don't just sit on it and linger at it." Yes,
the coordinator
because it could be the case that Kerr County officials don't necessarily know how to respond to that either. They might actually get the warning. They did get the warning.
Sure.
They didn't send it out. They didn't send it out, right? Because they don't have like the depth of knowledge that maybe an emergency coordinator.
We don't know why they didn't send it out.
Speculation that
it is speculation.
Can I respond? No, it's all going to be speculation. We don't know what an emergency coordinator would have actually done in that situation. We can only speculate since the office is empty. But one of their jobs is to actually coordinate. And one would assume that coordinating means getting on the phone with these officials and telling them the scope of the emergency so they know how to respond adequately, which clearly they did not. Like I'm not
Wait,
saying
wait, wait,
I'm not saying
Chris,
Kirk County. I'm not saying Kirk County absorbs absolutely none of the blames for this. They absolutely do.
I'm not saying you're. No. I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm not trying to like diffuse here between the blame between Kirk County. I'm asking specifically as to like these very specific claims because
I'm definitely going to just answer that.
no. I am skeptical that this coordinator would be calling up every single county and telling them to issue an iPause warning, since they issued a warning using the iPause system several hours earlier. Now it's a different. Obviously, it wasn't specific to Kirk County.
They didn't send it to people's phones, which is what they needed to do.
But they did send one code red.
So they sent out a generalized one, and so the question is, does the coordinator that you're talking about in a office that's normally staffed by 2 people, but in this night was staffed by 5, would the absence of 3 people and the inclusion of the coordinator instead of the other person, would this have led to a more efficient response? And I think that if you're going to blame them for this, I think the burden of proof is on you.
So I want to go to Scott and then Gibbs. But just quickly, right? So, and Scott, if you want to go with this, now I don't know, right? I don't have any insight into NOAA and its workings or anything, right? If I were to argue this on LSP's ground, and I don't know anything about the iPod system, okay? Please, don't bite my head off. But if I were to argue this, it would seem to me that a coordinator, right, will be doing something separate and specific away from a meteorologist. That's why I asked Gibbs about like specifically that role. No, he might be a meteorologist, but I'm saying that like specifically coordinating is above and beyond simply like, doing the things that meteorologists do, right? Like I can see them from what I've heard something about this, right? And I haven't dug deep like you have, but like that this coordinator role is an interface, a liaison between the organization and the counties, right? So that's why it might be the case, and again, I'm not making a statement here, I'm not making a claim, but it might be the case that even though you have 5 individuals within that office, if there is no coordinator doing that coordination, then this specific part of their job is not being fulfilled. I don't know if that's the case, but that would be my argument.
I'm not convinced they were going to call Kirk County officials and tell them to issue something that's within their discretion.
I think that might be their part of the job description, but I don't know. I don't know.
Do you
think they just issue the warning and that's it? Like, what do you think they do?
It's the San Antonio guy, not the Kirk County guy that's missing. And San Antonio had flooding, and we didn't have the desk because guess what? We had people on staff for it. So it's not, he's even talking about the wrong thing. If he wants to talk about what's going on with Kirk County, we can talk about that. But San Antonio is where they're missing this coordinator, and we had people on staff.
The San Antonio office deals with Kirk County.
Yeah, San Antonio office might be dealing with like a large region.
Yeah, but so do all these other ones. So does Austin. They deal with Kirk. So does New Braunfels. Like this guy clearly doesn't know what he's talking. Anyway,
I don't know. But
Noah is saying that there was no effect on the response time. So where are we getting that there's?
No, of course, Noah is going to say they didn't do anything wrong. As anybody in this administration speaks out against the administration, they tend to be targeted by the administration.
Let's go to Scott and then Gibbs.
Yeah, I find this whole conversation like really interesting because I didn't expect the panel to turn to the previously already debunked claims that the left was making. LSP didn't want to focus on like the stronger claim, which is like the new claim, right? Which is Kristi Noem and the Trump administration's policies have slowed down, disaster relief. So, I mean, that is mostly what I focus on because I just didn't expect anybody to parrot like Reddit talking points and not like, as opposed to like facts. But I will say this, there's just a couple of things that are a little off, right? It is important to note that Kirk County is even worse than Admiral Gibbs is describing because for the record, they did take the COVID disaster relief money that could have been used on a flood warning system. So even though they, the judge in question had denied the $1 million out of their $67 million yearly budget to put in the flood system, and even though there was several rejections that have been passed through, even though they made a decision to not the judge specifically, but the local government in Kirk County to use that $10 million to upgrade systems for the sheriff county office and like they had like a new Motorola system, a few other things. So over and over and over again, the problem is Kirk County. The problem is how Kirk County has dealt with this, and this has all been already like completely debunked. That's why the media has moved on to hit pieces against David Richardson and moved on to blaming the Trump administration and like, the cuts requiring people to file expenditures on 100K. Like that's the new talking point. And like the panel is stuck on the old talking points, of which the left has already been shown is all bullshit. And so like, instead of, and like we do this weird thing, and the right does this, the left does it too. I think the left does it a little bit more, where like everything is dismissive and like whatever and not a big deal is kind of how when it's your own problem. And then as LSP rightly calls out, right? Like he says, answer my argument, and then what he usually gets is a meme or dismissive. And then what the left really does is they hone in really, 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 really microscopic level to try and get a W and distract from the entire conversation. So now we are at a point where, well, actually, since the Trump cuts of staff and there was a temporary person there, if they had a permanent person there, he would have actually been so much more qualified, and he would have issued the IPAWs in like a different way, and Kirk County would have, like, when they got the same warning from the same fucking guy, would have, like, maybe they would have gotten a phone call to follow that up to make sure they did the thing that they were already informed to do. So actually this is Trump's fault. And it's like, it reminds me of like QAnon, like 5D chess, but in the reverse of like, how can we connect this to Trump somehow? And it's like, just go with the standard talking points of today, not the dumb shit that's already been debunked from yesterday. I just don't get this. Like, why are we even talking about this portion? It's not even the debate topic, and Prime knows it's not the debate topic because he gave us a fucking article about the actual debate topic, because that's the left's current talking points, and LSP is trying to drag us back to the shit that Destiny's retarded ass said on Piers Morgan for some fucking reason.
Yeah,
it's stupid. Why are we on this? It's not even the topic.
I kind of want to echo some of that, because like what do we keep getting told is this one-liner that I knew it had to be a Destiny talking point, because only Destiny does this thing anymore, where it's like we take one sentence out of like a whole thing, and then they hyper focus on that one thing, which is this special coordinator that whatever, which was already filled in. I posted an interesting article, and I think there's a really good debate we should be having about like what maybe if we should federalize systems or if we should do state-only systems or whatever, because this code red fucking trash. And also, before I move on to that, I just want to quote one thing. Baby doesn't even want to talk. I haven't even mentioned it. He mentioned how bad Kirk County is. I don't know if he knows this. They got it down to the cost would have only cost them $50,000 to put adequate amount of sirens in there to prevent this, and the same kind of sirens they have for New Braunfels and
hold on. When I researched, I thought that was the cost of the study to determine that they needed.
I've seen that. That was one of them. That was one of. I've seen one of those saying that. I've also seen quotes saying in other things they were quoted $50,000.
There's no way the whole system is $50K.
Well, no, not the whole system.
No,
just the sirens.
I think that was the study for the sirens.
Well, there's
cost them $50K
that was the
to determine that they needed
or
them.
not?
They don't have sirens.
And that it would cost $1 million.
This is not an important point to what I'm making. Right, long story short, they could have had the sirens really fucking cheap, and they chose not to do it. And thirdly, when I posted this,
it would only been a tenth of the money they already got.
Yeah.
So
Why are we just skirting over the fact that they just chose not to put in the system?
Okay,
why
so
didn't
if you
they?
okay, fine.
We're not. That's our argument, is that it's Kirk County's fault that they got $10 million and they didn't spend it on this.
There's something really important I think we should talk about, but fine, I will give you the rundown. The rundown is twofold. One, people don't actually threefold. One, they said sirens are an eyesore. That's what instead in the local minutes. That was not their big point. The big point was two, they don't want to spend the money on it, and three, this is a once in 100-year issue. They didn't think it was going to be a continuing issue, and so when they said we're not going to spend the money on it, we don't want to be woken up by sirens all the time for floods that don't happen, especially in the middle of the night. People got work, yada yada yada, and so they bitched, and the locals got behind that, and then Rob Kelly got behind it, and it was really not even a controversial thing amongst the people in that county, and that's why he got away with turning it down. So that's why why, if you want to know the local level reasoning, why they did them with the sirens. I think it's fucking stupid. Abbott thinks it's
Yeah, they
fucking
did a
stupid.
poll, and it was like 47% of people didn't want the sirens.
Because a lot of people in that area move there because they want to like a pristine nature, untouched kind of thing. Anyway, back to the Code Red thing, which I think is important. We mentioned the signal services not being there and the Code Red not being reliable. If you read the article I just posted about Code Red, it says the alerts went out after being requested by the fire department, local fire department, at like 3:55, and then they sent them out by 4:20, as early as some people got it. However, signal service is so bad, and the system is so fucking unreliable that a lot of people didn't even get them until 10 a.m. the next day, or 5 a.m., or 6
Tuesday.
a.m. after it was a, or
and they're trying to use that as proof that they didn't send it out in some articles.
So,
it's hilarious.
and then we have the judge once again, Rob Kelly. We keep coming back to this guy. He even said at one point when they interviewed him that no alert went out, and then the police chief got quizzed about it, and he goes, "No, we sent something out at 4:20." Yada yada. So there's clearly a lot of miscommunication between the person who's supposed to handle this. In fact, he makes his argument even worse about the like coordinator. No.
Not a coordinator to communicate.
No. That's actually
coordinate all these miscommunications.
No, here's the wrong, because that would be the weather service coordinator working with local government. This comes down to the guy who was elected to run this. Rob Kelly is the emergency director for that region. He's been there since 2006. He is the experienced guy in the region, and it all fell on him, and he crumbled and failed, and that's whose fault it is. That's who we can point to and blame is Judge Rob Kelly, not some fugazi little guy that Trump may or may not fired, because that's total bullshit and a misdirect to blame Trump for shit he had nothing to do with. Unless you're telling me Trump called up in 2006 and was like, "Hey, me and Rob Kelly are in cahoots, and we're gonna fucking."
I don't care to blame Trump necessarily. I just want to figure out,
it's
what
Rob
the
Kelly's
issue
fault.
is.
If that's the guy.
And it seems like a Republican issue a little bit, not Trump.
Well, okay, to be fair,
you know.
does a Republican have a chance of winning office in Dearborn? Sociologic.
Probably, yeah. They could.
Okay,
win.
all right. Well, let me pick a different area. Let's pick an area where the Republican's not going to win, like in a prominent Democrat. That's the same thing as
San Francisco.
Yeah, okay, San Fran, right? A Republican's not going to win in San Fran. So when you go, hey, it's a Republican. Sure, yeah, it's a Republican, but it's like a local level guy. No one's going to vote Democrat in that area. It's like 98%. They decide at the primary who's going to be the guy.
So it's Trump's fault, is what you're saying.
So yeah, so somehow that equates to Trump, right? I mean,
ultimately,
this guy's been there since 2006, so I think that predates MAGA, right?
Okay. So,
but Gibbs, you forgot to mention that there's a Reddit video from two people being like, Biden's going to make us take the vaccines. Don't give us this money. And then they took the fucking money anyways.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Kirk County is a shithole.
And then used it for their police department, right? They didn't use that money to build an emergency infrastructure, or response infrastructure.
Yeah, it's almost like the federal government has done everything that you, the fucking socialists, wanted, and you're still trying to blame the federal government with these retarded ass talking points.
I'm the
okay, sure, yeah.
But
Scott considers me a socialist. I'm pretty sure LSP would follow this.
I'm pushing back.
The capitalist response would be to abolish the Stafford Act, abolish NRF, abolish federal
the
AIDS
government
regulation,
and
abolish Federal Volunteer Protection Act of 1997.
Skewing your ass.
Everything must be abolished for us.
You guys all have a bunch of retarded ass statist solutions. If only we threw more money into FEMA, all the children would be alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, or if we threw more money into sirens originally.
I mean, we didn't even talk about Camp
They're an eyesore. What the fuck kind of argument?
The Gibbs
change seriously. Staff emergency response team, stuff like that.
This is like Netanyahu going. I didn't know that Hamas was actually going to attack that day.
You bring up a good point there. Why was Camp Mystic allowed to build their buildings in a high flood area by the local government? Is that Trump's fault? No, that's the local government's fault. They shouldn't allow them to build there. And like, so when we're sitting here going, hey, it's Trump, like, no, let's talk about the real issue instead of being partisan hacks like
don't be doing NIMBY laws now, all right? If they want to fucking
Trump doesn't know the geography of every place in the country. That sounds like if he did.
That's why he blamed Biden. It's Biden's terrain, right? It's Biden's topography. Now, not yet. It hasn't changed to Trump's topography yet.
He's not being
first time I heard of Kirk County was during Biden's administration. I was going to point that out.
But Scott, I know Scott was correct previously on one thing. And then this wasn't the discussion that I was aiming for at all. I was aiming for a discussion on like federalism, basically, and like the division of labor between the states, and like what happens when it fails from one level versus another, right? That's what I was going for with my
Yeah.
article. It didn't happen.
I'll engage with that and surprise you. Here you go. Listen,
Abolish
I
the state.
agree. I'm always for more local authority and less federal authority as a means of getting closer to what I want. But there's a problem here when we're talking about disasters, and the problem is that disasters don't strike one fucking state and never touch another state, and that's why we have organizations that's why we have FEMA, that's why we have all these other things, because it does require at least maybe not a national response, but it doesn't. It cannot
Regional.
simply be done by one state, right? Like a regional
You could have
response.
compacts. You could have multi-state compacts for that, though.
You absolutely could. That is one way to do it, and another way to do it is to abolish all the fucking regulations that stop private companies and corporations from being able to actually offer assistance and aid, and instead of giving all of the power and authority to FEMA, and then FEMA, just because they have a state monopoly, they do what all monopolies do, which the left loves to point out all the problems of a monopoly until it's the fucking federal government, which is that their budget gets bloated, they start sucking, they stop being able to be as effective, the fucking red tape starts increasing. And so, yes, Donald Trump comes in and does something very stupid, which is he immediately comes in and puts a very low bar as far as disaster relief is concerned and says, funnel all of this through Christy Noem, and we promise we'll get to it within 5 days. And then they said, look, there are other agencies like the Coast Guard and CPB, et cetera, but CPB and the Coast Guard are not fucking trained and don't have the staff to do what it is that FEMA does, right? Like, while they are trained to do some things, there's obviously a subject matter expert here, and the subject matter expert is FEMA. So you need to get rid of these regulations and allow the market to step in, and you don't fucking put in this arbitrarily extremely low number that is going to slow down the process. This is part of a fuck up by Trump.
Scott,
all this other old shit is retarded.
Scott, pre FEMA, we had the National Guard and local governments that worked together through the National Guard to do what FEMA
Absolutely.
does. They
And
did it a
then
lot
we made
better
that
and a lot
illegal in
cheaper.
1988. And what I'm saying is you
I
can't
thought
just
FEMA came around
reverse that.
because the cost of that fell onto local states, and states couldn't shoulder the cost all on their own.
FEMA came about because of
Yeah.
the
I thought it was
thing
in
that-
response
FEMA
to that.
That's retarded. FEMA diverts funds to states
Yeah,
all the
that's
time. That doesn't mean that
absolutely
it's
what Ron's talking
saying
about.
the state lacks money. Texas got $20 million in its last budget from FEMA, right? So it's like you could just as like you don't need a 3-letter agency to handle it when you're talking about funds that states lack, when you just as easily could have a bill by Congress that says, hey, every state gets, this amount of money per person towards disaster relief. Like, that's like, even from your socialist standpoint, like, that still doesn't make any fucking sense.
FEMA came out of the outcry
right.
after Katrina because
No,
No, FEMA was there
during
for Katrina.
Jimmy Carter, Jesus.
FEMA was there for
Jimmy Carter.
like it was botched so bad by
FEMA got
Bush's,
FEMA got more
FEMA.
power in 88
Yes.
and they got more power in 97, and yes, it got more power after Katrina, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that it wasn't there before. Like,
Yeah, it
both
was
can
there.
kind of be true at the same time.
Okay, why don't we table this then, and have maybe a wider discussion, because I mean that was a conversation I wanted to have, and so like I wrote down something. Should we should the federal government offload more of its responsibilities to the states? Emergency response could be an example. So like maybe do you guys want to have a larger conversation about this next week, maybe? Rather than like try to stuff one in here where we could
I mean,
dive
that'd
deep
be
into
good.
this.
I mean, especially with like what Abbott's doing. I think there's a lot of you can look at this. You could compare this to the freeze, or with how Abbott's stepping in, and going, well, if y'all aren't going to do it, then we're going to take over and we're going to put them there. I think there's a good conversation to be had about that.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a states' rights guy, so I believe that absolutely the first responsibility is always held by the state.
okay, yeah.
And
Unless
So
it's
we can-
abortion.
And I'm a libertarian.
Putting the
so I
military
think,
in LA. States' rights.
creating laws that make it illegal for businesses to be able to help with disaster relief, unless they're a registered 501c3
That's
that gets
true.
a bunch of money from billionaires so that they can get their contracts
Well,
through FEMA,
HEB
is fucked up and wrong and evil.
Well,
Save the-
HEB is providing a bunch of help right now.
Save the fire.
Yeah, when
Save
you say
the-
like companies can't provide help, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean
Oh,
it's illegal to provide help?
Let's save the
no,
fire.
why? Go,
Save the
Scott.
fire for next week. Okay.
Go
I
ahead.
actually want an answer to that question too.
Okay, all
It
right,
seems
fine.
I
like
can
silly
answer.
to
I'll
me.
be very quick. I'll be very quick. So HEB, other organizations
for it,
can
Prime.
donate money and they can donate resources, right? They can donate water,
Well,
they
back
can
to Israel,
donate money.
Palestine.
What they can't do, right? Like what they can't do is private companies cannot like work with insurance or in other ways for profit, or they can't price gouge, which anti-price gouging laws are some of the most evil laws ever, because they kill
Everything
people.
is evil, Scott.
Everything that is
Everything.
a violation
Evil.
of
You are merman.
of individual liberty and private property rights is evil. Yes. So it's illegal. Like the only way you can actively engage other than just donating resources is if you are a 501c3, and that has been and you have to go through the NRF National Relief framework and be approved by FEMA, which basically only large charities that do all the right things on the checklist are allowed to do.
Okay. All right.
It's true.
So let's save that. I like having topics ready like the week before. I don't have to come
You
up
always
with
forget
later.
them though,
I write them down. No, I write them down.
and then I mean,
write
we
them
don't
down.
use them.
Send a reminder. I'll say.
No. I said
Look,
last
man,
week,
he's been trying to bring up this 20-minute conversation about Israel, Palestine, Middle East, and Iran having bombs for 3 weeks now. Okay.
Okay, look, we do use when I write them down, we do use them eventually, unless like they go like out of style, like so for some reason like it's gone too long, then we
So
can't use
it
it
becomes
anymore.
moot. Yeah.
Yeah. So now that's why I've generalized the conversation, so we don't have to like do the whole flood thing, but we can mention it next week. So there's that. I also have another topic that I'm excited about. That'll be like 2 weeks from now. This is all great. Like Prime being ahead of the schedule. When does that ever happen? Fucking never. So things are going great. So we'll leave it there then. All right, we'll leave it there. I appreciate you all. And I appreciate the people who supported. Alexander was Prime. I'll get you some donos shortly when I get down to my PC. But remind Scott that the issue with monopolies isn't that they are wasteful and lazy, is that they rig prices and kill competition.
Yes, and all monopolies are created by the state.
And that's what he's gonna say. He's gonna say all it's a state problem. Like for IPs, he'll say like IP allows for monopoly.
Yeah,
Where
abolish IP. True.
yeah.
Or in FEMA's case, making it illegal to compete with them, making it a crime to engage in helping people for profit and reducing prices and, making sure people get relief.
Okay. Alexander went, and whenever those donuts come in, that'll be great. We can I can stick around for donuts. So that'd be great. That'd be nice.
Sometimes my answers are intentionally antagonistic because I know you'll pay Prime more.
While we're waiting,
that game.
while we're waiting in the
And
donuts,
it won't stop you.
I just want to say one thing. Price gouging laws aren't just bad because they're evil and violate private property and all that stuff, although that is a valid point. They're bad also
They kill
because
people.
they actually are just like most economists oppose them. They're just actually bad when it comes to handling disasters. They're just like empirically bad when it comes like for the same reason like rent control is bad.
Yeah, but fuck
It removes the incentive for people to bring resources to a disaster area. Straight up.
Mhm.
You
hold
remove
on.
price gouging laws, more resources get.
So
to those
let
areas.
me ask about this then, and hopefully get more donuts while we wait. That'd be great. But if not, that's fine too.
That's price gouge. Alexander win.
I'm not bullying anyone, but thank you for the kindness. But okay, so let's maybe end on this or something. Price gouging. What that reminds me of during COVID, right? When you had individuals, maybe I've already brought this up with you guys, I forget. But individuals who were buying up like massive amounts of toilet paper and then selling them like 20, that's like literally the people in their neighborhood. Some of them were doing it online.
Yes, super
but
base,
people
super
were-
good. Yes.
Of course you would say that.
Highly moral.
So they're massively raising the price for not something in an emergency disaster area where like people can't get to like the supplies, right? And they're doing them the service of bringing the supplies for them, right? Like they could get to the supplies. They could have gone to Walmart. They could have bought them from Amazon or whatever the fuck, right? They could do all those things. They instead buy up the supply and then like charge a massive premium like for the privilege of buying it from them instead of Walmart
Scalpers.
or whatever. Yeah, scalpers.
So this-
exactly. So go ahead.
This
Scalping
is
is
a result.
good.
So this
What
is
do you
a
know?
hold on. What you're describing is a result of price gouging laws.
Okay.
If you didn't have these price gouging laws, here's what could happen, right?
They
Not
raise the
only are you
price.
going to have the manufacturer you're gonna have two things happen. Not only are toilet paper and all these things going to come in from outside any particular disaster area, or when you have a disaster affect the whole country, I guess this wouldn't be an issue, but it potentially could come from other countries as well, more profit incentive. But the other thing is it incentivizes disaster preparedness, right? Because if I, for example, am betting on the fact that another COVID might happen and toilet paper might become scarce, and I can't raise my price if that happens, I am not going to have a warehouse full of toilet paper prepared for the next disaster that I can then market at an up price, because it's going to cost me a fuck ton of money to store all this toilet paper, and I can't sell it for anything more, right?
Okay.
However, if I can increase the price in literally in response to a increase in demand that stems from any kind of disaster, now it may very well become more economical for me to stockpile necessary supplies for if a disaster happens, because then I can raise the price. And so anti-price gouging laws are really going to.
So wait. So either way, the consumer just gets fucked, regardless.
No,
of if you have a stock-
You have the
because there's more
opportunity as
availability.
well.
price. If you have a stockpile and you can gouge the price when an emergency happens, that stockpile isn't for emergency. It's for you to make money, therefore fucking over the consumer. Or if I don't have a stockpile, I can just get bought out by someone, and then scalping is good because they're reselling at an exuberant price.
I'm more skeptical as to the second part. But the reason the second part is a result of these laws is because you're not going to be able to enforce these laws on individuals. Local stores do that, right? They'll put 2 per customer, for example. They'll try to enforce that. But the government is really only enforcing these price gouging laws against retailers and manufacturers and the entities that they have authority over, directly. And if you
People
enforce
that we
the
wanted
laws,
them to regulate,
sure, you
as
can
to
say
not get
generally
ripped off for things.
Well, you can say you generally want the government to regulate these entities, but the result here is going to be shortages. You have yes, you can say that the price of toilet paper is going to skyrocket if you remove these laws. You're also going to have a lot more toilet paper.
The problem wasn't shortages, though.
Well, absolutely the problem was shortages.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Wait. It wasn't.
In my area, I would walk in. There was no toilet paper in any store in the area.
It wasn't because
Lactoid had a
Costco
dirty bottom the entire time. Go ahead.
It wasn't.
I stocked up because I think
Costco. It wasn't because Costco didn't have enough. It's because everyone in your neighborhood tried to kind of like Pokemon cards. They were just buying them all so they could resell them at a high price.
We're all kind of skirting around. Hold on now. So here's, you have to explain this economically, right? Not from trends. So the reason that you have shortages is because the price is not set appropriately in the supply and demand equation. Okay, so when you have price gouging laws, you create a price floor ceiling, or you create laws that make it to where the price cannot go up more than a certain percentage in a certain amount of time, et cetera, et cetera. So what ends up happening is demand increases because of fear or because of panic. Okay, and so if you try and say, well, you can't price gouge now, what means is there's a whole bunch of people that wouldn't have bought more than a couple of rolls of toilet paper that now want to buy and stock up on a bunch of toilet paper as a means of preparing. And so what ends up happening is naturally what the economy would do to this response is that they would increase the price of toilet paper, and thus they would make sure that they were constantly stocked with toilet paper. Yeah. So anytime somebody needed or wanted toilet paper, they could go get toilet paper. But what happens when you have price gouging laws is that people end up buying a bunch more than they need. The price doesn't go up.
Sure.
And then other people are left without having toilet paper. So we most famously saw this in 1979 with gas prices during Carter when we had this up and down, up and down, up and down, and this volatility in the market. And one of the things that what we found was as soon as gas prices would drop, everyone would run out of gas, but they weren't using that gas. What was happening is because it was cheap, they were worried that in the future it would become expensive. So they would fill their car up to all the way up to a full tank of gas in the hopes that like when it gets more expensive later. And then what that would do is it would cause volatility in the market and the price would go up. And then you had a lot of policies, local policies, not really federal policies, that started trying to put price ceilings and try and regulate the price of gas.
There was
Every
national
time they
policies.
did this,
So
there was a
they
few,
even
but,
they even audited.
but
No, they even regulated who could buy
Okay.
gas on what days, even in odd days. Remember?
They
Well,
did.
that was right, but that was
It's
that was
still-
how much you could buy, etc. But there wasn't that much price gouging
Regardless of
laws.
the- if-
Most of those were local.
If-
And what this did is every
Scott,
time they put in
okay.
price gouging laws on gas, what ended up happening is nobody had gas in that area. They would run out of gas every time they would limit the price.
People
of
would
gas.
keep a full tank so that they wouldn't run out of gas when the prices get expensive. I understand that, but what I was
Right.
But like, even if you have the price gouge issue, right? If you allow like to price gouge, whatever the fuck it may be, it's still regardless of how it looked, it's still a minority of people who got conspiratorial and overreacted and
That's-
bought out the toilet paper. So if you end up raising the prices on everyone, so a minority of people don't do that, it's still the majority of people who end up getting fucked over due to the fact that these companies just want to make more money. It's like their inventory costs them anymore. So it's still the consumer getting fucked
it's-
over regardless.
let's
It's
get-
not
right, but
a
if it's-
necessity.
if it's a-
it doesn't
Okay,
necessarily-
but hold on.
it's
If
not
it's
a necessary.
1%,
Grid wants to
listen.
say
If
something.
1% of the market is willing to pay triple the price for a product, okay, then so it's 300%. It's gonna there's an equilibrium here, right? Because if it's a minority of people, then the effect they actually have on overall price is limited. You understand what I'm saying?
Let's go
Like a 300%, price equation in their mind, right? Wouldn't be a 300% price increase everywhere in the long term. It would average out to a 3% price increase. The equilibrium eventually hits back. This concept of like, one or two crazy people will buy up everything. It's like in the short term that can happen. But then they're stuck with a bunch of fucking toilet paper. Then they end up reselling it, right? Just as Prime Guy said, there are gougers, if you will, right? That end up reselling it. Now those people come into the market as a black market to circumnavigate what the state has made illegal. Like it doesn't work the way that you think it does, where like one person's going to buy up all the supply and then no one will ever be able to get any supply anywhere else.
So we're going to go to our friend Grid. Just very quickly, we got a
Thank you.
super chat from
Yeah, Scott,
just very quickly. We got a super chat. Just going to read it very quickly. If price gouging, and you can respond to this, the Alexander Wynn, if price gouging is just a natural market response to demand, then looting is just a natural social response to starvation. You don't get to call one moral and the other evil when both are driven
Yeah,
by desperation. One just wears a suit.
That's retarded.
And this is $50 from Alexander Wynn.
Yeah,
Thank you once again,
You paid
Alexander Wynn.
$50 to let everybody.
Let's
Hold
go-
on, you paid $50
let's
to
go
let
to-
everybody know that you're retarded. I'm just
let's go
going to
to
respond
Greg.
to his thing that's obviously at me very quickly. You paid $50 to let everybody know that you're retarded. Okay, there's the two are not analogous. They're disanalogous because one is theft of property and the other is an increase of price. How the fuck are those two this exact same thing?
Let's go to Grid.
Yeah, so Scott, one of the interesting things about price gouging is I see this a lot of in ammunition. Actually, I don't really
yeah.
care toilet paper. Everybody,
Right,
eventually the
increased
packers
price
will
and
catch
then
up.
you still have handgun ammo left.
Right. Yeah. So at the end of the day, so like, for example, I learned my lesson back when Obama was elected, and all the ammo dried up and all the components dried up. And when you could find ammo, it was so very, very expensive. It was like 5 times what it would normally go for. And so I learned my lesson then. And then again, and so my motto on all of this stuff is, buy cheap and stack deep. So when the next time came around, when Trump came in the office and everybody thought that there was going to be some big deal go on, The and again, the primers start running out, powder starts running out, all that stuff. I still had enough. I didn't even stop my competition shooting. I never even slowed down, and I still had enough that if I'd wanted to, a box.
Okay,
of
but
primers,
also
for
you're
example,
rich.
Yeah, it's true. But a box of primers, were like $30 when I was buying them, and they went to $115 for a box. And I could have sold all that I had for way more and still had enough to get me through the hard times. And it doesn't take a lot of planning to do that. And so I don't agree with. I'm in the same boat with you with the price gouging laws. I could have complained about people selling, ammunition for 5 times what it went for 2 months ago. But why? I had the same opportunity to buy it when it was cheap. I just didn't, right? And then I learned my lesson, and then I did. I just buy some a little bit at a time, and I never feel the market now, I guess is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. When it goes way up, I don't buy it. When it comes back down, then I buy it. So I actually don't believe in price anti-price gouging laws. I do believe in there's a kind of a communal kickback or pushback against someone that does something like goes and buys out all of the hand sanitizer within an area, right? Goes to every Dollar General and buys out all of it, puts it in the back of a U-Haul, and then starts going around to flea markets and stuff. There'll be some communal pushback against that because they're like, "Hey, what an asshole,"
Yeah,
But at the end of
really,
the day,
all they're
he
doing
did it,
is
you didn't.
what they're doing when they do that is that they're proving that the price is too low because people are
Right.
willing to pay more for that product. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to make that profit to begin with.
Okay, so Lactoid, having heard that, scalping good?
Scalping is great. Scalping is good.
Okay,
but before you say that, just like there was a second part of Alexander's message, I want to get that out there. Price gouging doesn't optimize for demand; it optimizes for profit. Suppliers can simply hold back inventory to sell at inflated prices. Supply doesn't just appear because prices go up, especially in crises with infrastructure collapse. The price mechanism becomes predatory, not productive. That's his.
Where's
thing.
the predatory? He's assuming for profit is automatically predatory. It moves resources towards its most valued ends. That's what it does.
We'll let Lactoid go, but also a reminder, guys, this is past 11:30, so if anyone wants to leave, you can leave. It's fine.
I'm gonna have to do this. I want to Lactoid's response.
Okay.
Y'all be good.
Yeah, have a good one. Lactoid.
All right, brother Gibbs.
Later, Gibbs. My primary concern with price gouging is or the anti-price gouging legislation comes with the effect on both manufacturing and warehousing. Alexander, when you just said it encourages companies to hold back products until a disaster, that's exactly what you want.
What you want.
Yeah. So this is what I was talking about before when I was talking about warehousing, right? Like the reason why, if it's not economical to warehouse a bunch of spare product to wait for a disaster, because it costs money to warehouse products. And if you can't sell them for anything more than you're selling them for right now, then the profit,
the universal time preference. It costs money to warehouse it.
Exactly,
you're losing money.
100%. You got to pay for electricity in warehouse, the real estate, the taxes, all that shit. The profit that you get, the profit that you get from just simply warehousing a spare product in wait of a disaster is not going to be profitable. The other effect is on manufacturing, right? If I own, let's say, like a company that manufactures water bottles, and then I hear that water bottles in an area are going for $20 an hour because this area is dearth of water bottles. Let's say during like a hurricane or something. I'm putting every single worker I have on full overtime.
Dearth.
To make
college word.
To really just pump out as many water bottles as humanly possible and ship them there immediately. And I'm going to divert all my supply chains from other areas to this disaster area where I can make more money off of selling water bottles. And then I'm going to
almost
flood
like it
that
moves.
Area.
The most valuable resources towards its most valued means.
Exactly, because it's more profitable there now. And then
what if people can't afford it?
And this is what
we keep saying. It's more profitable, but if the people don't have the means to afford the thing,
I'll but
if
the more water,
it reduces price. It reduces price because people. No, it literally reduces price
let me
because
explain this.
That area has water
Yeah.
bottles missing, you make a
Right.
profit by moving water bottles in, which means the supply of water bottles increases there, which means you have more opportunity to get cheaper water bottles than you would have been able to get
Here.
previously.
Let me get. So I posted the economics information, like a survey on economists in
sorry.
in the group
I
chat.
get excited about Austrian
it's all right.
economic theory.
Lactoid,
but-
do economists own a business though?
I don't know if any of those economists own a business, but you can see the vast majority agree
It
with
is weird.
our position here. And here's a good way to put it. Like, do you disagree, Ollie, that rent control actually over time leads to overall increases in rent, like in terms of overall housing costs? Rent
So
control.
I've had this conversation. I did agree to that. So like, yeah, someone explained it to me, but it is a lot of
Sure. I can explain it.
Yeah.
The same logic applies, right?
Yeah.
When you have rent control, what happens is you reduce the incentive. Catch you later.
See you,
for people to
Grid.
build. Yeah,
Yeah,
for people to build
gotta jump
housing.
off, guys.
Therefore,
I'm
the
sorry. You
housing
guys had a great-
eventually
Have a good
becomes
one.
expensive because you have to.
Conversation.
Yeah.
It's a
Sorry,
lot of
Grid.
fun.
Yeah. Have a good
See
one.
you, man.
Deuces,
Yeah.
Grids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the idea is like if you freeze the rent, eventually no one wants to build there. If no one wants to build there, then then eventually the people that the houses that are owned, they need to be renovated anyways. They're not going to get renovated. Therefore,
Exactly.
Or in order to renovate, you have to jack the price up. Yeah, I get that.
Exactly.
Or landlords just won't fix shit.
Nobody.
Yeah,
torture
that's what I.
people.
Yeah.
Right. It's
Yeah.
not that nobody won't build there. It's just that not enough people will build there because you've artificially interfered with the market to the point where now
It's price
demand
ceiling.
is incentivized to not meet supply, or so supply is not incentivized to meet demand. And so if you have the same logic applies here, right? You got an area that desperately needs water bottles. You have two options. One, you don't put any kind of incentive to ship water bottles to this area, and then you're going to result. But you keep the price the same, right? You're going to get shortages. You're going to get people who just cannot find water bottles, no matter how much money they have. The other option is you incentivize dramatically people shipping water bottles to these areas, and then here's what's going to happen: you're going to start everybody trying to get in first on the action.
Yeah.
Is all going to jump in and flood that area with water bottles, right? Now, initially, they're going to get a massive amount of money, right? And a lot of the people who are going to buy water bottles are going to be very wealthy people. But what's going to happen when all the wealthy people, when all the wealthy people have already bought up enough water bottles, and all these areas have already started flooding this area with water bottles? What are you going to let the water bottles go unsold? You're going to have to reduce the price in order to meet the price threshold for the people who otherwise couldn't afford it. And you're going to see a price decrease.
There's
This
one
is-
more thing very quickly. It also means that when a charity or an organization is giving out water for free in that area, obviously somebody paid for it, right? But when they're giving out water, there's not going to be rich people standing in line to get the free water. They're going to already be in their tent or wherever it is, or having gotten in their RV.
More wealth, right?
Because because if that water came, let's say 2 days later, because the charity took longer because they didn't have the for-profit incentive, so it wasn't competing at the best rate, that means a lot of people already have water, which means of the free water that is available, you can give it to the people that need it in higher degree than you would previously.
So this is my issue. Oh, go ahead.
So price gouging means poor people get water for free.
Make your money,
quicker.
Prime. Make your money.
Two super chats from Alexander Wynn, $10 each. Again, thank you for the kindness.
You're muted.
He says, I didn't say it encourages companies to hold back product until a disaster. It encourages them to cause or coordinate to disaster to allow for inflated prices. Cause
There's no evidence of this.
Okay, and then second one.
Economists universally don't agree that that's like a phenomenon.
Do you really think a starving person can consent to a trade at inflated prices when there are no other options? If so, then clearly a vendor can consent to giving a product over at gunpoint for free. Those are the super chats.
So not his
one's
second
aggressive,
point, but
one
the
isn't
first-
aggressive. He just restated his retarded opinion in a new way.
I mean, you say it's not aggressive, but you're also someone who says like every dollar is a life or whatever it may be. So like, if that only applies to like, I guess like producers, but not consumers, like, so my issue with
it applies to both.
Yeah. So my issue, so like Lactoid, what you were saying, like,
Consumers
I agree
are also
with the
producers.
theory that people will come in, they're gonna have to compete for the market. Things inevitably get cheaper, right? But cheaper from what to what? So like, if the original cost of a water bottle is $1, right, and then they go into these neighborhoods and now it becomes $3 originally. And then it drops down, but it stays at $2, right? That's still 100% markup. to the people that like end up like having to pay it, right? And that is like that it's not going to drop back down to one is kind of my issue.
But if it was always $1, then
$1.
water bottles wouldn't move in, and then they'd be out of water bottles.
No, I'm saying even after the relief, right? It seems to stay at $2. $2 becomes the new norm because you can get $2, so it's going to continue to be the norm afterwards.
That's
I mean,
not true.
how often does the price drop
not
back
how-
down to original pricing?
That's not.
I'm always going
to
to refer to chips. I'm always going to refer to chips.
That's not.
Chips are
that's
$2.69
not-
a bag.
That's not a
Poor
cause
kids.
of short-term disasters. That's a
No,
cause
I know,
of
I'm just
inflation.
saying. Yeah, I
Right,
know.
like
And
that-
I know.
like
And
that's
anytime I hear
totally
economists
separate issue.
talk, and it's about like eventually these companies do reduce the pricing after blah 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 blah. It's like, yeah, but the price gets reduced to like it's still at least a 50% markup of original price. And
No,
so it's like
not-
we never
not in
get that price
disasters.
reduction in a real way.
No,
On
that's not in
disasters.
disasters. So you are correct, right? That sometimes prices are what you could say too cheap. Okay, which is they could raise the price and still and they would still be able to sell things. And then for whatever reason, a shortage occurs, and then they gain new market information. And so they increase prices because of the shortage, and then the shortage is a relief in some degree, and then the prices fall down, but they don't fall down to the original price.
Yes.
That's not a result of the disaster so much as that's a result of A, inflation, and B, of them lacking market signals that their product was too expensive for a time. So for
Undervalued.
example, we could look at graphics cards, right? For like PC and gaming enthusiasts, right? Before COVID, graphics cards were a lot cheaper than they are now. And then during COVID, because of all of the, all of the chips manufacturing and all of these things, they became absurdly expensive. And this was made even more so expensive because for whatever fucking reason, the competition between AMD and NVIDIA had gotten fierce enough, not that AMD was making good enough cards, but rather from a price to performance ratio, they were making good enough cards where people that are crypto mining could potentially buy AMD cards and get more bang for their buck, right? And then because you don't really care about like FSR and all these other bells and whistles, you just care about like what is your VRAM, what is your processing power. And so yes, well now we've seen with the 9000 series card and we've seen with the 5000 series cards that MSRP, like just now AMD's cards are hitting their actual MSRP, and adjusted for inflation, they're cheaper than they were in the same product line than they were before COVID. Like they've actually gotten cheaper once you adjust for inflation. So this happens both ways sometimes, but because of inflation, because we've had so much inflation, a $500 graphics card still seems like a lot. But if you compare it to the 6000 series cards that came down and you adjust for inflation, it's actually cheaper.
Okay.
So it's just
enough,
about
guys.
market signals,
good
and
one,
sometimes they balance.
Take care, Lacto.
All right. Well, one last question was if
Peace,
I
Lacto.
understand if I understand it, and I'm gonna try my own way. So like like you're saying, for example, Pokemon, the card company, they are selling their decks at $50 a pack. People are going out and buying them. They're scalping them for $100 to $150 a pack.
Right.
Pokemon then catches wind of this. They're realizing that people are willing to pay $100 to $150 a pack because everyone's scalping them. So then they realize that's their market research. They then go, okay, why don't we just sell the packs for $100? The scalpers won't want them, right? And then therefore everyone who is already paying the $100 will be able to get them. Eventually the market solves itself and maybe packs go down to like $80 is what you're saying?
They would want it because they could even sell it for higher. So now that the price floor is $100, then maybe they could sell them for $150.
Well, there's no price floor, but yeah.
Right.
Price floor requires like coercion.
I apologize, wrong one. But yeah.
But like to
I
an
understand what
extent, is that kind of like am I in the ballpark of what you're saying?
Right. So like let's say there's an artificial scarcity or natural
There is.
scarcity of Pokemon cards like there is right now, right?
Yeah.
They're not producing as many Pokemon cards as they should be producing. And so there's this like supply issue of Pokemon cards, right? And then what they see is that other people are making way more money just scalping their cards. Okay. And so what they realize is every time somebody scalps cards, that's profit that I forget who owns Pokemon.
But just Pokemon.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Does Nintendo own Pokemon? Is it really Nintendo? Yeah, it
there's
is,
a
isn't it?
Pokemon company under that. There's not Niantic. There's the Pokemon company and Nintendo. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not super right, but I know a little bit about it just because my roommate's really into it. But so what they see is they're seeing a profit loss, right? Like they know they're losing profit by selling it and then scalpers getting it and then reselling it. And so what that means is that for the supply that they have, now granted, there is a little bit of like a artificial scarcity thing going on, which I think is almost always stupid because the more you sell, the higher your rate of profit can be. So you can make less profit per item sold. So it's usually a bad idea, but companies do it nevertheless. But they know that they're losing profit. So they're going to increase prices so that they're no longer losing profit, because the fact is for however many Pokemon decks unopened there are out there, or Pokemon packs unopened there are out there, that the current price that they're selling them for is too low to such a degree that scalpers are coming in and making the price higher by reselling them. And so, what they might then do is increase the price. Then at a later date, they increase production. And so the price will come down. But you're right, the price might not come all the way down to the way they were, even with the increased production, because they realized that the cards were more valuable than they thought that they were. And so people were already paying that price to begin with. They were just paying middlemen that were making a profit.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. I think it's just ultimately the consumer is the one who gets fucked over, and that's where the aggressive part is, right? Is like at the end of the day, it is the consumer. So like that's why I always bring up chips, because chips isn't necessarily like an adult thing. It is like kids snacks at gas stations or corner stores or whatever it may be. And like when Hostess snacks are like $1.50 and chips are like $3-4 like a bag, I'm looking at like who the consumer is supposed to be. It's the kid or the parents buying their chips for the kids, right? So like now either parents are buying less chips or they're just spending a lot more of their income on like chip, like whatever widget, use whatever for chip. But it's just like it seems that the only person that gets fucked over is the consumer every single time, while we're saying that eventually the prices are coming down. And I think that's the aggressive part, is that these companies don't seem to be losing any money. They seem to be increasing like their intake every year.
Well, here's Alexander Winhunt has two more. $20 each. Thank you, Alexander Wynn, for the incredible.
He's following my advice of hundreds of donations to test it out.
That's how you test it. He says, Alexander Wynn, if I took the only water well during a drought and charged $10,000 per drink, I haven't physically attacked anyone, but I forced people into a corner where death is the only alternative. That's coercion, aka aggression. Second message, Enron deliberately shut down California power plants to manipulate energy prices in 2000 to 2001. Nestle has depleted public water sources during droughts, then bottled and sold that water back to locals at a premium. Evidence? Question mark? Evidence to you? I don't know.
So there's three examples here, right? So what was the first question? The example was purchasing a water well, correct?
Yep. $10,000.
So you gained a water well, and it is true that we are in a drought, and so you're the only person with water wells. So this would be what is called in economics a natural monopoly, right? Which is you have the only source of water for all of these people, which is pretty rare. That one person has a natural monopoly on all of the resources. Now you can skyrocket the price on that one thing, but it only it doesn't really work in reality. It only works in the thought experiment, because in reality, water is all over this fucking planet and all over all of these places. Eventually, that you will raise the price of water to such a degree that people leave the area in a drought to go to another place to buy water, or you will. What ends up happening is let's say water is, they're bottling it, right? And so they're selling it in bottles. Let's say water is $100 a bottle, right? The anti-price gouging laws, make it to where the well runs out of water very quickly because there's a drought and now people don't have water and no water comes there. But without anti-price gouging laws, somebody else goes, ooh, there's a drought here. Oh, I'm going to bring water in and sell it for $50 a bottle. And then somebody else is like, holy shit, this dude's making $50 a bottle. I'm going to bring in and bring water in and sell it for $40 a bottle. It's the same example as disaster relief, just told in a different way. But what ends up happening is you try and isolate it as I have the only product, and then I make the product something that is necessary for the survival. It just doesn't fit reality that one person is able to gain all a pure monopoly on the only resource on a resource that is necessary for life. Like, it kind of makes sense in a thought experiment, but the moment that it goes into the real world, it makes zero sense whatsoever.
What about the
Maybe we
Enron
go to
example?
Mars. Yeah, so with Enron, so I'd have to research this specific example, right? Because I'm not super aware of that. But if I just take it at face value, so the concept here is that Enron is intentionally cutting off power so that they can sell a different form of power production at a higher rate. Yeah, I mean, if they have the access to do that, that's absolutely their right. But the problem is you live in America. Is there any competing resource for your electric company anywhere in the country? Is anyone that lives in America currently, is there 4 or 5 companies that can provide you with electricity for your home? Or is there one company that is granted a state monopoly that the government says you're not allowed to compete against because we invest tax money and revenue into the infrastructure of this company, and then we bid out a contract, and now this company has the right to producing energy? So I'd have to look into how that occurred or what that occurred, and how they were diverting energy from one area to sell their product. But I would wager a guess that you're talking about an industry that the state creates monopolies on, and then of course, yeah, monopolies run into problems when you grant one company so much power as opposed to having a competitive market. Because in a competitive market, somebody starts playing fuck games like that, all of a sudden other people want to invest to get rid of that person, or other companies look better. People switch their power companies. In the long term, they lose money by doing that. It's not a bad idea. What was the third example?
Sorry, 1 second.
I think it's just an evidence question.
It was a Nestle. It was the California plants as Enron. And then there
Nestle,
was
the Nestle and the water situation. Yeah, so there's a lot of misinformation about Nestle and water. Like, one of the things, they absolutely do go into certain countries, and restrict water and then resell that water. Natural flowing water is like kind of a weird one to deal with in a libertarian perspective. I don't want to give like a super long answer, but damming, let's say you dam water so that water access isn't available to another area, then this is where you start getting into libertarian theory on common property, because you own the water in an area. But if you build something that like, it's like if I built like a pollution machine next door to you, right? And then your fields all die because of the pollution. Well, I've directly caused that. I've directly damaged your property. And so the same thing is kind of true if I dam a water area. Now, if I just take all of the water in an area, in a river, and I deplete the river of water and then sell you water, I mean, I guess this is technically possible, but the amount of water that you would have to do in order to do that would be far more than a village can use, right? Like you'd have to find some way to do something with it wouldn't be profitable. And then, of course, like I said, there's a lot of misinformation. For example, they talk about like Nestle owning portions of the Great Lakes and depleting the Great Lakes of water, even though we've seen that the Great Lakes have actually risen, not gone down from water bottling. The water bottling hasn't had a statistically significant effect, and in fact, it's gone in the opposite direction. Now, Nestle has done a lot of evil shit, as a lot of large corporations do, and I welcome competition in that regard, but it's not somehow, yeah.
I'll go on with 2 more super chats. Both $20. Again, thank you, Alexander Wynn. Thank you.
When am I getting my cut?
In the mail.
Are you well, directly to you, are you seriously that dumb? In a crisis, in a crisis, everyone can't just quote unquote leave. Roads can be washed out, and there may be nowhere to go at that time. Your version of NAP, non-aggression principle, only protects the predator. It's a don't punch the mugger morality. Second donation.
I'll start with that one first.
Okay.
Right, like, no, I'm not that dumb. I just disagree with you. I do think this is instead of re-answering this question that I've answered with like 7 different analogies over and over again, I'll use Alexander as an example of such a bad thing that I've noticed is increasingly more and more online, which is there are intelligent people that disagree with you that are ideologically so much different than you, and there's this like knee-jerk reaction when, especially when losing an argument, as Alexander has taken so many L's despite giving so many much money, which are dubs, is that there's this assumption of you disagree with me, so therefore you are dumb. And it is like just ironically, it is kind of like the hallmark of a midwit, right? It is the hallmark of someone that isn't really that bright, to lack the humility to recognize that sometimes people disagree with us, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're stupid, right? I am an anarcho-capitalist libertarian. I would never say that Kropotkin is dumb. I would never say that Slavoj Zizek is dumb. I would never say that Noam Chomsky is dumb. I would never say that Bookchin is dumb. I have severe disagreements with them, and I think they are completely wrong. But you have to recognize sometimes that other people of different political persuasions are intelligent people that just have different ideological positions, or their first principles and axioms differ from yours, and so it leads them towards different conclusions.
Second donation. Way to avoid the question by saying other people can just leave. Do we live a nomadic lifestyle as if there is nothing holding us here? Are you good if I build a fence around your house and charge you to leave? Yeah.
So it's 2 things. So the first one, I feel like I'm just gonna like channel my Activision Blizzard CEO hat on, right? Like when he said, what, you guys don't have phones? I'm just gonna be like, what, you guys don't have cars? Like that this idea of like
that was the Blizzard developers when they presented was it the game, the mobile version of
the Diablo
mobile,
mobile game, yeah. Well, you guys don't have cars, like, yes, we're able to travel and move far more than we ever have in human history before, and even during a drought, many people would move to where water is. I'm sorry that your house is in a place that's currently experiencing a drought. I don't know what to tell you. Order some fucking water bottles on Amazon. Your example is designed to isolate into a non-real world situation. It's a fucking coconut island analogy, just done a different way. Except you didn't even describe how one obtained the well and all these other things. You just wanted to call it predatory. For the second part of that, he stated, what did he say?
For sure. He said,
the Blockian proviso, building a fence.
Yeah.
So this is the Blockian proviso is a question analogy from Walter Block in terms of like, what if a person goes camping and then they wake up and there are, someone has like built a fence around them, so therefore they've homesteaded that property. Again, this is like just a total like thing you're throwing out that actually didn't engage with what I was talking about in that regard. And furthermore, I even explained in the Nestle situation how there might be, property rights as concerned to damage to other people's property due to the changing of the environment. And if you're not intimately familiar with libertarianism, which I get, this would, when I stated common property, this is in the same vein of understanding easement rights and things of that nature, right? Like if I was using a path regularly to get to and from my property, and then I've kind of already in part, if I'm with a bunch of other people, we have in part gained easement rights to the property. And so those easement rights must be maintained by the person that privatizes that area. And if it's just me, then I've already homesteaded it. And what you've done is simply aggressed upon me, and I can use violence to stop you. So before I answer any more of Alexander's questions, because I'm done, no offense, Prime guys, I got stuff to do. I'll just say this, read Hans Hermann Hoppe's Public, Common, and Private Property and the Rationalization for the Total Privatization of Property. That is kind of like where many of those libertarian theories that I'm discussing come from, that article, in terms of dealing with common property and easement rights. Again, I'm not that dumb, buddy.
$10. You don't have to answer anything. You're not dumb because
it's the last one. That's fine.
you disagree with me. You're dumb because you avoid the reality of the world so that you can hold on to your NAPS, non-aggression principles. Too hard to drain a river, quote unquote. Too hard to drain a river during a drought. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now he's changing. Now he's changing the principal positions. Number one, because why not? And number two, I'm dumb because I won't deal with the question, even though I just spent like 20 minutes going through libertarian theory and philosophy and answering the questions. And then, but I'm not engaged in reality, even though your example required one person to have total rights to a resource that is necessary for life and isolated all people from the ability to move or all other people from the ability to engage in said production of that. That's I'm not going to say you're retarded, but that's retarded. Do better.
In the future, sir. In the future, I still want to get more feedback on that analogy that I was pushing with the cults and the religion in terms of Iran and ISIS. Because I think I think there's something there, and I want to use it in arms. And it's something I believe you asked me previously, and like I like searching for like an answer to express how I feel, and I think that was a pretty good one. But yeah, you just can consider that whenever you want.
All right, I'm out of here.
I'll think about it. I think you're onto something, but the specific thing that you described is not doesn't work. But like I think it's obvious to some there we go. It's obvious to some degree that there are going to be differences between the power dynamics of a state that is dependent upon a population and that which is a roving band and aggressor. And the concept that we are sold by neoconservatives and neoliberals that these two are the same thing in our ability to negotiate is false, in the sense that a terrorist organization is an ideological vessel, whereas a state is beholden to more real world concerns simultaneously with their ideological vessel. And so we can appeal to those real world concerns that a nation state must address in order to govern, insofar as negotiating with them. And so you're close. I think you're close. I just think the analogy of like cult and stuff automatically distracts people because people have so many biased opinions about religions and cults. And then I just don't think it fits one to one. But I don't think you're wrong. I just don't think you're right on the mark quite yet.
Okay.
But I do think there's something there for sure.
But
I'm going to hop out of here, buddy.
All right. Have a good one, man. Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for the kind support. Thank you, Lactoid, for the raid. Thanks for anyone who followed during all this. Most of all, absolutely thank you, our friend Alexander Wynn, for the very, 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 very kind donations. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Most we've gotten in a while. So it's really, really kind of you, Alexander Wynn. And thanks to anyone else who's maintaining the membership right out there. If you're maintaining your membership, what is it? My memberships. I don't know why. Like it's not showing me. Not showing my memberships. Of my YouTube subscriptions. That's right. My Twitch subscriptions. That's what I meant to say. My Twitch subscriptions is not showing for some reason. But in any case, yes, thanks to anyone who supports on Twitch, right? For people who maintain their subscriptions. You guys are giving a base, so I can keep doing this. So yeah, it was fun. Monic, is it, or Monkadelic? I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Why you got the black man in the center of this shit? Oh, it's because it's mine. It's my thing. That's why. That's why. It's my thing. And so I put myself in the center, right? It's the only time I can ever be the belle of the ball, right? The only time that I can get attention. And so I want everyone's eyes on me. The rest of the week, I just sit in my room quietly. That's actually quite true. I sit in my room quietly until it's time to do it all again. This is the only time I ever get attention. So yeah, that's why I was in the center. There you go. But thank you for anyone out there who supports, has been supporting for all these years, been really kind. Thanks, Sir Bobbles. Thanks, Sir Bobbles, and then thank you, Alexander Wynn. There's one other person who's donated way before. It was a Lauden Stewart. Hopefully they heard me respond to them. But thank you for the great kindness. But okay. So everyone abandoned me, and I was gonna spend actually more time talking. But everyone left. So I guess I'll on the stream. Let's see who will rate. But thank you, everyone. And something I'm thinking of doing. I don't know. Well, there's a group I'm thinking of joining. And if I do join, I'll have more streams to go on. But I don't know if they're gonna allow me to join. So, any which way, we'll see. But thank you again for the kindness, everyone. Let's see who can we raid? Raid channel. Ba, 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 ba. That's this guy. I don't know who this person is. Let's raid. This guy says I'm conversion. I don't know. Guy calls himself probably radical. It's not a woman, and we like raiding women. Let's raid this individual maybe. Our computer is being quite slow, but was it Cat Leant? Talking about Bruno Mars and Blackpink. That sounds right up our alley, isn't it, everyone? So I'll send you off to Cat Liente at the top of the list. So it is what it is. And she was a woman. That's all that matters. So off you go there.